He's absolutely drained, dragging himself through the city streets, feeling like he's on the verge of collapse. But then, a voice cuts through the gloom, asking if he's ready to get a job. John Cossack just laughs it off, finding the idea hilarious. Back to reality, he's climbing the grimy stairs of his building, the bloodstains on the steps a stark reminder of how rough things are. He finally makes it, standing before his tiny 180-square-foot rooftop apartment, his only refuge. One more heavy sigh, and he grabs the doorknob. Inside, it's the same old story, instant ramen, and he can't help but sigh, ramen for dinner again. Meet Bong Juhyuk, 25, unemployed, but somehow working 3 part-time gigs, convenience store, bird restaurant, and day labor. Steam rises from the ramen, a stark reminder of his ever-present shadow, debt. Trapped in a cycle of debt with no special skills, Bong Juhyuk saw no future, no escape, but still, he slurped down his instant ramen, a resigned, yeah, his only response. Then, a blinding blue aura erupted around him, as a harsh system message branded his existence, the life of a pathetic loser. His jaw dropped as a glowing blue screen materialized, shattering his mundane reality, and a voice boomed, Sung Junyuk, you have awakened. His eyes, now blazing with an electric blue glow, reflected the sheer, mind-bending shock, a noodle still hanging from his agape mouth. The sheer force of the awakening sent him reeling, crashing to the floor with a guttural, "OW, fuck." His ramen bowl went flying, its contents splattering everywhere, while blood streamed from his nose and mouth. The awakening was brutal. Dazed and confused, he slowly sat up, the system's words echoing in his mind, grappling with the reality of this awakening. Was it a blessing or something far more? Imagine a golden opportunity, a chance to hit the jackpot and completely flip your life around. It feels like winning the lottery, but even rarer. But here's the catch, you actually have to survive to enjoy any of it. He knows the tower is a death trap, a place where you can literally die at any moment. You could get absolutely crushed by monsters, or even freeze to death from the insane cold. His eyes blaze with an intense blue glow as he pictures the threats, from freezing solid to burning alive. He thinks about all the ways you could die in the tower, from getting crushed by traps to who knows what else. He flashes back to his old self, a scared kid who avoided every single fight, just trying to survive. He stares at his reflection, his eyes now burning with an otherworldly blue, and admits he's been scared and a coward his entire life. But as he quietly eats his ramen, a new determination sparks. He's not that person anymore. He's on the floor, and bam. A bright status window just pops up right in front of him. Showing his name, Sung Junyuk, and his main power, Summon. His eyes go wide. My trait is Summon, he exclaims, totally shocked. Then the window drops more info, explaining how summoning lets him control minions, with crazy examples like making things huge, slashing, and even healing. Spirits, familiars, golems, the usual suspects, plus some seriously advanced summons are all on the table. The sheer power on display is insane, from massive, hulking constructs to terrifying, horned demons. He's absolutely fixated on the possibilities, a new question burning in his mind, what kind of summoner is he even going to be? And just like that, a new resolve hardens in him, it's time to try out a skill now that he's awakened. With a sudden, electric surge, Bong Juhyuk throws out his hand, a raw crackle of power erupting as he tries to unleash his brand new summon skill. But a wave of confusion hits him hard, and he can only stammer, random summon. His face twists into a giant question mark, the skill he just tried to use completely fizzling out. As he walks, a light bulb suddenly goes off in his head, a crucial piece of info slamming into him. Player abilities are only effective inside the tower, totally useless outside. He groans, oh, right. It doesn't work outside the tower. This ironclad rule applies to everything, except for checking your status window, a detail he now recalls with a jolt as he stares up at the towering structure. Back in his room, he can't help but glance at his hand, the ghost of that failed skill attempt still haunting him. Slumped at his computer, he lets out a frustrated sigh, admitting, that's common knowledge. I feel like an idiot. He mentally kicks himself, the truth undeniable, there was absolutely no way a skill would activate outside the tower. He stares up, the tension palpable. Boom. A blue system window flashes into existence, screaming, random summon activated. His eye flares with a shocking purple, a stunned, what, ripping from his throat. A torrent of raw, crackling purple energy explodes around him, particles of light dancing wildly. The magic surges, blinding light and dynamic streaks of power ripping through the air. And then, through the fading chaos, a towering, white-haired warrior with blazing blue eyes emerges. Bong Juhyuk's jaw drops, a barely whispered, "WH what," escaping him. His mouth gapes, the sheer absurdity of it all hitting him like a truck. The summoned warrior, utterly disoriented, demands to know if he's even talking to a person, and what in the world this place is. The summoned entity is totally lost, but his summoner is freaking out even more, wondering how his skill even worked outside the tower. And it gets even crazier, because he didn't summon some random monster, but a full-on human. But the summoned guy is already moving on, sniffing the air and catching a super strong scent. He instantly knows what it is, shouting in surprise, "Is this ramen?" Forget the confusion, his stomach is rumbling, so he just goes for it and asks, "Can I have just one bite?" Bong Joon-hyuk is still trying to figure things out, and can't help but notice the weird sight hoodie the guy is rocking. The summoned dude is absolutely devouring those noodles. But that enjoyment quickly turns into a fiery shock as he yells, "Ooh, spicy. Hot." Bong Joon-hyuk is seriously questioning his sanity, thinking he's going crazy, while the summoned guy is just as baffled by everything. Suddenly, John Cossack is hit with a status window in a grimy alley, his mind racing as he tries to process this new reality. The window flashes, revealing the summoning tiers, S rank, SR rank, SSR rank, and the legendary LSSR rank, each rarer than the last. Visually, these tiers are stunning, glowing shields, each more elaborate than the last, culminating in a dazzling, golden LSSR shield. Cossack can't help but think, this whole system feels exactly like a gacha game. The system keeps dropping knowledge bombs, summoner and summoned can talk telepathically, and the summoner has to follow 3 core rules. The first rule is insane, the summoner has to obey the summoned, no questions asked. The other 2 rules are still a mystery, locked away for now. Back with Bong Joon-hyuk, the summoner is totally lost, freaking out about who he even summoned. The system window keeps scrolling for Cossack, now showing contracted details. Bong Joon-hyuk is the summoner, an assassin, human, with 0 satisfaction, and a 3-hour cooldown on summoning. And then, the big reveal, John Cossack himself, the mad assassin of the tower, is the summoner's greatest asset and biggest headache, with a mind-blowing 99% success rate. The system keeps dropping bombshells, revealing a past where he took down a 5th circle warlock. But then, the ultimate twist, his own end came from somewhere else. Suddenly, a searing pain rips through him, and John Cossack clutches his head, reeling from the sheer data overload. But across the way, Bong Joon-hyuk feels a massive power surge, his eyes flaring blue as he stares, completely bewildered. Before he can even process it, a bolt of purple lightning crashes down, targeting the blue energy orb around him. The hit sends him flying, blue energy exploding around his body as he's thrown off balance. No time to think, Cossack explodes forward, cloaked in a dark, crackling aura. He's on him in a flash, landing a devastating strike on the helpless summoner. Bong Joon-hyuk lets out a choked cry, his body erupting with blue energy from the sheer force of the hit. With Bong Joon-hyuk down for the count, Cossack stands victorious, as a monstrous, shadowy entity with glowing red eyes and wicked horns erupts behind him, radiating pure, unadulterated power. The system just dropped a bombshell, flashing Cossack's past across the screen, and Bong Joon-hyuk is absolutely stunned. Then, a terrifying, shadowy monster, eyes burning red, unleashes a devastating sword strike, absolutely obliterating its target. But hold up, the scene totally changes, engulfed in a blood-red blur. Back then, before all this power, he was just a cold-blooded assassin, standing over his fallen prey, the ground soaked in crimson. The red-haired assassin, looking intense, declares, "At least, it's a gift." What could he mean? But his story took a dark turn, ending in one massive failure, all happening at this epic mansion. His target, chilling on a bed, is literally glowing with mysterious purple power. And the red-haired assassin, his arm now supercharged with that same purple energy, delivers a crushing, final blow. The flashback rages on, showing a warrior in dark, ornate armor, his eyes blazing with an intense purple light, the Emperor's strongest swordmaster, absolutely cranked with power. He's ready for anything, his sword absolutely crackling with that same potent purple energy. But even the strongest can fall. The swordmaster is sent absolutely plummeting, a trail of fading purple energy showing his defeat. This, it turns out, is Cossack's last memory of that brutal moment. The memory just hangs there, and you can't help but wonder, what was he even thinking in those last moments of power, with that glowing red symbol pulsing on his armor? Pure shock washes over his face, a silent, WHOA, perfectly capturing the sheer speed of his defeat. The red-haired assassin just stares down at her defeated enemy, the swordmaster's last words a desperate, burning cry as his eyes are seared by her attack. Back in the present, Bong Joon-hyuk's face is absolutely crumpled with distress, the sheer weight of the Emperor's strongest swordmaster's end and the assassin's legacy just hitting him like a truck. He lets out a sharp, ragged breath, the sheer intensity of that memory still hanging in the air. He looks over at John Cossack, who's still kneeling there, totally disoriented, and tells him to just wash the blood off his face, and Cossack, still reeling, just manages to agree. John Cossack, the former swordmaster, is on his knees, scrubbing a table. Bong Joon-hyuk just casually drops an order, and he's actually doing it. Bong Joon-hyuk is absolutely floored by this level of obedience, thinking, wait, he really does everything I say. But Cossack's mind is a whirlwind of absolute loyalty, declaring, your orders. You wouldn't do something weird, would you? I will obey any order coming from you, summoner. And he's still cleaning, like a pro, no hesitation whatsoever. Bong Joon-hyuk can't even look, a little embarrassed, muttering to himself, back for me. Cossack's inner thoughts are wild, he's literally thinking, like a dog. Watching Cossack still cleaning, Bong Joon-hyuk has a moment of self-doubt, thinking, crap, did I go too far? He's just watching Cossack, who's cleaning like his life depends on it, and the vibe is intense. Like, what is even happening right now? This summoned dude is seriously, ridiculously obedient, and it's still blowing his mind, even after all this time. He eyes a door, and you can practically see the gears turning in his head. Suddenly, a flashback hits him, that red-haired assassin, a quick reminder of how wild things can get and the sheer power he's got now. His eyes flash with power as he drops a command, his voice absolutely rock-solid. He's just staring at that door, totally expecting an instant reaction, it's like a silent power play. And just like that, Cossack snaps back, totally chill and ready to obey. He's got this glowing thing in his hand, but his mind's already on the real-world grind. Cash is literally raining down in his head, but it's not a good thing, it's just a brutal reminder of those college tuition bills he's gotta pay. He thought he could pay it back, but the principal was still there, and the interest. $1,000,001 already. He was sure he could do it, but those tuition fees were a nightmare, and even a job wouldn't fix it anytime soon. Then, a voice just blasted through his head, screaming to see his face, to know if he was even okay. He totally jumped, caught off guard, just a single word slipping out. A wild memory hit him, of a red-haired assassin, glowing with dark power, straight up threatening to torch the whole school. No, that wasn't the point, this person was going to be a huge problem. The assassin, chilling in a bathroom, laid down the law, telling him to freeze and shut up. Back in the present, he was totally freaking out, wondering if he could even breathe, until a quick yes made him sigh in relief. With a soft thud, he stepped on. He stares down at a small capsule, a silent acknowledgement of the relentless pain that sometimes seizes him. And pops the medicine, seeking a moment of calm before a quick apology to the imposing bald man, who just confirms the transfer is already done. A sharp, piercing ring cuts through the air, or is it just his mind playing tricks, as a wave of pure distress washes over him. The bald man's face contorts into a truly chilling grin, casually dropping a grim solution to all his problems. Still in the doorway, phone in hand, the bald man leans in, really pushing this good deal on him. His eyes narrow, a subtle glow igniting as the bald man's voice drones on, casually writing off others as good for nothing and ripe for the taking. He challenges the bald man's intense stare, only to be hit with a direct, taunting question, "You looking for a fight?" He holds his breath, a steely, determined look hardening his features. Then, with a subtle smirk, he quickly shuts down the idea, assuring the bald man he wouldn't even think about it, earning a final, chilling warning to watch himself. He stares at the door, a wave of pure relief washing over him, knowing the previous tension is finally over. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the quiet, dropping a chill Mr. Cossack, into the air. Cossack just keeps going, a smirk in his voice, "You were totally silent, a master of hiding. Even I missed you." Bong Joon-hyuk's mind races, pure relief flooding him, "Oh man, I'm so glad. I thought something went wrong since I couldn't reach him." But Cossack's mind is already on the monster he spotted, the realization hitting him, "That monster, it's yours, isn't it?" Snapping back to the present, Cossack cuts to the chase, "So, what's the plan?" Bong Joon-hyuk just shrugs, laying out the obvious, "What do I want? If you're itching to be a hunter, just summon a monster." A huge grin splits Cossack's face as he throws up a hand, then hits him with, "Alright, can I just watch some TV then?" Bong Joon-hyuk, a small smile playing on his lips, just nods, "Yeah, go for it." John Cossack, ever the enigma, just drops a quick, "Thank you," and declares his intention to binge-watch some dramas. Bong Joon-hyuk can't help but wonder, this guy's weird, but he's definitely not a traitor. The gears are turning in his head, imagining Cossack as a hunter, summoning his own beast. A small, almost imperceptible smile plays on his face, and he actually finds it comforting. He thinks back on his entire life, realizing he's always been a lone wolf, until now. Having someone else around, even a total weirdo like Cossack, actually feels nice. The calm before the storm, a subtle glow piercing through the digital void. Suddenly, a piercing, digital shriek shatters the peace. As an alarm screams from a phone, demanding attention and kicking off the day. Bong Joon-hyuk is already glued to his screen, the news desk flashing, taking in all the breaking info. A critical alert blazes across his monitor, confirming the worst, Jongno-gu is under attack, and he's already decided to jump into the fray. But then, a sudden thought hits him, he totally spaced on telling John Cossack to get ready. He's up now, watching the breaking news on his TV, the tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife. He steps out onto the balcony, scanning the city below, the morning hustle and bustle already in full swing. But across town, deep in Jangyogu, Seoul, the shady Smile Cash Lending Company is doing business as usual, totally oblivious to the impending monster mayhem. Bong Joon-hyuk's gaze locks onto the screen, a chilling realization dawning on him as one name flashes across the report. The news report cuts to a chilling scene, revealing 3 victims, all found decapitated, their heads nowhere to be seen. But the real horror? The victims' heads, when finally located, were bizarrely decorated with red ribbons. Decapitated heads. Red ribbons? The sheer depravity of it all sends a jolt through him. Then, a jarring cut. In a shadowy alley, a dark-clad figure looms over the defeated red-haired assassin, who's now radiating a strange, ethereal light. The dark figure snaps to a sharp salute, and his face comes into view, revealing an utterly shocking identity. Bong Joon-hyuk's eyes blaze with an impossible, furious light as he clutches his head, his mind reeling. There's no way he summoned a demonic beast, right? A bloodied hand, heavy with rings, lies stark against a grimy, dark surface. The scene is chilling. Bong Joon-hyuk's face twists in pure, unadulterated panic, his mind screaming the undeniable truth: he is absolutely, irrevocably screwed. His thoughts spiral out of control, the desperate mantra, "I'm so screwed," echoing relentlessly. The terror is palpable, etched deep into his features as the realization hammers home. Then, a desperate, almost comical, flicker of self-delusion sparks, as he tries to convince himself, looking at it again, "I'm really okay," before a meek, "excuse me," escapes him. He stands before John Cossack, shrouded in a crimson hood, still clutching his phone, the chilling words, "I'm so screwed," tumbling out again. Elsewhere, a hand, adorned with a striking red ribbon, reaches out from the shadows, a silent, ominous request. A primal scream rips through him, his face twisted in pure terror as a dark, pulsing aura flares around his form. And his mind is flooded with nightmarish visions of sinister cat-like figures in a ring, their hearts burning with an eerie glow. Suddenly, a terrifying, red-skinned monster with razor-sharp teeth towers over him, its voice booming, "Excuse me? Aren't you going to ring me up?" Bong Joon-hyuk, completely consumed by the horrifying hallucination, lets out a desperate, choked cry, his entire body shaking violently in the store. A concerned voice cuts through the chaos, asking, "Are you okay?" Snapping back to the harsh reality, Bong Joon-hyuk's face flushes with mortification, a quiet, embarrassed apology barely audible as John Cossack observes the scene. He quickly pulls himself together, forcing a determined, almost frantic tone into his voice as he speaks into his phone, "I'll ring you up right away." Later, outside the store, the crushing weight of his recent panic attack hits him hard, and he lets out a defeated sigh, realizing, "I can't work like this." With a heavy heart, he walks away, making a firm decision, "I'm taking a day off. I'll look for my jobs tomorrow." His own panicked breathing still rings in his ears. The faces of those people, haunting him like ghosts. He can't help but wonder who among them perished, a chilling thought creeping into his mind, was it all his fault? The sprawling city lights shimmer under a cosmic sky, a stark, beautiful contrast to the chaos raging inside him. Suddenly, a system window pops up, revealing the terrifying profile of the mad assassin of the cruel guild. It's John Cossack, an SR-grade human assassin, and he's only available for recruitment for 24 hours. He remembers the chilling tales, realizing John Cossack was truly a mad assassin, boasting a 98% satisfaction rating from those who were pleased after his unsummoning. Hunched over his computer, he desperately tries to convince himself, "I'm weak, so he won't hurt me." But the chilling truth echoes, he's still an assassin. But apprehension be damned. A powerful surge of blue energy erupts from his hand as the system locks in the designated summon, John Cossack. Ding! A holographic screen just popped up, demanding a rating with a finger tap. He's like, "HUH." The system's demanding a satisfaction rating for John Cossack before the recruitment window closes. A tiny, chibi assassin pops up, and he finally gets it. This rating system is his control panel, his unsummon button. Flashback to the mayhem. He's fuming, thinking, "I was just chilling, watching TV, and this guy summons monsters without asking. 1 star for being a total pain." Sweat drips as he freaks out, totally getting bad vibes and wondering what kind of chaos this assassin is about to unleash. He glares at the 5 stars, itching to slam that 1-star button, but something holds him back. His finger freezes, a sudden wave of guilt washing over him. He just can't be that cold-hearted. He taps it, and bam. John Cossack's satisfaction rating is locked in at 3 stars. The rating's done, and just like that, the assassin materializes behind him, a silent, deadly shadow. He whispers, "Sorry, John Cossack. I'll try to be a good master." Still reeling from the system's demands, he's caught in a mental tug-of-war, a chilling memory of a red-haired assassin haunting his thoughts. He's convinced his decision has put his summoned assassin in grave danger. But the system fires back, declaring his past judgment was spot on, no issues whatsoever. He concedes the point, yet argues that a 3-star rating is open to interpretation, a clear sign of his deep-seated worry. His expression twists in pure frustration, utterly baffled by the system's ridiculous reasoning. Sensing his master's turmoil, Cossack calmly apologizes, then coolly states that a 3-star rating is perfectly fine and he'll accept it. But even with Cossack's calm words, Bong Joon-hyuk is still deeply unsettled, not due to dissatisfaction, but from a gnawing fear of the massive trouble this whole situation could unleash. His mind races, conjuring a vivid scenario, himself strolling a packed street, with John Cossack right there beside him. In this wild what if he so much as brushes past someone, that person would instantly go ballistic, spoiling for a fight. The imagined thug's face contorts into a vicious snarl, screaming threats to gouge out his eyes. He knows it's just a figure of speech, but the sheer danger of Cossack's presence in such a mundane confrontation sends shivers down his spine. His mind is a whirlwind, grappling with the sheer unpredictability, especially when it comes to Cossack's twisted interpretation of their deal. And in his head, the consequences are brutal, instant, a gruesome, severed head staring back from a crimson pool. He's absolutely horrified, a silent scream tearing through him, but Cossack. He just stands there, cool as ice, completely unfazed by the bloody mess. The red-haired assassin, on her knees, instantly takes the fall for the whole bloody mess. Cossack's voice slices through the tension, demanding to know why she's suddenly on her knees and telling her to get up. He lays down the law, cold and clear, telling her that killing people without his direct command is useless and could actually mess things up. Totally baffled, the assassin pushes back, demanding to know if he's not a hitman, but he just shuts her down, refusing to spill his real identity. Cossack doubles down on his orders, telling her to avoid suspicion, and she, still on her knees, promises to use her best judgment. Now on her feet, the red-haired woman clutches her head, clearly struggling to wrap her mind around her new master's bizarre rules. He's being so shy, Bong Joon-hyuk mutters, then dismisses them with a curt, "All right, you can go now." Suddenly, John Cossack pivots the conversation, dropping a loaded question, "By the way, Summoner, have you considered?" Huh? The words hit Bong Joon-hyuk, forcing him to confront the daunting prospect of climbing the tower. His expression tightens with a mix of apprehension and resolve. As he clenches his fist, acknowledging the undeniable truth, it's true that climbing the tower is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But beneath the surface, a raw fear gnaws at him, a whispered confession, "But, honestly, I'm scared." A terrifying echo of Cossack's chilling declaration reverberates in his thoughts, "It's impossible for me to die." Pulled back to reality, Cossack's relentless questioning continues, "Were there other summoners? People who summoned you, like I did?" Walking away, the sheer power of other summoners flashes through Bong Joon-hyuk's mind. They were on another level, a league he could only dream of reaching. Meanwhile, Cossack watches him, a knowing, almost predatory smile playing on his face, as if he's already won the mental game. He doesn't hold back, his words cutting deep, confessing his own shame, his absolute lack of guts to put his life on the line like the true heroes of this world. Bong Joon-hyuk can only stare at the ground, the brutal truth hitting him hard, a silent admission of his own crushing inadequacy. Then, Cossack's voice slices through the air, a direct challenge, "Bong, you truly are," and the young man can only whisper, "I know." Later, the crushing weight of his self-doubt consumes him, he's nothing but a pathetic coward. But Cossack is back, leaning in close, his voice booming with a shocking declaration, "The greatest summoner of all." Bong Joon-hyuk flinches, completely caught off guard, as Cossack pushes the point, "Huh? What's the ultimate summoner virtue?" he demands, then delivers the punchline with a wicked grin, "Safety first, obviously." Cossack's intense stare locks onto him, leaving Bong Joon-hyuk reeling, trying to decipher the twisted wisdom. John Cossack drops some truth bombs, declaring bravery a total poison, especially for a summoner whose life is basically a death trap. He keeps going, laying out the cold hard facts, "You never know when your summons will bite the dust, and if they're gone, the team-up's over, plain and simple." With a smirk that screams trouble, he promises Bong Joon-hyuk he'll take care of all the messy stuff. His words just hang there, a total passive-aggressive order for Summoner Bong to just chill out and live a super long life. Later, still totally rattled by that weird chat, Bong Joon-hyuk can't catch a wink, obsessing over whether he should even bother trying to clear the tower. He's deep in thought about the sheer scale of it all, seriously questioning who he even is to be tackling such an insane challenge. Meanwhile, John Cossack, looking totally focused, decides he'll just have to get it done himself. He's just trying to live a normal life, grinding it out, pushing himself to achieve everything he can. But then, a searing pain in his back hits him hard, a brutal reminder that his body isn't always on board. Later, he's on the phone, someone asking if he's actually doing his rehab, dropping a hint that a friend spilled the beans. He lets out a shocked "oh" when he hears the bombshell, he's got to transfer to some proboscis hospital. He knows it, but the weight of it all is crushing him, muttering that it's just too much to handle. The caller tries to calm him, saying it's all good and they'll link up soon, but warns him not to overdo it. A quick okay, bye wraps up the call, and he just stares out the window. He's lost in thought, staring at the city, the phone call still echoing in his head. But even with all the pain, a new persona is forged, Bong Arkihaya, the summoner, geared up in a full safety managed set, ready to absolutely crush whatever comes next. He's already strategizing, planning to sweep the ground floor for any lurking dangers. This gig is already wild, and he's barely started. No time for messing around, not with Cossack breathing down his neck. He briefly considers just summoning a beast to clear the path, but that shadowy thought vanishes as quickly as it appeared. Imagine the power, a legendary, super rare summon. If only the system would just let him. Then, a harsh system alert blares, crushing his hopes, summoning is locked. A restriction he totally missed, and a frustrated blue energy pulses around him. So much for easy mode, he's gotta go solo. And just then, Cossack strolls in, like he owns the place. He spins around, a casual welcome on his lips. Bong Juhyuk was ready to dive in, but John Cossack wasn't having it, holding him back and telling him to chill. Cossack thought, maybe not so brave, but then quickly decided he'd just handle it himself, calling it a smart move. Bong Juhyuk then made his exit, tossing a quick thanks to Cossack and promising to hit him up after the mission. Cossack's promise echoed, you're getting in safe, you're getting in comfy, and you won't have to do a thing. Cossack gave a subtle nod, sealing the deal. Suddenly, a system pop-up flashed, asking if they were ready to hit Korea's Black Tower, Floor 1. Bong Juhyuk gave a solid thumbs up, signaling he was all in with Cossack. The system locked on, teleporting them straight into Floor 1 of Korea's Black Tower. But just like that, Bong Juhyuk's eyes blazed blue, and a massive, what, look hit his face as he took in the new scene. The digital realm explodes into view, a mind-bending grid of pure light and data, stretching into infinity. Binary code rains down like a digital waterfall, lighting up every insane pathway of this virtual universe. Then, out of nowhere, Bong Juhyuk's face twists in pure agony, blue energy lines crackling across his skin as an invisible force seizes him. A primal scream rips from his throat, the sheer agony consuming him as the pressure goes through the roof. He's violently dragged down, swallowed whole by a blinding, swirling vortex of blue energy. A cracking, resonant sound echoes, signaling the brutal end of his fall. From a ground of glowing, alien hexagons, a hand desperately reaches out, fighting for a grip. He's been thrown into a bizarre, crystalline dimension, and the crushing energy here screams, Black Tower. The first floor is a total disaster, and he's barely holding it together. He lets out a choked gasp, his eyes burning as his body fights against the overwhelming pressure. He's throwing up, the dimensional jump hitting him hard. He's on his knees, purple energy flaring around him, when a mysterious figure steps up, coolly asking if he's good, then telling him he'll adapt. The guide points forward, telling him to ditch the safe zone and keep up. Still reeling, he trails the mysterious figure deeper into the crystal maze, purple energy still crackling around him. Suddenly, a system alert pops up, his physical stats are boosted to match his level, and he's got new traits and combat skills unlocked. A surge of resolve fills him, his eyes blazing with determination, a blue aura igniting around him as he gets ready for anything. Hard hat on, work gear ready, he stares up at the unknown, questioning everything. Could his old skills even cut it here? Then, a.m. A system window pops up, dropping the mission brief, take out 5 tough-skinned fat maggots in 2 hours, or it's game over, literally. And there they are. 3 disgusting, gurgling slug monsters, just waiting for him, the mission's first challenge staring him down. The system's like, chill, this is just a warm-up, a skill check. These maggots? Supposedly just glorified scarecrows. But here's the catch, they hit like a feather, but their skin is like a tank. One player apparently spent half an hour just trying to take down a single one. His face hardens, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. His gloved fist clenches, a silent vow to embrace his new player status. No hesitation, he strides forward, ready to tackle the first one head-on. His guide, totally caught off guard, starts to protest, wondering why he's rushing in. He faced down the colossal, segmented creature, its tough hide rippling with raw power. A sudden realization hit him, he needed a real weapon, maybe even borrow one from Cossack. The monster's armored skin looked absolutely impenetrable. But as he brought his pickaxe down with a furious strike, it just shattered against the maggot's rock-hard hide. The beast lunged, its massive maw gaping, swallowing him whole in a sickening green energy. Sweat poured down his face, his expression a raw mix of pain and pure frustration. He hit the dirt hard, his body screaming from the brutal impact. A desperate cry tore from his throat, begging Cossack for help. And just like that, a figure burst onto the scene, weapon drawn, ready to jump into the fight. A confident declaration rings out, affirming the choice to step into the fray. No hesitation, John Cossack explodes into action, a blinding blue energy erupting around him as he blitzes the grotesque creature. His attack, charged with raw power, slams into the beast with an earth-shattering impact. A grotesque explosion of green goo erupts, as the maggot's defenses are utterly annihilated. Cossack stands triumphant amidst the carnage, assessing the devastation, as a stunned Bong Juhyuk, still battered, can only stare from the sidelines. Then, with a sharp command, he barks at his ally, "Please stand back." As if to punctuate his warning, a maelstrom of electric blue energy ignites around him, charging up for the next brutal assault. The sheer power intensifies, pulsating with explosive, destructive force. Locked and loaded, John Cossack is primed to unleash the full, unholy fury of his next devastating move. He unleashes a torrent of glowing blue energy blades, a dazzling display of raw power. The blades converge, absolutely shredding the unseen target with devastating force. Moments later, massive, grotesque fragments of the tough-skinned fat maggot rain down from the sky, dissolving into dust upon impact. He watches the creature's remnants vanish, the skill blade burst, screaming through the air, his expression utterly stone-cold. Cossack turns, walking calmly away from the utter devastation. Leaving Bong Juhyuk absolutely stunned, his eyes practically popping out of his head, a yellow hard hat barely containing his shock. He can only watch, a mix of pure awe and disbelief plastered across his face. "You killed them in an instant," he exclaims, the sheer, blinding speed of the victory leaving him utterly speechless. After absolutely dominating the tough-skinned fat maggot quest, snagging an S+ rank, leveling up, and raking in 1,000 mana stones plus a platinum rune, he's left utterly stunned by how ridiculously simple it all was. He stares at the glowing holographic screen, his own name, Bong Juhyuk, mocking him from the past, but the sheer power he's packing now is absolutely insane. A low escapes him as he tries to wrap his head around it all, eyes glued to the dazzling interface. Then, a heavy sigh escapes him, as the sheer magnitude of his new reality finally hits. But then, bam! The holographic screen in front of him explodes with an intense blue glow, a new message flashing across it, simultaneously hitting every single player in Korea. From the busiest streets to the most secluded hideouts, players everywhere are hit with the exact same, mind-blowing announcement, a collective shockwave as the system drops the bombshell: "You may now enter the 30th floor." The system blares his arrival, and Bong Juhyuk steps into the shadowy, bustling black market for the very first time. A mysterious cloaked figure beside him pipes up, instantly pegging him as a fellow newbie. But then, a sudden, respectful address. The figure calls him Summoner Bong, sir. The cloaked figure, a merchant, stands ready, eager to make a sale. He quickly clarifies his business, specializing in gear for fresh tower entrance. Then, a dazzling blue crystal appears, instantly grabbing Bong Juhyuk's gaze. He grasps the radiant gem, realizing it's a mana stone, his first time seeing one up close. These aren't just pretty rocks, mana stones are absolutely vital for modern industry. And their value? It's exploded, skyrocketing to double their original price since the tower's debut. He's still deep in the research rabbit hole, discovering that mana stones are now 50,000 won per 100 grams. Talk about inflation. Everyone knows the tower basics now, but some secrets are still hidden. But then, a new question pops up: a platinum badge. What even is that? A sleek, shiny badge flashes on his screen, but he's totally clueless about it. He spins around, beaming, to tell his buddy, "Dude, I hit the top in 3 minutes flat." Cossack just gives a casual, "Oh, yeah." Suddenly, he's got food on his mind, exclaiming, "Cossack, let's eat." A feast of dumplings and sizzling meat is ready. But Cossack, looking totally swamped, just shakes his head, muttering, "Nah. Too busy." Juhyuk, a little deflated, asks, "So I'm flying solo, then?" Cossack can't even look him in the eye, mumbling, "I'll think about it." And then dropping the classic excuse, "I'm swamped with work and studies." He walks away, a scoff escaping him as he glances back, thinking about Cossack's insane workload. Meanwhile, Cossack picks up a call, confirming his packed schedule with a quick, "Aye." Back with Bong Juhyuk, he's totally baffled, what could be so crucial that Cossack would ditch food? Then, it hits him, a flashback to his own past, when he was just as swamped with work and studies, like some ex-boyfriend. He knows his own path is brutal, and it just keeps getting tougher with every step. A wry smile plays on his lips, he's ready for the grind. Meanwhile, some random guy is absolutely demolishing a bowl of noodles, his only thought, "So hungry." An "under construction" sign looms, a clear warning of more challenges ahead. And even as things get harder and harder, Bong Juhyuk's eyes blaze with pure determination, declaring, "This is totally doable." The grind never stops. Bong Juhyuk is back, ready to face another day. Fast forward to the next morning, and the urban landscape is bathed in fresh light. He's staring down a real man's daily routine, and let me tell you, it's intense. After hearing the convenience store owner spill the tea about his late-night activities, he's like, "Nope, I'm out." He's ditching the day labor life for good. His new master plan? It's genius. Just chill at home and game with John Cossack. Ding. A wild unregistered hunter just popped up behind him, and he's absolutely hyped about it. This hunter is so stoked, he wants to give him a perfect 10 out of 10, totally satisfied with the situation. But Juhyuk's got questions, like, is this satisfaction rating even that big of a deal? Then, a system pop-up drops the truth: higher ratings mean more loot, time for an upgrade. He keeps dropping knowledge, explaining how a summon's rank skyrocketing means way more calls, obviously. Then, AM. A system message pops up, screaming that they've just entered the second floor of the Black Tower in Korea. And John Cossack is practically radiating blue energy as the mission objective slams into view: wipe out every monster in the marginal zone. The system doesn't pull any punches, laying out a brutal 2-hour time limit and a death or bust failure condition. But Juhyuk's already sizing up the situation, noting that the monsters on this second floor are seriously hardcore and scattered all over the place. Cossack, ever the realist, drops a stark warning: go solo, and you're dead meat. But Juhyuk's got that protagonist energy, scoffing at the idea and vowing to clear it in 3 minutes, max. Cossack just grins, flashing a peace sign, clearly amused by the bravado. Then, with a surge of blue energy, he declares he'll blitz through it and personally escort Juhyuk back home. The mission kicked off, and Bong Juhyuk, ever the foodie, was already thinking about chicken, completely oblivious to the storm about to break. But in the Black Tower, John Cossack was already powered up, a grateful shout erupting as he unleashed his fury. A blinding surge of electric blue energy exploded from him, shredding through everything in its path with devastating force. Bong Juhyuk's jaw dropped, completely floored by the insane speed and raw power he just witnessed. Just like that, a system message flashed, confirming the mission was done. He'd leveled up, and scored a sweet 2006 mana stones. And get this, an S+ rank on the Black Tower's second floor, plus a platinum bridge reward. Talk about overachieving. Then, boom. A dazzling blue crystal, the platinum bridge itself, just popped into existence. Seriously, it was all happening at warp speed. He couldn't even process the rewards before his brain caught up. The third floor's mission, eliminate 10 ice-elevated goblin warriors, barely registered as a challenge. Bong Juhyuk could only watch, a mix of awe and confusion on his face, as John Cossack simply smirked, already knowing the outcome. Then, in a blink, the system screamed, mission complete. Level up. 3,000 mana stones acquired. But it didn't stop there. The system blared again, S+ rank on the third floor. Platinum badge acquired. And just as quickly, 4th floor mission complete. Then, unbelievably, 5th floor mission complete. The system then tallied the incredible feat: 5 S-grade platinum badges accumulated. Perk awarded for 5 platinum badges. Jaw dropped and eyes bulging, he could only gasp, a perk. The system wasted no time explaining the game changer: perk, awakening trait enhancement. This perk supercharges your awakening trait based on its grade. Bong Juhyuk's mind is blown. 2 concurrent summons just dropped, and the system is not messing around. He's already strategizing, thinking, can I bring someone else with me? And who's on his mind? None other than John Cossack, who's gotta be close. Then, the system lays out the juicy rewards, pushing him to dominate and be the absolute best. A fierce yellow aura ignites around him as he locks in, deciding this isn't a quick fight, it's a full-blown, long-term war. He's tearing through the streets, absolutely convinced his strategy is the only way to survive. He spots a glowing blue cube and snatches it, his mind already 5 steps ahead, planning his next move. Then, a terrifying transformation. His eyes blaze crimson, a dark aura explodes around him, and he vows to conquer the tower in just 20 days, then personally obliterate those 2 concurrent summons. His determination burns brighter than ever, a silent vow echoing in his mind: he will conquer the 6th floor dungeon, and there's no stopping his climb to the top. The world blurs around him as he pushes forward. But the action isn't just in the dungeons. Back in the real world, at the Cossack Production Management Department in Hanam-dong, Seoul, South Korea, a new day is dawning. The bustling city skyline stretches out, a world away from the tower's challenges. Inside a sleek, quiet office, John Cossack is deep in thought, while a colleague presses him, asking about the big announcement's release time. He ponders the timing, then makes his call, deciding to drop the news in the evening, aiming for a late-night reveal. His colleague, picking up on his intense focus, probes, wondering if his mind is still consumed by the upcoming announcement. He lets out a frustrated "WHOA," but his colleague quickly shuts him down, telling him to stop snooping into other people's business. John Cossack, the team leader of the Awakening Management Department, is totally losing it, while manager Lee Mina just chills next to him. She asks if he got the scoop on the Black Tower, which is literally all anyone can talk about, and he just awkwardly clears his throat, totally caught. Seriously, the Black Tower's top-tier hunters are getting summoned to another world left and right, and now there's buzz about another insane S++ clear. Cossack's like, no way one person did this. Clearing floors 6 through 10. That's some serious teamwork, or so he thinks. But hold up, the truth is, it's totally one person with mind-blowing talent, a shadowy figure absolutely radiating with a powerful purple glow and piercing eyes. If they keep crushing floors 7, 8, 9, and 10, and if every single one is an S++ clear, this changes everything. The powerful hunter slams his hand down, shattering the ground with pure, unadulterated power. Meanwhile, Director Park Euro from the Awakening Management Division drops a bombshell, reminding everyone that Korea's strongest rank hunter was A mysterious white-haired figure strides away, leaving two men on the steps below to react with a disgusted scoff. Bro, what the hell? You got it on his buddy shouts, as they realize there are ranks beyond their wildest dreams, and only S++ clears get the full, epic announcement. Their voices escalate, a desperate fear gripping them that they're losing their top hunters to rival nations, screaming that they have to find this player now. Across town, Director Park Euro, with a stone-cold gaze, drops the bombshell, the strongest rank hunter in Korea. He lays down the law, a chilling command to his squad, to keep a hawk-eyed watch on every single new player who dares to register. Just 2 days later, the city's pulse beats on, oblivious to the brewing storm. Cossack gets a tap on the shoulder, a colleague asking if it's his turn to conquer a floor today. Yep, he replies, just as a new, mind-blowing report hits the streets, someone is absolutely dominating, clearing a floor a day like it's nothing. Bong Joon-hyuk, taking in the insane news, just stares, a silent, calculating intensity in his eyes. In a high-tech office, a man is totally chill, stating the obvious, S++ ranks are just built different, so of course, they're crushing it. But far from the office, in a wild, overgrown dungeon, a lone figure dominates a fallen enemy, a brutal, quadric sound confirming the kill. Suddenly, a system alert pops up, laying out the next challenge, the 10th floor's mission to absolutely obliterate 10 red-horned frog warriors. Suddenly, he's swarmed by a menacing horde of those grotesque frog monsters, but Bong Joon-hyuk is ready to throw down. Then, bam. A frog warrior gets absolutely wrecked by a burst of purple energy, its body twisting with a sickening, quadric. Then, a blinding blue energy wave explodes from him, ripping through the air with an insane schwaik. That focused beam of pure power just slices through multiple frog warriors, their bodies exploding with every hit. Bong Joon-hyuk stands tall, a faint blue aura pulsing around him, totally victorious over the fallen enemies, as the system goes wild, announcing he's cleared the 10th floor, leveled up, and snagged a brand new, tower-exclusive healing system skill. And then, the whole system blows up with a massive announcement. Player Bong Joon-hyuk has absolutely dominated the 10th floor of the Black Tower, scoring a legendary platinum badge. Another day, another floor dominated. His companion throws out the question, but Bong Joon-hyuk just plays it cool, like he didn't even break a sweat. His companion quickly reminds him that just stepping foot in the tower is already the ultimate challenge. Despite his modesty, a slightly embarrassed Bong Joon-hyuk still manages to thank him, just happy to have been part of the action. But Team Gwangael isn't letting him off the hook, dead serious as he asks if he really thinks he could have soloed that tower in 3 minutes flat. Then, like a boss, he whips out a gold card from his wallet, telling Bong Joon-hyuk to grab some epic grub, but to keep the chaos to a minimum. Bong Joon-hyuk, surprised, tries to refuse, declaring he's not leaving his side and will just chill at home. But then, a lightbulb moment. He realizes he's still got some materialization time left, and decides it's time to hit the town and have some serious fun. And just like that, he's rocking a hilarious chicken hat, shouting with pure excitement, he's totally in. While Bong Joon-hyuk is glued to his phone at a table, Team Gwangael drops the news, he's off to see the guild master. Whoa, a brand new reward just dropped, a tower-exclusive healing potion. But wait, he's already thinking about sharing. He figures Cossack could really use one of these. And that's not all. He's also got a mountain of aura crystals from the tower, ready to be cashed in. It's day 10 of the Black Tower climb, and the crew is about to hit the 10th floor. Chilling at his desk, he's thinking he thought the tower rewards would be wilder, but hey, they've been crushing a floor every single day. Yesterday's boss fight? Total cakewalk. But there's still one thing gnawing at him. Floor clears are basically automatic now, so the S++ reward just feels like extra credit. He's deep in thought, wondering how to really cash in on all this hard work, as the Black Tower climb pushes on. Then, a glowing circle flashes into existence, revealing the designated summon, Cossack. He watches as a system notification confirms John Cossack's satisfaction evaluation has been rated S+, and his summon time adjusted for continuous service, causing a surprised gasp to escape him. A pleased smile spreads across his face as he acknowledges the system's promise, knowing that Cossack will now serve him for a much longer period. Meanwhile, Cossack's image appears, his voice echoing with a chilling declaration, "You can only trust me." The system continues to process, confirming that new items have entered his inventory, and both his physical abilities and traits have been significantly adjusted. Within a shimmering hexagonal grid, the figures of Bong Juhyuk and Cossack materialize, the system proudly announcing that the summon is now available. A profound realization washes over him, the true weight of this new power settling deep within his core. His eyes begin to glow with an intense crimson light as the tower's readjustment of his physical abilities takes full effect, a surge of energy coursing through his veins. A vibrant purple aura erupts from his form, enveloping him in its mystical glow, the overflowing power and mysterious mana now concentrated in his lower abdomen. Simultaneously, Cossack's eyes ignite with the same ominous red glow, a silent, powerful acknowledgement of their new, intertwined destiny. Cossack, now a hulking beast, roars that Bong Juhyuk has become an untamable wild horse, a raw, unstoppable force. Bong Juhyuk can only gape at the monstrous form before him, as Cossack, now a beast, confirms his identity with a booming declaration. With his hand poised over the keys, Bong Juhyuk makes a silent vow to assist, ready for whatever comes next. Cossack lays it bare, Bong Juhyuk's power is off the charts, untamed. So, as his summon, he's gotta take the reins and handle the fallout. With his eyes blazing crimson, Cossack declares he's got no choice, he's going all in. And just like that, a shimmering green energy erupts, forming a single, glowing green eye, grid-patterned, peering from another realm. The green power surges around Cossack's head, then explodes into a dazzling shower of particles. Out of the swirling green light, a terrifying praying mantis monster materializes, its menacing form now fully revealed. The monstrous mantis creature is absolutely massive, its green aura pulsing with raw, untamed power, sending shivers of pure terror down Bong Juhyuk's spine. His mind races, how in the world could any other summon even hope to catch something this insane? With his eyes practically bugging out, he's absolutely frozen by the sheer horror of it all. Cossack, looking totally beast mode, just casually drops the bomb, saying you need both luck and skill to even pretend to be human, then clarifies this isn't his real form, just some plot. The mantis creature's eye flares with an eerie glow, and Cossack's mental command hits home, confirming it's on the same page. The creature's head is practically exploding with vibrant green energy, blue lightning just ripping across its armored shell. Cossack, totally owning the scene with the beast behind him, just thinks, yeah, you got the message, Cossack. One of the mantis's massive forelimbs starts absolutely blazing with an ominous purple light, its razor-sharp edge practically vibrating with raw, destructive power. That limb is still crackling with insane blue energy, a terrifying display of its absolutely immense, perfectly controlled strength. Bong Juhyuk goes all out, unleashing a devastating torrent of dark energy from his glowing blade with a single, powerful sweep. His eyes blazing with an intense blue light as he channels pure power. The dark aura around him crackling with raw, untamed force as he absolutely dominates. Then, a system notification pops up, confirming the 10th floor mission is complete. And the reward? 2 kilograms of mana stone. But wait, there's more. An S++ clear reward is also granted, handing him a shiny platinum badge. Standing tall amidst the fading magical residue, he triumphantly declares, mission complete, I say. The system then gives him the green light to challenge the 11th floor, and confirms his successful exit from the Black Tower in Korea. Holding his fresh loot, he casually remarks, an additional 1 kilogram mana stone, and a platinum badge. The platinum badge gleams with incredible detail, a shining testament to his absolute domination. Boom! A system notification flashes, dropping a massive perk for hitting 10 platinum badges. He's already wondering what kind of game-breaking power he's about to unlock. A confident smirk spreading across his face. Then, the system lays it all out, a game-changing perk to copy any skill, complete with the hidden skill copy. Unlimited everything, uses, range, targets, types, ranks. It's absolutely busted. Bong Juhyuk can only manage a stunned oh. But before he can process it, John Cossack, with Lee Mina by his side, is already shouting advice, insisting the summoner has to learn Station Step. Mina just looks confused, muttering, huh. Everyone knows Station Step is the go-to, and Cossack is practically yelling that he needs to learn it, while Mina's still trying to figure out where the heck he went. Cossack doubles down, saying if any trouble pops up, he'll just copy Station Step himself. But Bong Juhyuk isn't listening to any of that. With a fierce grin, he declares he's going straight for the top, copying the skill of the strongest, the absolute best in the entire world. Boom! A new skill just dropped. Shadow Step is officially in the bag, ready to be unleashed. And John Cossack is all about that footwork, drilling it in that quick feet are absolutely crucial for any fight. He's dead serious about it, hammering home that footwork is the ultimate secret weapon for any good fight. Then, Bong Juhyuk unleashes it, blazing through with Shadow Step, leaving a ghost of himself behind, pure, instant motion. But wait, he's scratching his head, wondering why something so simple is even called a skill, it just doesn't add up. John Cossack, ever the pragmatist, just takes the confusion as a yes and wraps up their 11th day of intense training. Suddenly, his phone buzzes, and Bong Joon-hyuk picks up, a hint of surprise on his face as he hears the voice on the other end. It's the Bong Scorpion Guild on the line, calling to confirm his official registration. A huge congratulations flashes across his screen, as the system confirms the call is from the Bong Scorpion Guild's recruitment team, ready to welcome him aboard. Bong Joon-hyuk locks in his registration with the Bong Scorpion Guild, confirming his advisor's knowledge and promising a swift arrival. Hanging up, he takes a moment to process the sheer weight of it all. This isn't just any decision, it's the biggest move of his entire 25 years, now officially a part of the Bong Scorpion Guild, destined to be a generational star. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure exits the scene, just as a sleek car arrives, carrying two key players with a new objective. Inside the car, Manager Lee is met by her colleague, who immediately asks if their target was yesterday's Special Investigation Division manager, a fact that clearly has him on edge. He points out the target isn't even in the SH records, then curses, wondering if they'll even bother to appear. Mina, ever the calm one, simply suggests they might just be running late, trying to cool his rising temper. But Gwang-ael isn't listening. He snaps that it's time to go, insisting that if this is their guy, they're getting him on the elite team, no matter what it takes. His eyes narrow with fierce determination, vowing to recruit them, even if it means pulling out every single stop. Suddenly, a sharp, unexpected noise rips through the silence of the apartment. Bong Joon-hyuk, in the middle of an intense floor-scrubbing session, freezes, his focus instantly snapping to the source of the noise. Then, a clear knock-knock pounds on his door, and a voice booms, claiming to be from the management department. He rushes to the door, a fleeting thought about a noisy neighbor barely registering as he reaches for the handle. The door flies open, revealing Lee Mina and Team Gwang-ael, who waste no time declaring their mission, recruiting him from the management department. A stunned Joon-hyuk can only manage a flustered apology, instantly feeling awkward about his casual, cleaning day look. But Mina doesn't care about his clothes. She slides in close, her eyes locked onto him with an unnerving intensity. Her sudden, invading proximity sends his heart racing, leaving him completely flustered by the unexpected invasion of his personal space. With a sly, knowing look, she finally confirms her suspicion: it's him. The target they've been searching for. Lee Mina's eyes snap wide open, a shockwave of realization hitting her. The S++ rank, it's absolutely insane. Just as the God Strategy Guide interface flashes, a voice drops a bombshell, hitting him with, "It's you, isn't it?" Lee Mina is right there, confronting Bong Joon-hyuk, who's got his arm around her, and the atmosphere is absolutely electric. Then, he's just walking down a hall, his chill clothes clashing with the super sharp suit next to him, totally unaware of the chaos about to erupt. Out of nowhere, Lee Mina's hand slams into his face, sending him flying back with a shocked gasp, a desperate hiek, tearing from him. He's completely blindsided by the attack, his mind screaming, "What's going on?" His brain is in overdrive, trying to piece together the puzzle, muttering, "Is there some awakened prisoner I don't know about?" He tries to play it cool, telling himself to just act natural, then freaks out, "Am I thinking out loud?" But then his eyes start to glow with an insane electric blue, and he's totally panicking, stuttering, "That is not me, though. Ha. Ha. Ha." He instantly recognizes the classic tells of deception, the telltale signs of a lie playing out right in front of his eyes. But as Mina tries to drag him away, he snaps back, "Mina, I told you to stop pushing people around." The victim, Team Gwang-ael, quickly tries to de-escalate, "I'll try to be more careful next time." Mina quickly apologizes, and Gwang-ael brushes it off, then turns to Bong Joon-hyuk with a direct question, "So, are you here for me?" Then, the scene cuts to a massive, jet-black monolith, an absolutely terrifying structure so huge it breaks every rule of physics. This is it, the infamous Black Tower. It just popped up out of nowhere 20 years ago, literally overnight. Research teams and scientists threw everything they had at it, desperate to unlock its mysteries, but nobody, and I mean nobody, could even get near it. The Black Tower, once an impossible enigma, has become increasingly accessible over time, transforming into a place where individuals can gain immense power, leading many to wonder, what exactly is this mysterious structure? Some whisper of it as a proving ground, a place where one can ascend to new heights of strength. For while people outside the tower remain ordinary, those who venture within can wield truly powerful abilities, upgrading their equipment with various items found deep inside its floors, and contributing significantly to the global economy. But a critical question remains: why don't more people simply enter the tower? The answer lies in a chilling announcement: the Black Tower's collapse countdown has begun. The countdown, once at 100 hours, now stands at 0, signaling an imminent catastrophe. If the tower's new upper floors are not cleared in time, the collapse countdown begins, and then, inevitably, the tower collapses. The Black Tower collapses. A dazzling system message flashes, declaring that anyone, yes, anyone, can rise to become a hero. Inside a traditional room, a stern-faced man on a cushion eyes Bong Joon-hyuk, who's on the floor, demanding to know about the mountain of documents, then declares it's time to kick off the verification process. The man then challenges him, asking if he's truly an awakened, and Juhyuk coolly confirms, dropping the bombshell that he's already conquered the tower's 10th floor. A dazzling display of glowing blue crystals fills the frame, as the man casually comments that the 10th floor must have been a breeze for him, emphasizing the sheer power behind such a feat. Elsewhere, in a sleek office, Team Gwangael and Lee Mina are buzzing with the news, Gwangael skeptically asking about the 5th floor's status, while Mina can barely believe the wild rumors might actually be real. Mina's face fills the frame, a look of pure disbelief etched across her features, her mind reeling from the outrageous claims. Gwangael then pivots, asking if Bong Juhyuk has caught wind of the viral Nightmare Tournament, a buzzworthy event everyone's talking about. Juhyuk's gaze sharpens, his face a mask of cool indifference. He mentally coaches himself to keep his composure, then nonchalantly admits to knowing about the S++ rank in the clear, acting like it's old news to him. Bong Juhyuk, ever the chill protagonist, can't help but feel a little annoyed by all the fuss. Casually brushing off their curiosity and acting like his rank increase is no biggie. But let's switch gears for a sec. The government's official policy on awakened individuals is crystal clear, they're basically VIPs who need protection. And who's at the top of that list? The OG Awakened and the legendary Gwangael team, who basically run their own show, teaming up with the government for epic dungeon raids like total pros. On the flip side, some organizations are getting the full government backing, enjoying all the perks and benefits. Like the Protection Order, who understand that even 10th floor players are still just regular folks at the end of the day. Back to the main event. Team Gwangael is laying out the sweet deal, if you're good enough, you get a basic salary, and then they drop the bomb, they know about Bong Juhyuk's S++ rank. But then they totally play it cool, basically saying his S++ status doesn't mean much to them because he's still just a rookie. Suddenly, the spotlight hits him, and Bong Juhyuk is absolutely reeling. His brain just screaming a hard no as he tries to process this sudden, intense spotlight. He hates being the center of attention, absolutely loathes it. Meanwhile, John Cossack is laying out the facts, if you're on the elite team, you're in for intense campaigns and raids, and Bong Juhyuk just gives this awkward Cossack then drops his own bombshell, flat out saying he can't join the elite team. He's totally cool with the general team, he says, but you can tell he's thinking about those sweet elite team rewards. Bong Juhyuk, still playing it cool, insists he's got zero talent, and honestly, that kind of high-pressure gig? Too scary. He doubles down, saying he's totally fine with a chill job, and the reasonable rewards that come with it. Then, with a hopeful glint in his eye, he tries to nudge Cossack into thinking about the elite team just a little more. With his decision locked in, Bong Juhyuk shuts them down, leaving Lee Mina in a tense silence. But she's not giving up, reminding him the tower is their only way out, and he's the only one who can make it happen. The towering holographic display looms, a constant, undeniable reminder, this is the one shot, and he's the key. She knows he's hesitant, but his S++ rank is humanity's last hope, and he has to clear that tower. Then, Team Gwangael steps up, giving a respectful nod to player Bong's choice. A slightly awkward, but sincere thank you follows. But then, the real question drops, is he seriously going to throw away his only shot at clearing the tower? Bong Juhyuk can only manage a weak Team Gwangael keeps pushing, calling it a total waste to miss this chance, and casually suggests he just clear a floor while they're at it, leaving Bong Juhyuk to wonder, should I? A look of pure exasperation crosses Bong Juhyuk's face as he finally gets it, they're just testing him, thinking his S++ rank means he'll crush it no matter what. He tries to explain his usual solo approach, but this time, it's a whole new game. Mina, ever the professional, just tells him they'll be waiting. With a decisive turn, he's off. His stride confident. But not before dropping a casual offer, make yourselves at home, TV and drinks are on me while you wait. A quick look back. And then, with a flash of blue energy, he's out. Once he's gone, Gwangael can't help but confirm. Mina then cuts straight to the chase, demanding, so, what's the verdict on him? Lee Mina is deep in thought, frustrated by Bong Juhyuk's wasted potential, convinced his immense talent is being squandered. She's certain he'll bail on the 11th floor, making her colleague question her bold claim. The 9th floor test, a player's nightmare, was already history, but the monster in question is the terrifying long-legged giant centipede. Her colleague verifies, you mean the long-legged giant centipede? He clarifies, those monsters are a piece of cake, as she well knows. He confidently states someone else will take care of it in no time. He doubles down, convinced Bong Juhyuk will just quit and retreat to safety. Lee Mina, now with Team Gwangael, concedes his point, admitting he's been spot on with every prediction. After their discussion, Team Gwangael makes a crucial decision, I should call the chief. Bong Juhyuk finds himself surrounded by a swirling blue aura, a familiar sight, as he mutters about yet another mess he's gotten into. And from that shimmering blue energy, the legendary John Cossack materializes, fully summoned and ready for action. John Cossack flashes a confident grin, wiping his nose with a flourish, clearly enjoying the spotlight as he thanks his summoner. Suddenly, a system window pops up, laying out the 11th floor's brutal mission, a race against time to eliminate 100 long-tailed giant centipedes in just 3 hours. The stakes are clear as the window continues, outlining the completion condition and the terrifying failure conditions, death or mission abandonment. But John Cossack just laughs, confidently declaring he'll handle everything. He boasts that wiping out 100 of those annoying centipedes is a mere 5-minute job. Bong Joon-hyuk, however, eyes him skeptically, knowing from his extensive lab experience that big talkers are usually the first to fall. But John Cossack, ever the showman, seems to read his mind, holding up a single finger as if to say, I got this. Bong Joon-hyuk's eye glows with a faint power as he confirms his entry, realizing this mission isn't just about survival, it's about a full clear. A chilling grin spreads across John Cossack's face as he vows to break free from the 5H clear net, his terrible records be damned. Suddenly, from the dungeon's depths, a monstrous long-tailed giant centipede, crackling with electric blue energy, bursts into view. John Cossack is a green-streaked blur, moving with impossible speed as his blade carves through the monstrous centipede. But even for him, a chilling thought cuts through the adrenaline, is it too fast? A quick glance back at Bong Joon-hyuk, a confident, sure, on his lips, reaffirming his own lightning pace. But the centipede, now pulsing with green energy, defies expectations, proving far more agile than even he had calculated. Meanwhile, Bong Joon-hyuk is in deep trouble, perched precariously on one centipede as another, glowing menacingly red, lunges forward, the terrifying thought screaming through his mind, if this keeps up, I'm dead. Its eyes burning crimson, the centipede strikes with brutal force, a sudden, devastating impact that demands an instant, desperate counter. His eyes blown wide with pure terror, Bong Joon-hyuk can only scream a single, desperate word. The giant centipede closed in, and Bong Joon-hyuk knew he had to pull out a skill to survive this. It was now or never. But his body just wouldn't listen. He was stuck, frozen in midair as the centipede went for the kill. Pure shock hit him like a truck, his eyes bugging out in absolute terror. Just then, a voice ripped through the air as John Cossack burst onto the scene, a blazing blue streak in his wake, shouting for his ally. He dropped like a freaking meteor, a raw blue aura exploding around him as he dove headfirst into the fight. Boom! One centipede got absolutely shredded, its body parts flying everywhere from the sheer power of his strike. John Cossack landed, surrounded by the remaining bugs, his body blazing with blue energy as he swore to wipe out every single one of those hideous centipede bastards. His blue energy pulsed, ripping through the horde, taking down multiple centipedes at once. Another massive centipede lit up with that deadly blue glow, its body just exploding into nothing under the relentless barrage. Frozen in terror, Bong Joon-hyuk could only choke out a cry as the centipedes closed in, their terrifying forms surrounding him. But before they could even touch him, a blinding blue energy exploded, ripping through the horde with insane speed, obliterating the creatures. The onslaught was absolutely relentless, a whirlwind of pure destruction that left nothing but dust. John Cossack stood tall amidst the fading blue light, his resolve unbreakable as he declared his intention to clear the area, no matter what, promising to obey any command. Bong Joon-hyuk could only gape, a profound sense of disbelief hitting him like a truck, realizing that if this guy kept going, the fight would be over before he could even blink. Then, a system message exploded into view, announcing the defeat of over 100 black centipedes and confirming his exit from the dungeon. Now on his feet, a faint blue aura shimmering around him, he saw another notification, a clear reward of a platinum badge, and he just let out a frustrated groan. The system then dropped another bomb, he could now enter the second floor, his face a mix of pure determination and lingering annoyance. Finally, the message confirming his exit from the black centipede lair vanished completely, leaving him to figure out what's next. The tension is palpable as Lee Mina declares, it's been 5 minutes. Throwing her hands up in exasperation, she shouts, I'm giving up. You go ahead and find the guy. Just as she storms off, Gwang Ael's screen lights up with a shocking system announcement, manager left, it reads, followed by the earth-shattering news, announcement, you have achieved S++ rank on the 11th floor of the Black Tower, Korea. Suddenly, a blinding, electric blue energy explodes around Bong Joon-hyuk, pulsating with raw power. Both Gwang Ael and Mina are instantly drawn to the spectacle, their eyes wide as they witness the protagonist's transformation, a literal exclamation point of power. A look of pure astonishment washes over Gwang Ael's face, as he gasps, no way. With the blue energy flaring even brighter, Gwang Ael can only articulate their shared confusion, demanding, what? What's going on? The system's voice booms once more, confirming the incredible, the S++ rank for the 11th floor clear appeared. The blue particles practically vibrate off his chest, a dazzling display of his newly acquired, overwhelming power. The blue aura around him exploded, a raw display of power, as Bong Joon-hyuk muttered, ugh. I really didn't want to have to do this. The energy around him crackled with insane intensity, and his voice, now dripping with a chilling resolve, cut through the air, "You too." Then, a towering, shadowy armored figure with glowing red eyes materialized behind him, and Bong Joon-hyuk's aura shifted to a menacing dark blue, crackling with red lightning, as he coldly stated, "Will have to be silenced." A shadowy figure, absolutely radiating with crackling blue energy, drops a chilling declaration, "You too are getting silenced." On a glowing platform, Bong Joon-hyuk and Lee Mina are locked and loaded, ready for whatever's coming. And then, John Cossack just ignites with a blinding blue aura, his eyes blazing with pure, unadulterated power, ready to throw down. But the shadowy assailant isn't waiting around, unleashing a lightning-fast, multi-hit combo to finish them off now. A massive, energy-charged hit slams home with insane power. Bong Joon-hyuk gets absolutely rocked, his whole body screaming from the brutal hit. The attacker doesn't let up, following through with a brutal, lightning-fast kick, sending him flying as he screams, totally blindsided and furious about this insane attack. Bong Joon-hyuk lets out a primal scream, his face twisted in absolute agony as the full force of the attack slams into him. Then, an unseen force chimes in, almost sarcastically, with a flurry of apologies for the brutal, unexpected hit. Meanwhile, Team Gwang-il and Lee Mina are stunned, their eyes wide with shock as they shout his name, utterly bewildered. John Cossack rushes to his side, dropping to a knee, his voice tight with concern as he demands if he's okay, seeing him soaked in sweat. A chilling thought hits him, he becomes paranoid without even knowing it. Later, Team Gwang-il lays it out for John Cossack, confirming their elite squad will manage the raw talent of this new player. Bong Joon-hyuk, now grinning, finally gets it, his new player status is the reason they're protecting him. Team Gwang-il presses on, worried a new player is a huge risk, but John Cossack shuts him down, absolutely certain. With a document in hand, John Cossack declares that as a player, there's no turning back, it's time to sign that contract. He's absolutely floored, eyes glued to the document as it screams one undeniable truth, this isn't just any contract, it's elite. He can barely process it, but John Cossack just coolly confirms that this isn't just different, it's a whole new league. Cossack leans in, declaring, this isn't just rare, it's for the absolute elite, the top 0.1%, the one and only. The contract itself screams it, an ultra-elite contract promising insane perks. We're talking a mind-blowing annual salary of 12 billion won, prime real estate, and full-on VIP treatment with security tighter than a vault. And the benefits just keep coming, a never-ending stream of luxury. And the kicker. Total immunity, meaning he's untouchable by any legal trouble. He's utterly stunned, thinking, this is basically royalty. But Cossack quickly drops the bombshell, all this power comes with some serious liabilities for new players. Cossack pushes the contract closer, promising, it's got every single benefit the nation can throw at him, but then he hits him with the big but. Even with the mind-blowing perks of the ultra-elite contract on the table, Bong Joon-hyuk is straight up rejecting it. He's not holding back, declaring he won't fall for another regular contract trick. But the question is, why is he so against this insane deal? The truth for Bong Joon-hyuk is clear, he hates the spotlight, and dealing with the aftermath of attention is just too much hassle. He'd even zone out in a clothing store when asked about his style, just grabbing whatever to escape the conversation. Too much attention was pure stress for him, while everyone else wondered why a player wouldn't want to show off. Just thinking about it made his heart race, solidifying his status as a total introvert. Snapping back to reality, John Cossack coolly points out that with all the contract's perks, Bong Joon-hyuk's reluctance just doesn't make sense. But Bong Joon-hyuk is still on the fence, thinking it's smarter to hold off for now, even though he's clearly torn. John Cossack is still laying it all out, pushing hard for this ultra-elite contract like it's the deal of a lifetime. He's practically guaranteeing that anyone who gets this contract is already a certified legend, and the perks. They're insane, totally crushing any downsides. But with an elite contract comes elite pressure, and that's the part that's really getting to Bong Joon-hyuk. He flashes back to a time with Team Gwang-il, wishing he could just vanish into the shadows of the lower floors, anything to escape the crushing weight of attention. Deep in his head, he makes the call, no way is he taking on that kind of pressure right now. Totally oblivious to the mental battle raging inside him, John Cossack keeps hyping up the future, thrilled that Bong Joon-hyuk's life is about to get a massive upgrade. And all the while, the massive Haenim Guild Awakening Management Department building just looms, watching over all the high-stakes talks. Later, in a more relaxed vibe, Bong Joon-hyuk and Team Gwang-il are still hashing things out, with Team Gwang-il wondering if the team leader really called him a third-place hunter, or just the absolute lowest. The pressure mounts as John Cossack doubles down, confirming the contract's legitimacy, but Bong Joon-hyuk, ever the enigma, just shrugs it off, claiming he doesn't get it. Cossack pushes further, revealing their target is also an academy student, a detail he emphatically confirms, yet Bong Joon-hyuk's unreadable demeanor keeps him guessing. But in his mind, Bong Joon-hyuk's self-image is starkly different, he's just a regular guy, an everyday face in a crowd, barely registering on anyone's radar. Cossack, however, remains deep in thought, his eyes locked on the elusive talent before him. Cossack presses on, insisting the contract is a perfect match, only for Bong Joon-hyuk to flatly reject it as not workable. Inside his head, Bong Joon-hyuk's defiance grows. Why would someone with exceptional talent even need this kind of deal? Meanwhile, Team Gwanghae, fueled by an unyielding resolve, barks out an order: secure him for the team, whatever it takes. Cossack, ever the professional, snaps to attention, a crisp "Roger, Chief," confirming his unwavering commitment. Yet, Team Gwanghae's voice cuts through the air with an undeniable edge, reminding them that he'd already been told it was a hard no. Bong Joon-hyuk's face just explodes with pure, unadulterated rage. He can only manage a pathetic groan as John Cossack lays into him, practically screaming about his secret being exposed and how he brought this on himself. But then, bam. The world glitches, replaced by a cold blue screen, screaming that he's just been dumped onto the second floor of the Black Tower in Korea. And his mission? Wipe out every single goblin spear wielder in a brutal 3-hour sprint. The system lays down the law: 20 goblins, or it's game over, death, or mission failed. Suddenly, he's dropped into a desolate, frozen wasteland, the air so cold it stings, as a system message blares, telling him to take it gently. Real slowly. Bundled in a thick winter coat, he glares at a system window, thinking, does Cossack seriously expect me to do this? He decides to just chill and take his sweet time, even as Cossack's digital face warns him to be careful. A moment of doubt flashes across his face, but it's instantly replaced by something else. His eyes start watering, and he shivers uncontrollably, realizing with a shock just how absolutely freezing this place is. Even with a heavy winter coat, the 12th floor's brutal cold is absolutely relentless, freezing Bong Joon-hyuk to his core as he pushes through the desolate, icy terrain. Watching the whole thing unfold, Cossack's eyes snap wide open with alarm, shouting out if he's even okay. But with a fierce, determined glow in his eyes, Bong Joon-hyuk fires back, promising to absolutely crush this mission and get everyone to a warm room ASAP. Shaking off the cold, he unleashes his mana, dark energy exploding around him as he powers up. A blue aura pulses around Cossack, who can only warn him to be careful or he'll catch a serious cold. Next to him, Mina's blue aura flares even brighter, her voice filled with panic as she screams about colds being deadly and his life being on the line. Now wielding a glowing spear, Bong Joon-hyuk just looks utterly fed up, grumbling about how desperate they are and how much he needs their help. Then, a system message explodes onto the screen, blaring an S++ grade for the 12th floor conquest and a shiny platinum badge reward. Cossack and Mina are absolutely floored, staring in utter disbelief that he cleared the 12th floor that fast. He lets out a satisfied sigh, the 12th floor of the Black Tower absolutely demolished. His hand flares with blue energy, unsummoning his summoned beasts with a mana-matching dismissal. The colossal summon vanishes into thin air, gone with a single thought. He shoots a defiant glare at the system, a smirk on his face, flat out refusing to obey its orders. A blinding flash, and he's gone, instantly warping to the 13th floor of the Black Tower. Mission accomplished, the system declares, demanding his return to the tower. He scoffs at the notification, calling the place unreliable, even as the system insists the path is clear. Shadowy figures erupt from the ground, but he charges in like a whirlwind, vowing to smash through these traps barefoot. His hand explodes with raw power, delivering a devastating final strike, and the system screams his triumph, S+ rank on the 13th floor. The system blares a warning about massive monsters with devastating area of effect attacks, but Bong Joon-hyuk just smirks, vowing to wipe them out before they can even land a hit. His summoned beasts, crackling with raw power, absolutely obliterate the monster swarm, leaving a trail of pure destruction. Just like that, a system notification flashes, confirming the 13th floor of the Black Tower has been absolutely dominated. He pulls up his transaction history, ready to see the sweet loot from his latest conquest. The screen explodes with numbers, 2.7 billion from stone sales, and another 2.7 billion for player support. His jaw drops at the insane payout. He just stares at his phone, mind blown. Can this seriously be the reward for clearing the 13th floor? He barely even broke a sweat, yet the payout is insane. If the 14th floor brings in similar cash, he's gonna be swimming in money. Just the mana stones from the 14th floor would be huge, but with that management support fund on top, forget about it. He realizes this kind of cash is enough to buy a building in Gangnam. Just a few floors, and he's set for life with a real estate empire. The next day dawned, and with it, a fresh start. The magical residue faded, and bam. A new path to the 14th floor opened up, making Bong Joon-hyuk gasp in awe. He made a firm declaration, no more taking it slow from the 13th floor. His determination was absolutely locked in. But then, a thought hit him like a truck, leaving him totally stunned by how fast his mindset had changed. His eyes flared with power, as he realized another special perk was almost certainly within his grasp. He fully embraced his ambition, knowing that stacking up those perks meant ultimate safety. His fist crackling with energy, Bong Joon-hyuk hyped up John Cossack, ready to charge, and Cossack, though startled, was all in. They blasted through the shimmering portal, straight into the 14th floor, Nereal, with one clear objective: wipe out every single goblin warrior. He dives headfirst into the chaos, his glowing weapon a blinding streak against the relentless goblin warriors. From a safe distance, John Cossack watches the sheer volume of enemies, muttering that there are just too many to take on directly. He acknowledges their power, realizing that even a single one-on-one encounter would be a serious challenge. Cossack then ponders the protagonist's next move: how in the world will he handle this many foes? With a fierce grin and eyes burning electric blue, Bong Joon-hyuk vows to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. A blinding, swirling blue aura explodes from him, as he funnels raw power into his hands, announcing this is a breath skill, a one-time, devastating move. The surging blue energy swallows the goblin warriors whole, their bodies dissolving under the sheer power, leaving nothing but a whisper of their destruction. After absolutely crushing the first floor's mission, scoring an S+ rank and snagging a platinum badge, plus a ton of mana stones, gold, and a healing potion, Bong Joon-hyuk is practically radiating with a brilliant blue aura, his eyes blazing as he takes in the system's epic announcements. He's not just done, he's officially entered the legendary Blade Tower, the 14th floor. That insane blue energy just keeps on surging, totally engulfing both him and John Cossack in its blinding brilliance. He reaches out, tapping a shimmering blue holographic screen, diving straight into the juicy details of his fresh rewards. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he checks out the glowing platinum badges floating right in front of him, and then it hits him: he can craft these into some seriously powerful gear. His eyes are locked onto those badges, and a new obsession kicks in: he needs more of them. Then, bam. Another system message pops up, dropping the news about a sweet new perk for collecting 5 platinum badges, and he shouts in pure victory, knowing all his grinding just hit the jackpot. He reflects on his past achievements, recalling how collecting 5 badges had upgraded his trait, and how 10 had granted him the ability to copy a skill from his summons. A confident smirk plays on his lips as a vibrant blue aura and glowing particles swirl around him, and the system interface appears before him, pulsating with energy, as he eagerly anticipates what new power or ability awaits him this time. Whoa! A system notification just popped up, dropping a brand new item and a bunch of exploration badges. Then, bam. A golden ring just materializes, radiating power, and the system's like, new item in inventory. Plus, you just learned energy barrier magic at your level. An energy barrier? He's clearly wondering what this thing even is. He gasps in pure shock, as a blue energy barrier erupts around his hands. The system's already breaking down its insane protective power and cooldowns. His jaw drops in disbelief as the barrier just keeps on growing. He shouts, the realization hitting him like a truck: this is basically full body armor. The energy barrier completely engulfs him, blazing with an intense blue glow. He's hyped, confirming to himself that this barrier actually works in the real world. Staring at the golden ring now on his wrist, he's already calculating the cash, thinking, 2 billion. How much could I get for this thing? With the golden ring now on his finger, Bong Joon-hyuk is already calculating. Should he just cash out and ditch the tower life altogether? Cut to an office, where a male office worker is already trying to seal the deal, promising a quick agreement, but Bong Joon-hyuk's mind is clearly elsewhere, wrestling with his obligations. His face contorts in a mix of shock and deep thought, leaving him utterly stumped on his next big play. Inside his head, a tiny, bewildered version of him pops up, screaming, what's the deal? Then, he's holding up a miniature bracelet, like, seriously, this thing? Switching gears, Bong Joon-hyuk, looking sharp in a suit, confronts Lee Mina in the office, demanding to know how long it's been since the S+ clear records were last updated, clearly hinting at a major lapse in progress. Lee Mina, with a sly smirk, drops the bomb: 15 days. Then she throws in a jab about him sticking to the floor, totally calling him out on his stagnation. Bong Joon-hyuk is absolutely fuming, staring down at his screen and cursing the heavens for giving him such a pathetic player. The tower's difficulty spikes massively from floor 16, but player Bong is still pushing, so they're holding out hope for just a bit longer. A grizzled manager just listens, his face giving absolutely nothing away. A younger colleague spills the tea: Bong Joon-hyuk's now in management, and look, there he goes, just strolling by in the background. He keeps going, dropping the bombshell that Bong Joon-hyuk wants to hit up the player's shop. The manager's eyes practically pop out at the mention of the player's shop, thinking, is this even worth it? Then the colleague drops another bomb, asking if Bong Joon-hyuk's been begging for cash to buy stuff, because apparently, he's always been like this, even before the tower. The manager's face just goes stone cold, a vein popping as he explodes: how could he be so dumb? He can't believe he almost gave this guy a shot. So he makes a decision: when player Bong finally shows up, they're gonna hook him up with whatever items he wants, and at a ridiculously low price. 15 days ago, a colossal, glowing crystal structure pulsed with an otherworldly blue light. The manager's face twists in pure disbelief, eyes wide, as he screams, yes. His voice cracks with raw outrage, roaring, WHWH what? What did you just say? Bong Joon-hyuk clutches his gut, face contorted in pain and betrayal, yelling, why are you doing this to me? Desperation burning in his eyes, he begs, if you don't like me, just give me death instead, while a shadowy, glowing-eyed figure looms below. The manager, trying to play it cool, explains, it's not like I'm doing this because I like you. I'm doing this because I'm a nice person, then quickly mumbles, I didn't hear, trying to take it back. His frustration explodes, face red, as he screams, this is so frustrating. Bong Joon-hyuk reaches out, a silent question hanging, as the manager stands before him, now radiating a faint purple aura. With a chilling, wide grin, Bong Joon-hyuk's eyes ignite with a fierce purple glow, declaring, I'll do it myself. All out. I'll open my eyes and they'll be stained purple. Bong Joon-hyuk is absolutely fuming, a blue aura crackling around him as the system declares, NO effect applied, and a stern warning echoes, you absolutely cannot do that again. But he's not done yet. Taking orders from a mysterious figure, he simply states, got it. Back to hunting. Then, BAM. A massive burst of electric blue energy explodes from him, his eyes glowing with raw power. He's on the move, a blur of speed, his mind locked on one target, Cossack's hiding spot. 10 minutes, tops, no matter what. The world becomes a streak of light as he pushes his limits, pure determination etched on his face. He drops into a combat stance, a fierce resolve burning within him, ready to make his presence known. His eyes ignite with an otherworldly blue as he unleashes his signature move, Shadow Step. And just like that, John Cossack is caught completely off guard, his eyes wide with terror as the blue light engulfs him. Bong Joon-hyuk strikes, a whirlwind of blue energy, delivering a devastating blow. Power surges, an electric current through his veins, Bong Joon-hyuk feels it, a new, raw sensation igniting deep within him. With a blinding blue aura exploding around him, he's a blur of motion, leaving streaks of light as he tears through the air, absolutely unbound. But just as quickly, his momentum slams to a halt, a puzzled, escaping him as something totally unexpected pops up. Hold up. Instead of his target, a gnarly, green-skinned goblin thing is staring him down. What? He's tearing through a lush forest now, chasing this new threat, his mission suddenly taking a wild detour. His blue aura flares, ready for a fight, but a critical question burns in his mind, wait, wasn't I supposed to be after Cossack? The goblin lets out a savage, kraaz, its red eyes burning with pure malice, ready to throw down. It stands its ground, revealing its full, terrifying form, absolutely ready for the showdown. Bong Joon-hyuk is absolutely going all out, his entire form blazing with electric blue energy as he throws down with this gnarly green monster. He's feeling it, that intense surge of power, giving him literal goosebumps as the fight heats up. But the monster roars, landing a massive hit that sends him flying straight through the air. But he's not out yet. Mid-flight, he snaps back, his body blazing with that electric blue power, ready for round 2. He dodges, a lightning-fast blur of blue energy, leaving the monster's attack in the dust. He's analyzing, thinking this thing moves like a pro soccer player, but then it hits him, something seriously off. He's powering up, a massive blue aura exploding around him, ready to unleash pure destruction, just as someone shouts his name. But then, his focus snaps to a figure crumpled on the ground, and he immediately rushes over, shouting in alarm. Crack. Lee Mina is absolutely losing it, demanding to know who he fought and what in the world he was thinking. John Cossack, just as fed up, cuts in, declaring he's way too comfortable with this whole danger thing, his voice sharp. He's been warned again and again, he shouts, telling Summoner Bong he can't fly too close to the sun. A full-body shudder hits him as he meekly promises, okay, I'll be careful. After 2 weeks of recovering that sweet loot, he spent the next month grinding his skills. The mana stones he stacked up were insane, worth a mind-blowing 112.5 million won. Later, a voice on the phone hits up player Bong, asking if he could swing by the player center. The caller offers to send a pickup right away, but he's like, nah, I got this. I can get there myself. The voice on the other end quickly reassures him not to sweat it, explaining it's standard for all contracted players, and he can totally sell his mana stones at the shop. He takes a beat, then agrees, okay, then. I'll wait. A super sleek limousine rolls up to a futuristic building, and with a soft click, the doors swing open. Out steps Bong Joon-hyuk, instantly met by a waiting figure who exclaims, long time no see, player Bong. This guy, sharp in his suit, flashes a welcoming smile, all business but clearly ready to roll out the red carpet. Inside they go, with Bong Joon-hyuk greeting, hello team leader, and the team leader wastes no time, let's go inside. A soft chime rings out. And a hand reaches for a glowing screen, instantly registering his presence. Bong Joon-hyuk's user info. Successfully registered, just like that. In the elevator, the team leader lays it out, Bong Joon-hyuk's free to come and go, the director's calling, and a tour is on the table. With a soft thud, the doors slide open, and boom. Welcome to the Players' Center. Bong Joon-hyuk steps into the massive, brightly lit lobby, bracing himself for the next level. Stepping into the Players' Center, he's immediately hit with the sheer scale of its shopping mall, a high-tech hub for all player needs. The city hums with a quiet energy as twilight descends. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy crackles around Bong Joon-hyuk's hand, signaling his readiness. He's checking out an adamant mace, a serious piece of gear, for a cool 2 million won. Then his eyes land on some basilisk leather boots, only 3 million won. But wait, he knows gear like this usually goes for 20 to 30 million. But a thought hits him, a slight annoyance, team leader Jong-woo didn't even show up to greet him personally. He's totally getting special treatment, no matter how he tries to deny it. Or is he? He's just grabbing the boots for now, but these aren't just any boots, they come with an energy barrier that unifies all defense. And it's all thanks to the perks he's getting. A smirk spreads across his face, a good deal is always a win, even if he's still wondering about that special treatment. He can't help but think he's getting a little too greedy, but who can blame him? Just like that, the next day dawns. After John Cossack's designated summon is confirmed, he's back in the player center, staring at the holographic screen. His perks are absolutely wild, letting him skip from floor 10 straight to floor 16. Then, a new notification pops up, announcing that the summon cooldown is officially over. And John Cossack, now fully summoned, is absolutely stunned by his new reality. Cooldown reset, and the thought immediately hits him, time to summon one more. He starts the incantation, and glowing runes erupt around a shadowy figure with burning red eyes, as voices cry out, begging for a miracle, hallelujah, with abracadabra filling the space. Bathed in a powerful purple aura, Bong Joon-hyuk stretches out his hands, and it hits him, this isn't a designated summon, it's a random summon. The random summon was going off, and a blinding, chaotic vortex of purple energy just absolutely exploded around him. The sheer magical power was going through the roof, shaping into something humanoid, and he was already thinking, wait a minute, what is this thing? Then, with a earth-shattering roar, this absolutely massive, muscular, glowing purple energy being just fully materialized. This thing was just absolutely huge, radiating raw power. And Bong Joon-hyuk was just absolutely floored. And then, this newly summoned monster, with its terrifying, glowing red eyes, actually spoke, dropping the most random, bizarre line ever, my security deposit. What even is that? A blinding blue blade slices down with insane velocity. As John Cossack goes all out, a devastating, energy-charged strike turning him into a whirlwind of blue lightning. The sheer power of that hit rips through the air, and Bong Joon-hyuk is left speechless, asking himself what kind of insane weapon this is, and why his buddy isn't even calling his summons. Then it hits him, a thought flashing through his mind, do these guys actually know each other? But the colossal summoned entity just shrugs it off, a smirk on its face as it mocks the attack, saying it didn't even hurt, just tickled. But Cossack isn't backing down, he's ready for round 2, vowing to give the monster a pretty good reason to actually feel pain. His hand flares with raw blue power, snatching at something invisible in the air. But the summoned entity is faster, striking back with savage power, and sending Cossack flying straight down. As he crashes down, a voice booms, saying one broken ceiling is plenty, then a victorious shout rings out. He just stares, a burning question igniting in his mind. He needs answers from the new guy, but John Cossack brushes him off, saying it's pointless because the entity is already infamous. But Bong Joon-hyuk isn't buying it. He knows the 3 unbreakable rules of summoning, and this whole mess breaks every single one. This just doesn't add up. A summoned being is supposed to be a puppet, completely under the summoner's thumb, but this thing is clearly fighting John Cossack. Something is seriously off here. He shouts, what is this thing, and a system window pops up, dull barbarian meet shield of the Great Plains tribe, an R-rank barbarian warrior, name unknown, needing 10 hours to manifest, and his own satisfaction rating for it is 0 because of 1 broken ceiling. This is the absolute lowest rank he can summon, and it's a total disaster. He debates, should I just wait a month and try again? His hand hovers, ready to make a choice. But the entity just shrugs, no. Forgot. Why am I here? No. A monstrous roar rips through the air as the summoned entity, a powerhouse of raw physical might, dares its opponents to a deadly game of tag. But here's the kicker, for all that raw power, the system revealed it was incredibly, tragically dim-witted. Joon-hyuk, processing the data, can only confirm the sheer, overwhelming scale of this being. So utterly clueless, it couldn't even remember its own name. This was the barbarian warrior, the system declared, flashing back to a past life, radiating with raw, purple power. It was thrown into the grinder, a living meat shield against the monstrous archfiend Hydra. Powerful, yes, but fiercely loyal, always protecting its barbarian kin, who always returned the favor. It climbed the ranks, becoming a leader, but its tribe, its family, was always its Achilles heel. And in the end, it fell, consumed by a devastating aura breath, a sacrifice for comrades who, in its final moments, deserted it. He gasps, absolutely floored by the sudden mana drain, the system's message hitting him like a truck, "You're a bot." Meanwhile, the summoned entity is just chilling in a swirling green aura, a spectral skeletal figure looming behind him, like he's totally cool with his past as a meat shield. He just stares, absolutely dumbfounded by this insane revelation. He's glued to the screen, the entity's chill acceptance of its past just blowing his mind, then bam. A new message pops up, welcoming him to the party. Standing next to the absolutely massive summoned entity, Bong Joon-hyuk throws out an invitation. A huge guy asks him about his food preference, giving him the classic choice, meat or meatballs. And he's just like, dunno. The guy's not having it, pushing for a real answer. The summoned entity, with zero hesitation, just blurts out, meatball. He's kinda thrown off by the choice, then he turns to the entity, a super important question hanging in the air, do you actually trust me? He doubles down on his command, I do what you say. And Cossack, ever the opportunist, chimes in, with you, Mr. Cossack, you and I are comrades, provided you let me have your cut. Cossack lets out a thoughtful humph, a light bulb practically going off above his head, as he connects the dots on their new power dynamic. The system flashes, calculation complete, and Cossack can't help but think, yeah, if you factor in that he's basically a walking meat shield. But Bong Joon-hyuk just shrugs off the system's brutal honesty, cutting straight to the chase, alright, meatball, you gonna attack or what? The massive, white-haired summon just stares back, those blue eyes locked on Bong Joon-hyuk, and grunts, yeep. Bong Joon-hyuk snaps, stop copying me, you punk, while the system drops the bombshell on the entity's stats, a timid, data-driven player, a mad assassin, and a rather ridiculous meat shield. He scratches his head, trying to make sense of it all, thinking, okay, on paper, this guy sounds like a complete train wreck, but... Suddenly, a new system alert blazes across the screen, you have entered the first floor of the Black Tower. It's game on. Physical abilities are adjusted to match your level, and get this, skills and consumables are now available. And just like that, the summoned entity is teleported into a dark, glowing blue dungeon, standing tall amidst other armored warriors, ready to conquer the Black Tower. The summoned entity dropped into the new, foreboding zone, and Bong Joon-hyuk's eyes blazed with resolve, a fierce declaration ripping from him, let's make this work. A system alert blared, mission parameters clear, wipe out 20 goblin scouts, no backing out. He just gave a curt nod, got it. Flanked by his summoned entity, Bong Joon-hyuk scanned the eerie, glowing forest, spotting shadowy figures in the distance, their ranged attacks a known threat, their ambush timing a total mystery. Taking a deep breath, he pushed forward, plunging into the Black Tower's dark heart. Then, a goblin scout in the distance powered up its staff, a wicked red energy flaring to life. The staff pulsed, energy surging, crackling with raw power. And then, a violent surge, a blinding vertical beam of purple lightning blasted forth. The destructive energy ripped through the air, a direct hit course set for the heroes. The red energy beam slams into him, a raw, visceral impact that rips a gasp from his throat. But behind him, the summoned entity's eyes snap open, the realization hitting him like a truck, this isn't just an attack, it's an ambush. No hesitation. He explodes forward, a crimson aura erupting around him as he swats away a hail of incoming projectiles. Launching himself into the thick of it, he roars his promise to block every single hit. Now, a blinding blue aura envelopes him, as he becomes an impenetrable wall, deflecting the endless red energy storm. Peering past his summoned entity's furious defense, Bong Joon-hyuk's gaze hardens as he takes in a swarm of goblin scouts, their glowing eyes locked onto him like targets. Then, a sharp command cuts through the chaos, Bong Joon-hyuk barking at his meatball to set up a defensive perimeter. A fierce resolve settles on his face, Bong Joon-hyuk readying himself as the summoned entity's glowing blue hand blurs into action, a formidable barrier. A goblin scout stumbles back, its glowing yellow eyes bugging out in pure shock at the sheer, unyielding power of the defense. The summoned entity's defense explodes, a powerful blue energy rippling outwards. It slams into an attacking goblin, the impact resonating with a heavy thud. A massive, fiery explosion erupts from the point of contact, pushing back everything in its path. The summoned entity stands at the epicenter, its form radiating an intense orange glow, a clear display of its overwhelming power. The goblin scouts recoil in disbelief, their surprised cries echoing through the air. Multiple goblins are sent scattering, their screeches of pain and shock filling the space. Even a red-hooded goblin, mid-attack, freezes in utter astonishment at the sudden turn of events. From a hidden vantage point, John Cossack watches the unfolding chaos, a single word of surprise escaping his lips. The summoned entity continues its relentless assault, another powerful explosion rocking the area. The summoned entity's fiery counterattack explodes. Dark energy swirls around its hand, ready for another devastating strike. A goblin scout is violently thrown back, its face contorted in a scream of pure shock. Bong Joon-hyuk watches the chaos, his own fist glowing faintly, realizing the sheer, overwhelming force his summon possesses, which the goblins are completely outmatched by from the start. 2 more goblins are caught in the entity's relentless assault, blasted backward by unseen forces. A barrage of glowing projectiles rains down, tearing through the remaining goblin ranks. The summoned entity's face hardens with resolve, its eyes burning with intense blue light, as it declares, "Done work. Kill all." Following its own command, more explosions erupt, engulfing the desperate goblins. The entity moves with blinding speed, delivering a powerful kick that sends another goblin flying, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The ground is absolutely obliterated, a stark reminder of the sheer, raw power the summoned entity just unleashed. Bong Joon-hyuk stares at the wreckage, absolutely blown away by his summon's combat skills, thinking, "Whoa, if we ever fought, even I might not stand a chance." He can only let out a stunned gasp, totally overwhelmed. Fast forward to a chill moment, a hand grabbing some crispy fried chicken, a mountain of golden goodness just waiting to be devoured. And check it out, the summoned entity, looking totally chill now, chows down. Bong Joon-hyuk grins, watching his summon devour the food, and says, "Dude, this is awesome. You totally crushed it today, meatball. Dig in." Still stuffing his face, the entity drops a surprisingly sweet line, "Summoner is good person." Bong Joon-hyuk is totally caught off guard by the compliment, and can only make a shocked noise. Still chowing down on that fried chicken, the summoned entity drops a bombshell, "Meatball will save my life." Bong Joon-hyuk is totally blindsided, like, what in the world is this thing even talking about? But then, the entity, snaps back with zero chill, "It's chicken, not kitchen, you dumbass." Totally freaked out by the sudden shout, Bong Joon-hyuk whines about being scared, but the entity just glares, asking why he's interrupting its feast, completely ruining their touching moment. He just stares as the creature absolutely demolishes the mountain of fried chicken, realizing it's eating a ridiculous amount while he's completely zoned out. Fast forward to the next day, and a system message pops up, screaming his entry into the 17th floor of the Tower of Power. It's official, his physical abilities are jacked up to match his new level, and a whole new arsenal of stats and combat skills just unlocked. A dazzling blue energy column erupts in a hexagonal chamber, marking his epic arrival. Bong Joon-hyuk's jaw drops as he stares at his hands, now crackling with an insane, swirling red energy. He clenches his fists, feeling that massive surge, and it hits him, the sheer power difference now that he's level 17 is absolutely wild. His heart is absolutely pounding in his chest, as that untamed power awakens within him once more. He's feeling the raw power, the wild energy practically exploding from his hands, knowing it's go time to truly unlock his potential, but a voice in his head warns him, level 20 is just the beginning, don't get cocky. Charging into the unknown, he takes point, declaring he'll lead the way, as John Cossack, ever the loyal guardian, vows to keep the summoner safe and bring him back alive. The mission brief flashes, 17th floor, eliminate 30 goblin warriors. But then, a terrifying roar echoes as a massive, green tide of goblins, armed and furious, surges forward. Bong Joon-hyuk's eyes widen, he never expected this many. And seeing them up close, their sheer numbers are absolutely chilling. There are at least 40 of them, he calculates, and these aren't just mindless brutes, they're skilled, tactical warriors. His meticulously crafted strategy, the one he'd planned before even stepping foot in here, was simple: if goblins appeared, retreat immediately to the safe zone. The summoning was complete, and the entity, now dubbed Meatball, was already questioning why he was being called that. But he quickly brushed it off, declaring there was no need for such a troublesome process. Bong Joon-hyuk, with a determined look, simply ordered, "Go." Responding instantly, the summoned entity slammed a glowing hand into the ground, shattering the earth as raw power erupted. From the fractured earth, a colossal, glowing, clawed hand ripped its way out. The entity completed its epic transformation, now a towering, beast-like powerhouse radiating a golden aura, roaring, "Now that the contract's sealed, I can use my full power. Even more than before." Watching the newly empowered behemoth, Bong Joon-hyuk delivered his ultimate command, "Wipe them all out." New mission alert. It's the 8th floor, and the objective is clear: take down 30 goblin watchers. Suddenly, the scene warps into a fiery, ominous dungeon, glowing particles raining down. And a whole horde of red mohawked goblins are already there, itching for a fight. Then, a deep, resonant voice booms out from the shadows, dropping the iconic line, "Meatball." The hulking summoned entity, all dark skin and tribal tats, responds to its master, the title, Summoner, echoing with respect. A confident grin spreads across Bong Joon-hyuk's face as he points, giving the ultimate order, "Wipe them all out." And just like that, the summoned entity ignites, blazing with an insane yellow energy, its entire body consumed by a blinding aura. The transformation finishes, showcasing an even more ripped and defined physique, still absolutely radiating with raw, destructive power. No hesitation. A colossal, glowing yellow fist slams down, delivering an absolutely devastating blow. Meatball unleashes a primal roar, charging up for an absolutely devastating attack. But a goblin scout snarls back, ready to counter with its own savage weapon. And more of them pour out of the darkness, spears raised, forming a desperate last stand. But Meatball's focus is unbreakable, his eyes blazing with pure, unadulterated power. He explodes into action, a total blur, his first hit sending a goblin absolutely ragdolling. The summoned entity just keeps going, swatting aside multiple enemies like they're nothing. His fist ignites with raw, yellow energy, a clear sign of the insane power he's now packing. The goblins are absolutely no match, getting completely wiped out and scattered across the dungeon floor. Watching the absolute chaos unfold, Bong Joon-hyuk can't help but grin, totally hyped by his summon's insane power. Boom! The summoned entity unleashes a devastating, fiery explosion, absolutely obliterating the remaining goblin scouts. Leaving nothing but smoke and debris, it coolly walks away from the carnage, mission accomplished. But wait, a system message pops up. Bong Joon-hyuk just hit S rank on the 17th floor, scoring a sweet 10,000 gold reward. His eyes widen in surprise as the system keeps dropping those sweet updates. Even the summoned entity feels the shift. Its eyes glowing with newfound awareness as it processes the summoner's insane progress. Summoner Bong, it exclaims, totally shocked. But there's no time to celebrate, because the 18th floor mission just dropped, eliminate 30 goblin assassins, and these guys look seriously dangerous. Meatball explodes into action, a blinding blue aura erupting as he barrels towards the unseen enemies. And slams a devastating fist down, ready to pulverize anything in his path. But hold on. These aren't just any monsters, they're stealthy assassins, moving with a terrifying cunning. Meatball unleashes a lightning-fast barrage, blue energy exploding as he locks onto a shadowy assassin. Daring them with a roar, come here. But the assassin is too fast, dodging his blow, vanishing like smoke. Watching the chaos from afar, Bong Joon-hyuk can only utter a stunned, as the true difficulty of this fight sinks in. Meatball, relentless in his pursuit, admits to himself, this might be harder than I thought, but his battle cry of, come here, echoes even louder. His challenge is answered only by chilling, mocking laughter that reverberates through the entire forest. Meatball, absolutely oozing confidence, drops a verbal bomb, declaring the ignorant bastards have suffered enough and it's time to unleash his real strategy. Bong Joon-hyuk watches from the sidelines as Meatball doubles down, promising to purify their eyes with a strategy so classy it'll blow their minds. A fierce blue energy ignites around his face as he taunts, that these goblins' stealth can't even keep pace with his pinky toe. Then, with an explosive surge of power, he unleashes Shadow Step. He vanishes in a flash of blue light and glowing particles, a pure kinetic blur. Only to reappear instantly amidst the goblin assassins, unleashing a flurry of blindingly fast attacks. A red-skinned goblin assassin gets absolutely rocked by a devastating blow, and the system instantly logs another one down. But then, a chilling realization hits Bong Joon-hyuk like a truck, his eyes snapping wide as he whispers, oh. Cossack. And just like that, John Cossack steps out of the shadows, a chilling, smug smirk plastered across his face as he drops the bombshell, you fell for it. Cossack's mana signature dropped after Meatball's epic fight, but Meatball wasn't done. He was still tearing through goblins, yelling at them to get out of his path. A goblin scout tried to jump in, but that just supercharged Bong Joon-hyuk's summoner spirit. Success. A blue aura flared around his hand, and he pushed himself, ready to grind for those badges. He had to keep these sweet brutes and his own ambition in check, a soft blue light thrumming from his palm. Staff in hand, he announced his arrival, ready for anything. A deep blue light pulsed from his chest, unleashing his long-hidden power. Back in the fight, Meatball was consumed by a furious red aura, his rage exploding. Weapon poised, he fought on, a whirlwind of pure, crimson fury. Before hitting that side road, a sharp-eyed, horse-like creature had already scoped out the entire area. He moves with a newfound confidence, his thoughts clear, the goblin army may be low-level, but he can predict their every movement. There's nothing to fear, he reminds himself, having honed his shadow step on the perilous 15th floor. His eyes glow with an intense blue light, a surge of power radiating from him. He becomes a blur of motion, a blue streak through the shadowy environment. His foot lands silently, the sudden appearance catching his opponent off guard, leaving them stunned. With a swift, arcing swing, he strikes the goblin assassin. The creature cries out, its balance shattered by the impact. Blue energy crackles around the goblin as it reels, utterly confused by the unexpected assault. The system confirms the defeat, marking another goblin assassin eliminated. He kept up the pressure, a blinding blue aura exploding around him as he absolutely demolished another goblin assassin. A confident smirk spread across his face, knowing his power wasn't just a one-time fluke. But another goblin assassin, eyes blazing red, was already on the attack, ready to strike back. Too bad for the goblin, its surprise was obvious as the hunter moved like a blur. A glowing blue blade, a streak of pure power, sliced through the air. It was a lightning-fast, perfect strike, and another goblin was instantly taken out. He just gave a cool, confident nod, as the system flashed another eliminated message. No time to waste, he was already on to the next one, keeping that insane momentum going. And just like that, the last goblin assassin exploded into glittering dust, quest complete, mission accomplished. A massive, glowing yellow fist slams into him, but Bong Joon-hyuk's blue aura flares, absorbing the impact like it's nothing. The ground beneath him cracks and shatters, as a devastating wave of blue energy explodes outwards. Two more goblin assassins, their fists glowing with malevolent yellow energy, charge in for a simultaneous, crushing strike. But before they can land a blow, Jo-hyuk's own blue aura surges, sending both creatures reeling backward through the air with explosive force. He stands over a defeated goblin, who weakly cries out for help and vows revenge, as a system message flashes, quest complete. A moment of thought passes through his mind, wondering, wait, where's Summoner Bong? Then, with renewed focus, a massive explosion of blue and purple energy erupts from his position, engulfing the area in a blinding, devastating flash. His eyes glowing with intense blue light, Jo-hyuk brings his radiant blue sword down, striking the last goblin with a decisive, crushing blow. Standing amidst the fading blue aura, he declares, these goblins were just a warm-up for the 15th floor. He's ready for anything. Still in the thick of battle, Bong Joon-hyuk feels a sudden, explosive surge of power, a blue aura crackling around his hands as he prepares for a decisive strike. With an explosive burst, he unleashes his attack, sending multiple goblin assassins absolutely flying through the air. His eyes blaze with an intense blue light, red lightning sparking around him as an insane adrenaline rush courses through his veins. The world around him seems to grind to a halt, the movements of his enemies becoming agonizingly deliberate as he perceives everything in super slow motion. He watches a goblin fall, his perception razor sharp, every single detail crystal clear. The red energy around him intensifies, a raw, untamed power building to an explosive peak. With a final, devastating strike, he channels both blue and red energy, engulfing the last goblin in a blinding, SSS plus ranked explosion of force. The quest is complete, the forest is quiet once more, and a shiny platinum badge is awarded. He looks up, a thought forming in his mind about Summoner Bong, wondering if he had totally misjudged the situation. A system message explodes before Bong Joon-hyuk, confirming his quest completion. Meanwhile, in a different realm, a powerful summoned entity absolutely dominates a goblin scout, as the name, Summoner Bong, reverberates with raw power. Back in the human world, a global announcement drops, confirming a successful clear of the 10th floor, 5th sector. A sharp young woman in an office is glued to the screen, taking it all in. Nearby, a man in a sharp suit lets out a triumphant "alright," clearly hyped about the results. He grumbles about doing things his own way, but his colleague quickly corrects him, revealing that the floor 5 record holder is actually a woman. With a knowing smirk, she adds that she's just super proud of him. But he's not having it, scoffing that Summoner Bong is definitely a guy and he's the one who needs to track him down, not his sister, especially with new rankings and items dropping in the black market auction house. Breaking news just dropped, revealing the mysterious player who absolutely crushed the 5th floor of the dungeon is actually a woman. No shocker there, but the whole nation is absolutely buzzing, desperate to know who this mysterious player is, a bright star symbolizing the massive hype. Meanwhile, some dude is just staring at the news, letting out a massive gasp as the bombshell drops. Bong Joon-hyuk, though, is totally zoned out on his phone, completely missing the worldwide frenzy. He answers a voice, giving a quick, sure, Cossack, but then shuts it down, saying he doesn't think there's anything to tell him, because he's way too swamped. Cossack, totally unfazed, leans in, a smirk in his voice as he points out how fast Jo-hyuk is finally waking up to his own talent. The red-haired guy keeps a straight face, letting his words sink in. Jo-hyuk snaps his head up, pointing at himself in total disbelief, asking, talent? Who? Seriously, not me? He then just bursts out laughing, totally brushing off the idea like it's a big joke. John Cossack is laying it all out, declaring this isn't some casual game, and that Shadow Step Summoner? Totally legit, a real threat. He's saying it was the perfect chance to show he wasn't invisible, which just cranks up the danger level even higher. He's not messing around, telling the summoner straight up, this is the real deal. Cossack keeps pushing, promising that soon his friend will actually start having fun and get super confident, but then drops the bomb, the braver you get, the more insane the danger becomes. Then he hits him with a reminder about their initial promise, stressing that staying alive is the absolute priority. After a brief pause, Cossack reassures him, absolutely no dangerous stuff, just one goal. Bong Joon-hyuk is totally caught off guard, a bewildered look on his face as Cossack grips his shoulder, his own expression a complete mystery. Cossack's eyes are locked on, his face etched with an unyielding, serious determination. Joo-hyuk feels a bizarre vibe, confessing he feels weird, and the narrator drops a bombshell, their summoner is totally about to secretly unleash some chaos. Then, without warning, a raw, agonizing surge of power explodes within him. Bong Joon-hyuk screams, gripping his head as violent purple lightning erupts, tears streaming down his face from the sheer, mind-shattering agony. A system alert screams a warning, this summoner is a walking disaster waiting to happen. Meanwhile, Bong Joon-hyuk just strolls through a grimy alley, oblivious to the two dudes chilling on the steps. Then, a guttural roar rips through the air, as the summoned entity, a massive beast crackling with purple power, goes absolutely berserk. Its voice thunders with pure, unadulterated power, daring anyone to even think about escaping its rampage. Before Bong Joon-hyuk can even blink, the entity's monstrous fist slams into him, sending him flying back in a shockwave of blue energy. The beast's face twists into a terrifying snarl, vowing to boil him alive. The destruction escalates, as the entity just trashes the entire room, flinging furniture like toys while Bong Joon-hyuk can only stare in horror. His eyes practically pop out of his head in pure rage, as he clutches the mangled remains of his fridge door. A faint blue aura flares around him as he finally loses it, screaming at the entity to stop trashing his house and get back. But it's too late, and Bong Joon-hyuk collapses in utter despair, mourning the tragic loss of his mom's kimchi, a true casualty of this insane rampage. The sun rises on a new day, and with it, a fresh resolve. Time to clear his head, maybe even hit up his crew. The very next morning, he's back at the apartment building, bracing himself for what's next. A voice from inside shouts out his arrival, "Your son's here." Bong Joon-hyuk walks right in, and gets a chill welcome, "Doring's here, come in." Inside, it's already a playful scene over food, someone's trying to get the other to like their stuff more, but gets hit with a firm, "Stop it. Get away from me." Later, Bong Joon-hyuk's chilling on the bed, while a younger guy's on the floor, talking about the body killed in a game and asking, "How's your joint?" The talk quickly turns to the summoning chaos, with the younger guy quipping, "You think summoning is about lying down," then chillingly adding, "Just keep lying down. Let's rest for a little bit." Heading to the kitchen, the younger guy's like, "Sit, I made stew," then drops the bomb, "Where's my brother?" The morning after the chaos, Bong Joon-hyuk is chilling with his brother, who drops a casual update, "Min-hyuk's out for tofu, but he'll be back." A delicious hot pot steams between them. And his brother, ever the jokester, tells him not to sweat the money, saying he'll be rich again soon, then immediately demands all his life savings. Joo-hyuk's face falls, a stark reminder of his promise to cut off the money flow, but the truth is, he already caved and sent it. Meanwhile, his brother, completely unaware of Joo-hyuk's inner turmoil, just grins and quips about how great it would be to actually answer his phone right now. Joo-hyuk snaps his head up, his brother's words still ringing in his ears, and then the topic swerves as his brother suddenly asks, "Hey, where's our other brother?" The brothers then start scheming about how to break the news of the summoning to their other sibling, agreeing to let him pick his favorite version of the wild story. Then, out of nowhere, his brother casually drops the question, "Aren't you heading to work today?" And Joo-hyuk, with a straight face, says it's his day off, then drops the bombshell, he actually quit everything a while back. Still seething, he lays into his brother, "Your face is a roadmap of what happens when you don't." His brother, bewildered, cuts him off, "Listen. What do you mean?" Then, a stark reminder, "Mom trusts our son." A surge of purple energy erupts around Bong Joon-hyuk as he thunders, "Just don't use loan sharks." Absolutely not. His brother, taken aback, demands, "Why are you so angry?" Bong Joon-hyuk retorts, "I'm not angry. I'm just." As the chilling image of the summoner flashes before his eyes, he finally admits, "I'm just a little frustrated. Frustrated that I can't succeed on my own, you see." A heavy sigh escapes him, "I got fired after that, though." He then paints a picture of their formidable mother. Mom is aggressive and brave. A personality that can't stand injustice. A brutal flashback hits him, his mother, slipper in hand, delivering a swift, painful lesson. He winces, "Your mom cut on me for a week. This feels different, though. I feel really bad for such a weak guy." His mom tries to chill him out, saying he's not the only one going through it. Later, staring up at a skyscraper, he's hit with a thought about cash. He remembers his mom's words, about the allowance being for him, but he can't keep hitting her up for cash because she's also struggling. On the phone, he's like, "Wait, Hyung," a total vibe of desperation. He pauses, totally stuck for words, and the silence is deafening. He's thinking about his brother's tuition drama, how the little rascal probably never even said thanks, and he's feeling kinda bad for him. He finally manages a weak, drawn-out, "Ah. Really?" reacting to whatever his brother just dropped on him. A wry chuckle escapes him, realizing the coast is clear to speak his mind. Mom's allowance, dad's allowance, it's like no one's even keeping tabs on it. But then, his brother's voice cuts in, dropping a bombshell, looks like you conveniently forgot my cut, bro. This little. His eyes blaze with a fierce purple light, a silent warning echoing in his mind, don't you dare waste it on garbage, got it? He lets out a frustrated tisk tisk. Later, he finds himself staring up at the massive Lan Na Dong and management head office, a colossal building that just screams big business and even bigger problems. He was just heading home, but something pulled him here on a total whim. After dealing with his family, the idea of actually getting his act together and doing things right just kept growing. He flashes back to a younger, slicker version of his brother, pointing a finger and declaring, stop the next summoner, and I'll give you an allowance. A younger, clearly fed up Bong Joon-hyuk watches as his brother casually adds, I mean, that's fair, right? He flashes back to a brutal fight, his best defenses shattered by those monsters. That feeling of vulnerability still burns. There's only one solution, he needs a shield, and fast. A sleek vendor holds up a gleaming shield, but the price tag hits like a truck, a cool 100 million won. 100 million. The protagonist's jaw drops, lightning crackling around him in pure, unadulterated shock. The vendor drops the truth bomb, you can't just buy power, you earn it with strength. So, he's forced to hunt for a more budget-friendly option among the high-priced gear. Then, his eyes lock onto it, a sleek, round-hand shield, a perfect blend of adamantium and sectonium alloy, looking like the ultimate practical choice. It's small, light, and a repair rejection, the vendor explains, but she urges him to give it a try. The moment he grips it, a powerful blue aura explodes from him, a perfect match. It's a perfect fit, like it was made for him, completing his arsenal. He absolutely loves his new shield. The shop assistant drops the bombshell, 40 million won. But don't worry, she's got his back on the payment. Then, bam. A blinding, vertical energy surge erupts as the payment goes through. His hand slams down, and the system screams, payment complete. He finally bought it. The shield is his. But wait, a system alert blares. Now is the time to use the title One Who Overcame Adversity. He's on his knees, surrounded by a furious red aura, but the system's telling him to rise up. He looks totally baffled, shaking off the weirdness, just wanting to get home already. He's out the door, taking one last look before he's gone. Strolling down the hall, he's got questions swirling in his head. Out of nowhere, a hand shoots out, and a new guy says, yo, I'm a hunter too. Choi Hoseok, nice to meet ya. He shakes the hand, stammering out his own name, yes. I'm Bong Joon-hyuk, while the new guy just laughs, already knowing who he is. Choi Hoseok, making his move, smoothly explains his presence at the shop is purely to get acquainted, having never crossed paths with him before. Then, with a casual air, he drops a bombshell, asking what floor Bong Joon-hyuk is hunting, while casually mentioning he's already crushing the 90s. Bong Joon-hyuk, totally blindsided, sheepishly confesses he's stuck on the first floor. Choi Hoseok, with a sly, drawn-out, aha, I see, then offers his help, telling him to hit him up anytime he struggles to clear a floor. His whole vibe just screams easygoing and super kind to Bong Joon-hyuk. With one last, super friendly wave, Choi Hoseok says goodbye, doubling down on his offer to help and reminding him to call whenever, since he already hooked him up with his number. He spins around and heads out, leaving Bong Joon-hyuk to process everything. That guy's social infiltration game is absolutely insane. Bong Joon-hyuk can't help but wonder, with that kind of power, he's gotta be part of some seriously elite guild, right? He's totally consumed by envy. As night descends, the city lights ignite, painting the urban sprawl with a tranquil, shimmering glow. He's finally ready to take on the 9th floor. But first, he's gotta make a choice. He could just bail on this room. But hold up. A brand new skill just dropped for his summoned entity, who's hyped and ready to go. Then, Bong Joon-hyuk whips out a shield, showing off his fresh new power. His summoned entity is like, dude, a shield. Seriously? But Bong Joon-hyuk is all about that safety-first life, remembering what the old summoner taught him. The summoned entity calms him down, guaranteeing they'll snag the last hit. Bong Joon-hyuk gets serious, making him promise not to go full Leroy Jenkins and charge in. He seals the deal. Then adds that they can always bail if it gets too wild, doubling down on his promise, all while thinking how stoked his brother would be if he hit the 90th floor. A random dude is absolutely disgusted by the smell, trying to clean up some nasty alleyway. Switching scenes, Bong Joon-hyuk and his summoned entity are chowing down, with the entity totally hyped about the grub and its loyalty. It's like, whoa, you're actually feeding me before some random meatball, and promises to devour everything. But then, Bong Joon-hyuk's face just goes blank, like he just saw a ghost or something totally unexpected. He's like, dude, what's up with your face, and then realizes he's picking up on some insane mana levels. Turns out, the crazy energy is coming from right outside, through a creepy, half-open door in a super dark hallway. A terrifying red glow blasts out from the room, and it's radiating pure, unadulterated killing intent. Bong Joon-hyuk's face is priceless, totally freaking out, wondering what the heck is going on with all this killing intent. But the summoned entity, now glowing with power, is already on it, telling Bong Joon-hyuk to get out of sight, pronto. The moment that hostile mana spiked, the summoned entity went full defense, slamming up an energy barrier, a shimmering blue shield ready to absorb any and all damage. Blue energy blast slammed into the barrier, but it just shimmered, holding strong against the assault. Bong Joon-hyuk, totally blindsided by the ambush, hit the deck, a small clatter echoing as he fell. The attack's origin, a tiny, glowing blue orb, fizzled out after its impact. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the doorway's shadows, dropping a casual, "Hi there," like he hadn't just launched an attack. Bong Joon-hyuk's eyes blew wide with pure terror, his face frozen in a scream as he locked onto the new threat. But the summoned entity? It was locked and loaded, eyes blazing crimson as it squared up, challenging the newcomer, "You're the new rank at the player guild." Choi Ho-seok just smirked, taunting them about keeping up, then, spotting something, he casually wondered if a pocket watch was just regular, before dropping the bombshell, he was taking everything. Then, in a blur of motion, Choi Ho-seok lunged, smashing into the summoned entity, declaring he'd take everything he wanted. Gun to his head, the summoned entity's eyes flared with pure terror, a choked, "Ah, no," barely audible as he tried to process the insane situation. Blue energy swirled around him, but Choi Ho-seok's voice ripped through the tension, snarling, "You think this is a joke? Huh?" The taunt hit hard, driving home the brutal reality. Choi Ho-seok's face was stone cold, his voice dripping with menace as he dropped the ultimate truth bomb, "It's basically suicide. No way out, no escape." Bong Joon-hyuk is locked and loaded, taking aim down a dark alley, ready to unleash hell. But just like that, the tables turn. He's down, he's out, and someone's laughing in his face. Then, a new mystery. Bong Joon-hyuk holds a glowing orb, knowing it's no ordinary trinket, and he's ready to accept the divine. His hand ignites with raw power, but even he's unsure what comes next. Meanwhile, a powerful, gloved fist charges up, brimming with destructive energy. Choi Ho-seok gets absolutely rocked by a brutal hit, his face twisting in pure agony. And just like that, Bong Joon-hyuk is back in action, glowing bow in hand, ready for round 2 with a hushed warning. In the end, the summoned entity reigns supreme in the kitchen, standing over a completely defeated Bong Joon-hyuk. Bong Joon-hyuk's face twists in utter confusion. While the summoned entity, with a smirk, declares his performance great, leaving him utterly bewildered. A chilling thought pierces the air, a silent worry that he'd gone too far, fearing he'd just unleash his fury without a second thought, like some trashy thug. But then, in a blink, he's all shy and innocent, meekly offering a seat with a nervous chuckle. His thoughts pivot sharply to item brokers, trying to figure out if that's the game he's in now. He remembers the chilling tales of those who hunt players outside the tower, slaughtering them for their gear, the notorious item brokers. Yeah, he's definitely heard of these guys, their dark legends echoing through the player world. Everyone knows you can't just kill players outside the tower, it's a core rule, because players are literally the foundation holding the whole damn thing up. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he ponders the ultimate loophole. What about the players who can kill others, but haven't been purified yet? He's realizing it all over again, the sheer, overwhelming power of this cheat ability. Elsewhere, a focused Choi Ho-seok is meticulously tying a red ribbon around his wrist. With a determined edge, he offers to take out a target, but his companion quickly shuts him down, suggesting they just track the guy with GPS. Under the neon glow of the city, Bong Joon-hyuk stares up at a skyscraper, a heavy realization hitting him, he can't possibly win if he's just carrying someone for free. Meanwhile, at a shop, a bald man shouts, "Player Bong stopped by again." A suited Choi Ho-seok reacts with shock, demanding to know what he bought behind his back. He finds out Bong Joon-hyuk just bought a small buckler, and a wave of frustration hits him. If only he'd signed that elite contract, he'd be fully geared up, a true middle-floor tower ranker. Even fully geared up, a melter could still tear through defenses like paper. Choi Ho-seok ponders, knowing he'd need top-tier rankers just to get the right gear, when his phone blares to life, showing an urgent, late-night call. The word "police" lights up his screen, and a chill runs down his spine. Why are they calling at this hour? What could have gone wrong? He picks up, identifying himself to Jim Gwang-ael from the Awakening Management Department, his face growing serious as he takes in the information. His eyes blow wide, a gasp of pure shock tearing from him. Later, under the city lights, Choi Ho-seok lets out a frustrated curse, the revelation clearly hitting him hard. A wave of bitter regret washes over him as he thinks, he should have just pushed for that elite contract from day one. Choi Ho-seok is absolutely fuming, his fist clenched tight as he vows to protect the players, no matter what. But just as he's fired up, a searing headache hits him, and a voice drops the bomb, "Choi Ho-seok, you're under arrest for obstruction and aggravated assault." Before he can even react, two officers are on him, but he's fighting back, screaming, "My head. It's killing me. Wait." He's hauled into a police car, still yelling about being innocent and just trying to help his brother, but the officer just shuts him down. "You're going to the station for questioning, period." His face twists in pure shock, a desperate thought flashing through his mind as he mutters, "No way. Don't tell me." And just like that, he's locked up, alone in a cold cell, realizing this is the ultimate test. Welcome to the Hunter's Guide to Surviving Prison. Hold up. Meanwhile, Bong Joon-hyuk, looking sharp in a suit, throws his hand up, totally caught off guard. He spins to face the summoned entity, who's also rocking a suit, and stammers, "I'm leaving now, bro dash." Shifting gears from the last scene, we're thrown into a desperate moment as Choi Ho-seok is practically begging, "Team leader, it's me, Choi Ho-seok. You know me, right?" But the guy in the dark suit, towering over a defeated Choi Ho-seok, just drops a chilling line, "You came from the same guild as me. You really saved me, huh? Talk about a betrayal." With a fresh cut on his face, Choi Ho-seok is absolutely fuming, screaming, "That guy kidnapped me and tried to steal my items." But his pleas fall on deaf ears as the suit-clad figure just turns and walks off, leaving Choi Ho-seok utterly abandoned. Left bleeding on the ground, Choi Ho-seok can only choke out a confused, "Why the hell?" Next thing we know, he's facing a uniformed officer, who's laying down the law, "You dare try to kill fellow hunters." And just like that, his registration is cancelled as of now. Ouch. He's literally coughing up blood, barely able to whisper, "Cough, stop. This is bad." Now he's tied up, on the floor, and some older suit with a mustache is just looking down, calling him, "What kind of trash?" The disrespect is real. With pure despair in his eyes, Choi Ho-seok hears the chilling final orders, "Take him away. He's not worth our time, so hand him over to them." His fate is sealed. A sinister mist shrouds everything, a void where a player's most crucial gear just disappears. But back in the office, Choi Ho-seok is on his knees, getting absolutely grilled by a raging interrogator. The suit-clad man screams, "I didn't see anything. I swear. Why are you even asking me this?" Then his tone turns deadly. "You trash. A low-level player like you thinks he can steal MY stuff. I'll end you. I'll tear you to shreds." With a face twisted in pure fury, the interrogator keeps laying into him, mocking that no lawyer would touch his case with a 10-foot pole. His cutting words echo through the room. He yanks Ho-seok up by the collar, a flash of purple energy sparking around the player. The interrogator coldly calculates that letting Ho-seok go would be a pain, since he's a player. His solution? Just finish him off right here, right now, and snag those sweet rare drops. Then, a sudden, sharp sound rips through the air. And Ho-seok's eyes blaze with an eerie red glow as he asks, with chilling composure, "Are you hurt anywhere?" The interrogator's lackey mutters about his boss's terrifying face, but Ho-seok just shrugs off his own situation, coolly stating he was just a little surprised, that's all. Then, the scene abruptly cuts to a fierce, determined face, as a name flashes across the screen, Player Bong. Despite the chilling threat, his powers subtly shifting his very appearance, Choi Ho-seok delivers a chillingly calm apology. He vows that this blunder won't be repeated, promising to fix everything, no matter the cost. Elsewhere, a focused Bong Joon-hyuk steals his resolve, the elite's arrival looming, demanding immediate action. His mission is absolute, he must protect Player Bong. Before a colossal building, Bong Joon-hyuk issues his orders to his summoned entity, who instantly responds, "Yes, master." The powerful summoned entity, ready for anything, awaits its next command, as Bong Joon-hyuk prepares for the coming storm. A triumphant system notification blazes across the screen, the barbarian meatball is down. 2-star drop secured. The colossal, rough hands of the fallen beast lie motionless, a brutal trophy of victory. But the victory is short-lived, as another system message warns, Meatball will be back. The sintering Black Tower's 19th floor holds a relentless challenge. A brand new main mission just dropped, demanding the defeat of 30 goblin shamans on floor 19. These shamans might not have flashy attack spells, but their cursed magic is seriously dangerous, especially for summons. With a heavy thud, the summoned entity's arm bulges, dark power surging beneath his skin as he gets ready to throw down. He stands his ground in a forest clearing, staring down a whole crew of those hooded goblin shamans. Eerie cackles and glowing red eyes erupt, as the shamans unleash their cursed magic, red energy exploding around them. The air practically screams with dark power, as swirling red and black cursed energy engulfs the summoned entity. He takes a deep, primal breath, sucking in the cursed magic as his dark markings blaze with power. Pure, raw power explodes from his arm, building up to an insane, devastating crescendo. Then, with a primal roar, he unleashes a cataclysmic energy explosion, incinerating everything in a blinding flash of orange and yellow. He watches the chaos unfold, a flicker of regret crossing his face as he recalls his earlier words, wishing he could take them back. Meanwhile, the summoned entity, a blur of motion and raw power, moves with terrifying speed, its massive arm a weapon of destruction. One of the goblin shamans, its eyes wide with terror, can only stammer in disbelief, realizing this is no mere summoned beast, but a true monster. A chilling smile spreads across the entity's face as it recalls its master's command, a silent vow to eliminate every single one of them. Enveloped in a vibrant purple aura, the summoned entity and its hulking, muscular ally charge forward, a relentless tide against the terrified goblin shamans. With a devastating, energy-infused blow, the entity shatters a shaman's defenses, purple energy trails marking its swift attack. Another shaman recoils, its green magic flaring defensively, but the entity's relentless assault continues, each strike a testament to its overwhelming power. Seeing the tide of battle, Bong Joon-hyuk raises his shield and staff, ready to join the fray and contribute his own strength. But before he can even move, a system message flashes, declaring the 19th floor mission a success, leaving him utterly bewildered by the sudden, unexpected victory. Still processing the lightning-fast mission clear, Bong Joon-hyuk stares at his summoned entity, utterly floored that he barely lifted a finger. Elsewhere, a slightly sweaty Choi Ho-seok grins, hyping up the summoned entity's insane speed, calling it refreshing. Still glued to his screen, he muses if the whole thing wrapped up before he could even blink, admitting it was ridiculously fast, even for a summon. Fast forward to the next day. A breathtaking, otherworldly landscape materializes, centered around a colossal, pulsating tree, signaling their epic entry into the legendary 20th floor. Bong Joon-hyuk and his summoned powerhouse stare up at the colossal, glowing plant, its sheer size making him audibly gasp. He pulls up his system screen, confirming their official entry into the Black Tower's 20th floor, but a nervous gulp escapes him, this place is seriously creepy. But the summoned entity, with an intense, unyielding stare, tells him to chill out and stay put, flat out stating it's going to solo everything. The mission brief flashes across the screen, revealing their objective, take down an RI Hobgoblin boss within 10 hours. He stares up as the summoned entity lays down the law, a chilling reminder of the failure condition. The entity then snarls, fed up with being sidelined and blocked from the action. With a cold command, the summoned entity barks at Bong Joon-hyuk, Meatball, to bait the monsters, promising to unleash hell once the opening appears. But Bong Joon-hyuk isn't waiting for orders. He dives headfirst into the fray, screaming his challenge to draw all the aggro. Crashing into a swarm of monstrous hobgoblins, who instantly lock onto their new target. The summoned entity, a spectral blue fury, erupts with a defiant roar, refusing to be a mere spectator. A flicker of surprise, then pure resolve, ignites in its eyes. And it explodes into motion, a blinding streak of blue power. He's diving. A blazing blue comet, he rockets towards the enemy horde, leaving a searing trail of energy. He spares a quick, defiant look back, shouting, "I'm going on ahead, I'm a Meatball." Then, a dark, swirling vortex is all that remains, a silent question mark as he disappears in a flash. He's gone full throttle, a powerful blue aura exploding around him, hitting an insane, impossible speed. Bong Joon-hyuk's jaw drops, his eyes bugging out, he can't believe the summoned entity actually went for it. Pure shock hits him like a truck as he processes the insane move, the entity's words screaming in his head. A desperate, panicked scream rips from him, as Summoner Bong. His face twists in pure agony, he lets out a guttural roar, and oh. Even as a little kid, Bong Joon-hyuk was all about that solo play, just chilling with his blocks. Dreaming up epic adventures with his toy car, a whole universe where he was the only star. His laughs, totally real, usually just bounced off the walls, a secret happiness only he got to feel. All through elementary school, he was the ultimate loner, the goody-goody ghosting through the hallways. Middle school. Same story, his isolation just kept on going, making him feel like a permanent, bronze, tier in the game of life. Even at home, his only real buddy was the Mets log, his personal chill zone away from everything. High school. Still the same, total social outcast vibes, too scared to even try talking to anyone. He wondered if someone like him, who couldn't even look people in the eye, was just cursed to be a monster forever. Deep in his mind, Bong Joon-hyuk's inner turmoil rages, a feeling of being a stranger to himself, a hidden power waiting to erupt. As he plummets through a cosmic, purple abyss, his resolve hardens, declaring that monsters are just that, monsters, without the baggage of human connection. But then, a chilling clarity washes over him, a primal urge to simply crush his foes and seize the spoils. His eyes blaze open, radiating an electric blue glow, his face a mask of pure, unyielding determination. A surge of raw, purple energy erupts, coalescing into a shadowy, clawed entity, as a voice screams out, "S Summoner Bong." A red-haired man nearby screams in sheer panic, his face a picture of utter dread. But the threat is real, a horde of grotesque, green-skinned goblins, spears glinting, swarms forward through the oppressive darkness. But before they can even close the distance, a brilliant, blue-glowing blade streaks through the air, impaling one of the vile creatures with a sickening crunch. Bong Joon-hyuk summoned entity, a total beast of light, just went absolutely wild, its glowing blue sword tearing through the air. It was a total whirlwind of blue energy, just ripping through the green goblin horde, leaving nothing but chaos behind. But wait, Bong Joon-hyuk wasn't just watching. He jumped right into the action, his fist blazing with blue energy as he absolutely decked a goblin. The goblin just got rocked, its eyes flashing red in agony, sent flying by the sheer force. And the summoned entity? It just kept going, a total machine, its blade slicing through enemies like butter. The power unleashed was just insane, blue energy exploding as the warrior absolutely shredded the horde. The red-haired guy watching from afar was totally freaking out, his face a mask of pure shock. He couldn't believe a summoner this strong was even possible here. Then, his eyes went wide with terror as a new danger appeared, and he screamed a frantic warning to Bong Joon-hyuk. But it was too late. A massive blast of red energy smashed into Bong Joon-hyuk, sending him absolutely rocketing backward. He braces himself, a red energy shield flaring to absorb the overwhelming blue force emanating from his own summoned entity, the sheer power pushing him back. The summoned entity, now a whirlwind of glowing blue energy, seems to be acting on its own, a silent, destructive force that would continue its rampage until nothing remained, unless its master gave a direct order. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he stares, wide-eyed, at the raw, untamed power, a chilling realization dawning on him, it truly was terrifying. The force sends him tumbling backward through the air, his arms flailing as he cries out, "Yuwa!" Meanwhile, the summoned entity, a blur of blue light, charges relentlessly towards a cluster of smaller figures, their desperate pleas for help echoing unheard as it decimates them. From a distance, Choi Hoseok watches the display of power with a satisfied smirk, acknowledging the summoner's might with a resounding, "Yes, summoner and I am." Still airborne, Bong Joon-hyuk manages to issue a command, directing his summon to continue its relentless advance towards the cliff, the entity's unwavering loyalty driving it forward to protect its master. However, the ground trembles as a new, hulking figure emerges from the shadows, a massive, club-wielding monster with glowing purple eyes, ready to join the fray. Finally landing with a heavy thud, Bong Joon-hyuk lies on the ground, surrounded by residual blue energy, his body aching as he realizes his stamina is rapidly depleting. "UGH, I'm running out of stamina." Blasted backward by his own out-of-control summon, Bong Joon-hyuk is launched into a terrifying freefall, a desperate shout ripping from his throat. His thoughts a whirlwind of panic, he can only wonder if he'll ever hit solid ground, his face a mask of pure terror. But the summon, a beacon of raw power, just floats there, radiating an ominous blue glow, completely ignoring its master's desperate situation. Then, with a bone-jarring crash, Bong Joon-hyuk slams into the ground, a guttural, "Ugh," escaping him as he tries to process the sheer agony. As he lies there, surrounded by ominous purple energy, a terrifying realization hits him, he's convinced he's about to die. But then, the summon dives in, unleashing a devastating kick right into a colossal, shaggy monster that just appeared, the impact exploding with a bone-shattering crack. This hulking beast, all shaggy fur and massive club, just lets out a terrifying grrr, its glowing red eyes locked onto the summon. But the summon doesn't let up, delivering another lightning-fast, brutal blow, sending the monster reeling with a thunderous PNG. And then, the summon unleashes its ultimate attack, a blinding, golden energy blast, swallowing the monster whole in a cataclysmic doenji. The summoned entity goes absolutely wild, a blur of glowing strikes, and a voice screams out, "Good job, you bastard." It's moving at light speed, a total blur of blue energy, leaving nothing but pure destruction in its path. Another devastating hit connects, and the monster gets absolutely rocked. And then, it's charging up, getting ready to unleash the ultimate finisher. One thought dominates its mind, "I'll take care of this monster on the cliff," and then, boom. A colossal energy blast rips through the air. The blue energy absolutely swallows the monster, wiping it out in a blinding, explosive flash. Standing like a total boss on the cliff's edge, the summoned entity just watches the monster's remains vanish into thin air. Bong Joon-hyuk watches the monster just melt away, and he's wondering, is it just about done? His face is all bruised up, but he's thinking, looks like it's alright, all too. It should be over soon. He's relieved, but maybe a little too relieved. He heard it, a voice cutting through the air, promising instant death to the two clowns. He looked up, and the summoned entity's voice boomed, ordering him to move up. Before he could even react, a thunderous croak ripped through the air, as a colossal blow landed. His eyes blew wide, that sound could only mean one thing, pure power. Above, a monstrous green hobgoblin darted with shocking speed, a blur of motion. A hobgoblin. This was no ordinary foe. But the hobgoblin's moment was fleeting, as the summoned entity vanished and reappeared in an instant, a blinding blue streak. He hung in the air, crackling with raw power, a blue inferno ready to strike. Then, with a thunderous po-bang, he unleashed a devastating strike, and the hobgoblin screamed in agony. The summoned entity wastes no time, charging the hobgoblin with an undeniable declaration of intent. His blade connects with a thunderous crash, unleashing a blinding burst of golden power. The hobgoblin stumbles back, reeling from the hit, sparks flying from its armor. But the hobgoblin is tough, its massive hand locking onto the entity's blade, taunting his power. The entity's eyes ignite with fierce resolve, as a powerful blue and purple aura erupts around him. He unleashes a devastating torrent of energy, a vertical wave of pure power ripping through the air. The attack slams into the hobgoblin, engulfing it in a blinding, explosive burst of blue and purple energy. The raw energy fades, leaving only shimmering particles in its wake. A system message flashes, confirming the hobgoblin's defeat and revealing a level up along with new healing potions. He flashes a triumphant grin, totally feeling that victory high. Reflecting on how that boss mob just got one shot, he realizes letting his summon handle the heavy lifting was the ultimate power move. But hey! Chilling out among the vanquished hobgoblins, Bong Juhyuk gives a shout-out for the solid protection. Then, AM. A system notification pops up, flexing his S++ clear rank for the Black Tower's 20th floor and hooking him up with a platinum badge. The message keeps rolling, telling him he's clear to take on the 21st floor. And just like that, the system confirms he's out of the Black Tower. Meanwhile, back in the real world, a live stream is blowing up with the news: South Korea's Black Tower 20th floor S++ clear record has been absolutely smashed by Bong Juhyuk. The internet was absolutely losing its mind over the S++ record holder, and a news article on a phone screen warned that all this global attention could spell serious trouble. Meanwhile, in a high-stakes office, two suits were debating the chaos, but one of them shut down any talk of trying to control the situation with a hard no. The big worry? That their secret knowledge of the S++ record holder could get out. Then, we cut to Bong Suchil, Bong Juhyuk's dad, at his desk, buried in papers, revealing he'd been doing some serious digging. He remembered his own past trauma, having just been released from the hospital months ago, after a brutal accident on the 20th floor landed him in rehab. Now, staring at a sterile hospital room, he was making big plans to get him into the absolute best rehab facility out there. A pen flew across the page, confirming everything was paid for and greenlit, and then his focus snapped to the younger brother, Bong Juhyuk. Suchil signed the papers with a fierce look, convinced this scholarship application was the ultimate power move. Unveiling the truth. It's Ms. Hong Jumja, Bong Juhyuk's mother, and her job status is about to drop a bombshell. Turns out, she was a water purifier salesperson, but got fired after a nasty customer incident. Talk about bad luck. And just to be clear. Now they're facing hospital bills, and she and the kid have been scraping by on government subsidies since her husband died years ago. Taking it all in, Bong Suchil simply states, this plan is definitely a go. He's not holding back. Even if it means tapping into the Awakening Management Department's scholarship fund, they're making this happen. No time to waste. They're moving immediately to support player Bong's family. But wait, a different scene. Someone else is absolutely fuming, clenching their jaw in pure frustration. And then, a monstrous hobgoblin appears. Someone's yelling, calling it a nasty thing, and demanding it just stay still. He's making sure his summoned entity is comfy, tossing a blanket over him, as someone else can't help but comment on the sudden kindness. Tan Suyuk is totally baffled by the mountain of food, asking if it's a party, and gets a simple yes in return. And wow, the table is absolutely loaded with food, the speaker casually mentioning they just went all out and got amazing service. Bong Juhyuk is just watching as the summoned entity is on the phone, getting the VIP treatment from Jae-min, who's telling them to feast and hit him up for more if they need it. The summoned entity is absolutely devouring the food, and Bong Juhyuk can't help but notice just how much they're putting away. Then, a pile of coupons appears, and someone's thinking, even with these, this bill is gonna be huge. The voice is still going, asking if they can use those coupons right now, and the answer is a definite, yes, go for it. The summoned entity is still chowing down, but Bong Juhyuk is actually flinching, complaining about the super strong smell of whatever they're eating. And then, bam. We see the chef, a hobgoblin, dripping sweat, who's totally offended, claiming no one has ever dissed his food. The feast rages on. Both the summoned entity and Bong Juhyuk are absolutely demolishing their jangmyeon, the crispy noodles crackling with every epic bite. But then, the summoned entity goes off on him, yelling about him eating the plate next, then quickly backtracking to say he had something crucial to check. Still chowing down, Bong Juhyuk's attention is snagged by a sudden blue system screen popping up right in front of him. The screen flashes, declaring that big spenders are getting 20 platinum badges, showcasing the gleaming badges in all their glory. He's already hit his 20th platinum badge, a look of pure shock spreading across his face. The screen pulses with a soft glow, and he can't help but wonder just how many of those badges he's racked up. Then, a brand new notification pops up, revealing an awesome perk, a free random box. His eyes practically pop out of his head, shouting "random box," in total disbelief. Get ready. The strategy guide for Conquer the Tower is about to drop, revealing a whole new world. This is it, the ultimate guide to dominating the tower. Inside a random box, you could snag 3 insane items, from epic main story gear to game-breaking tower weapons, armor, skills, magic, and even summon tickets, but one ticket? A mind-blowing 1 in 50 million shot. Bong Joon-hyuk is absolutely floored by the sheer number of options, yelling out in disbelief, why are there so many types? He debates just blowing it off, thinking, should I just skip it? Isn't it random anyway? He can't help but wonder how rare these things actually are, remembering all the times random boxes have totally screwed him over. The system brutally reminds him his luck is trash, flat out saying he's too unlucky for a tower summon ticket, but then, a spark of defiance ignites, but then, what if I do? The tower summon ticket's probability flashes, showing restrictions for other licenses, but this one? This is the absolute best shot he's got. And then, boom! A common summon ticket materializes, a 1 in 50 million miracle. He's locked onto the system interface, that common summon ticket practically screaming at him, but the thought of ditching it for a legendary LSSR summon is a real temptation. The system's practically taunting him, dangling the LSSR summon in front of his face, but the risk of just getting some basic gear from it? That's a hard pass. He's dreaming big, picturing himself on an epic, Black Tower tour, where the loot is legendary and the adventure is insane. A wicked grin creeps onto his face as he eyes those impossible odds, because he knows, deep down, there's always a chance for a miracle. He's all in. With a burst of pure hype, he screams open, and the energy around him explodes as he dives headfirst into the unknown. Then, a blinding blue beam of pure energy blasts skyward, announcing that the summon is officially happening. The beam slams down, obliterating a mysterious question mark box, and the suspense is killing everyone. His eyes are practically popping out, a flush spreading across his face as he screams internally, what's the result? Boom! The inventory screen lights up, shouting, Mana Stone 10 kilograms has been distributed, and the payoff for his insane luck is real. Bong Joon-hyuk, still chilling on the ground, totally brushes off the Mana Stone he just scored, thinking it's just a dud he can grab whenever. But then, a lightbulb moment hits him, and he's like, wait, this thing's worth a fortune if I flip it. Out of nowhere, a fresh system alert pops up, screaming open, at a glowing yellow mystery box, and boom. He just snagged a new skill, Penumbra Thunder Strike. The system confirms the skill's locked and loaded in his status window, and he's already thinking about its single target attack, planning to dive into the deets later. He's got this glowing box in his hands, looking totally shocked, and the system still yelling open, at him. Inside the box. A super radiant rune stone, just throbbing with purple power, and it's specifically for juicing up summon grades. Another system message flashes, confirming a summon grade up rune just dropped into his inventory. Bong Joon-hyuk's eyes go wide, and a massive, hyped-up grin takes over his face, as he totally gets what this means, shouting, jackpot. The upgraded summon unleashes 2 insane, high-tier entities, a male and a female, rocking SSR and SSSR ranks, literally the chosen ones he'd been dreaming of. He's got a major problem on his hands, trying to figure out which of his 2 insane new summons gets the ultimate power-up. The system's telling him to chill, but he's still freaking out, torn between the epic warrior and the savage hobgoblin. This choice is crushing him, especially since he has no clue how much mana he's even got left. He's totally frustrated with his mana control, just as this insane summon grade up rune pops up. The rune's description is clear, it's a one-shot grade booster for a summon. Thinking about his urgent need for raw power, he plans to hit up Korok to hand over the rune. But then, a wild idea hits him, maybe a brand new skill is the real game changer right now. Just like that, a skill card flashes into existence, revealing Penumbra Thunder Staff, a lightning-controlling debuff skill that scales with mana. A massive grin breaks out on his face, because this is the exact attack skill he's been craving. An electrifying surge of energy blasts through him, his eyes blazing with raw, untamed power. He's not wasting any time, immediately testing his new power. A staff of pure, crackling blue energy materializes, ready to unleash the soul-chasing thunderbolt. With a lightning-fast motion, he unleashes it. A torrent of vibrant blue lightning erupts, tearing through the air. After that epic display, he turns to his summoned entity, stating the obvious, it's not working like that in the real world. He elaborates, saying if he could just unleash that kind of power anywhere, the world would be in utter chaos. It's strictly in the tower only, so that's where they're heading next. His summoned entity is like, whoa, hold up, are you rushing things? But Bong Joon-hyuk quickly corrects him, this wasn't a random summon, he got this skill as a perk. With a huge, excited grin, he asks if it's an S-grade skill, then practically shouts that it's even a broken-type skill. The summoned entity is absolutely floored, reacting with pure shock, a stunned and no, escaping him as lightning crackles around his head. Later, the hobgoblin is chilling at a low table, surrounded by empty bowls, with Bong Joon-hyuk and the summoned entity also there, clearly winding down after all the excitement. He stares down at his summoned entity, a scoff escaping him, utterly unimpressed as he snaps, "Bro, what the hell? You got it on my." Time flies, and suddenly, it's a brand new day. Later, deep in thought, he realizes it's not the summoning trait itself that's got him worried. It's the summoning trait he awakened, the one that lets him pull beings straight from a parallel universe. And a being like the hobgoblin? It's packing serious combat power, way more than any normal monster should have. Because a summoned entity isn't just some random monster, it's a whole person who lived in another universe, now dragged into this one. The summoner, often hailed as a god, calls them over, but these summoned beings, they've already lived a whole life. And yet, he died. A desolate, shattered world stretches out, a stark reminder of the destruction that consumed the lives of those who once inhabited it. He considers the implications of his power, thinking it only natural for these summoned beings to be sensitive about their past, but then a more self-centered thought crosses his mind. After all, he is a person too, having just awakened an ability, and he's still just a low-ranked player. With a determined glint in his eyes, he resolves to utilize the attack skill he recently acquired. As blue energy swirls around him, Bong Joon-hyuk initiates the summoning. A system message flashes into existence, confirming that a barbarian meat shield has been successfully summoned, revealing the name John Rozak. From the swirling magic, a muscular figure materializes, his voice echoing with a simple declaration, "I'm here." This attack skill, he muses, might prove powerful enough to cause anxiety even on the first floor, a fortunate outcome given the weakness of his previous summons. Observing the newly arrived entity, Bong Joon-hyuk confirms his suspicion, it was indeed not just an attack skill, but a summoned being. As the summoning wraps up, Bong Joon-hyuk's mind is already racing, making it clear, some monsters are just a hard pass. But the newly summoned John Cossack, a hulking barbarian, is already laying out his ground rules, casually mentioning his mutual consumption habits, which sends Bong Joon-hyuk into a panic. Is he seriously about to get eaten? A raw, red-eyed surge of summoning power ignites. While Bong Joon-hyuk, jaw dropped, lays down the law with Summon Principle Article 3. Then slams the Activate button, locking in the rules and making sure his summons know who's boss. Rules are set, and John Cossack rises, his sheer size dominating the space. And he's absolutely fuming, glaring down at Bong Joon-hyuk with raw, barbarian rage. Bong Joon-hyuk, totally fed up, throws his hands up, yelling about the rules he just set, as John Cossack just lets out a bewildered "ah." Since all summons are basically human inside the barrier, Bong Joon-hyuk promises to sort out some clothes for John Cossack. Bong Joon-hyuk sizes up the opposition, realizing they're totally locked in, which makes him breathe a sigh of relief that he didn't have to go all out. He's got that look in his eyes. Even picturing John Cossack's sad eyes attack, in his mind, knowing deep down the barbarian doesn't actually hate him. He makes a serious vow to himself, promising to bet it all and never again charge in solo. But then quickly spins it, telling himself that messing around with summons to snag just one foe, carefully and safely, is totally fine. John Cossack, though, stays quiet, his face a total blank as he mulls over the offer. Bong Joon-hyuk reaches out, pushing the barbarian to trust him just this one time, hammering home that safety and survival are the absolute priority. A grin spreads across Bong Joon-hyuk's face as he catches John Cossack's hesitant "fine," knowing the barbarian's main game is always escaping danger and surviving at all costs. With a final, solid deal, the two lock in their agreement, a little ching sound sealing the pact. The portal rips open, revealing the ominous 21st floor of the Black Tower, a dark staircase beckoning them into the unknown. A voice cuts through the air, trash-talking orcs and comparing them to a certain meatball. The hulking hobgoblin, looming large, readily agrees, only to be sharply told to shut up. But Bong Joon-hyuk has a different idea, proposing they unleash their ultimate moves first, his eyes locked onto the tiny, floating orb that is John Cossack. The hobgoblin's face twists into a furious, silent snarl. Then, the order comes, teach the barbarian. But the orb protests, questioning if he's really supposed to get hit right now. With a roar of frustration, the hobgoblin charges. But the young summoner stands firm, a blue aura exploding around him as he threatens to unleash the Goblin King, making the orb visibly recoil in terror. Sighing, he tightens his grip on the staff, which blazes with potent blue energy, resigned to the inevitable task. A system window flashes, revealing their brutal mission, take down 30 forest orcs. He simply acknowledges the challenge. He's locked and loaded, staff blazing with purple power, a system alert screaming about an item limit right in his face. And then, bam! Two massive green orcs, eyes burning with evil purple light, are the first to step up to the plate. Hit me first. We go too, the hobgoblin bellows, already a green and purple blur, charging headfirst into the action. No hesitation from Bong Joon-hyuk. His staff whips out, a devastating arc of purple energy slamming right into one of those monstrous orcs. And just like that, another lightning-fast, precise strike, his weapon smashing into a second orc with brutal force. At the same time, the hobgoblin goes full berserker, his giant club coming down with a thunderous wham, absolutely crushing an orc. He's airborne, a literal tornado of green muscle and purple power, ripping through the enemy lines with pure, savage joy. But then, a blur. Bong Joon-hyuk's eyes snap open, his face twisting in shock as he starts to gasp, F-. Fast, he finally spits out, his brain struggling to comprehend the insane speed he just saw. Bong Joon-hyuk, already itching for action, can't believe this fight might end before he even gets a chance to go all out. But he's already charging forward, a vibrant blue aura exploding around him, closing the distance on those two forest orcs like a bolt of lightning. And just like that, the hobgoblin is already in the fray, delivering a crushing blow with his club to an unsuspecting orc. Bong Joon-hyuk's gaze sharpens with intense focus, a thought flashing through his mind, did they pick these guys out just for me? A quick, confident okay, is all he needs to say, accepting the challenge head-on. Then, he unleashes his power, a massive blue vortex of energy swirling around him, ready to unleash a devastating strike. The hobgoblin, seeing his partner's power, makes a promise, I'll watch your back. Then, in an explosive burst, Bong Joon-hyuk vanishes, leaving only a shimmering blue energy trail as he moves with impossible speed. And in a flash, he unleashes a concentrated energy blast, obliterating an orc with overwhelming force. Without a moment's pause, he unleashes his first devastating move, the soul-chaining thunderbolt, a raw, vertical slash of electric blue energy. The sheer power of the strike propels him skyward, a thunderous smash echoing his lightning-fast descent. The orc is caught completely off guard, its expression a mix of shock and agony as the electric current rips through its form. But he's just getting started, his power far from exhausted, as he ignites a new, golden surge of energy, readying his staff for an even more explosive attack. With a primal roar, he unleashes the primordial thunder staff, a colossal, earth-shattering column of crackling golden lightning erupting from his very core. This monstrous pillar of pure energy, the first-form soul-chasing thunderbolt, surges skyward, a blinding beacon of destruction ready to obliterate its target. He becomes the thunderbolt itself, a concentrated, explosive burst of golden power slamming down onto his enemy. The orc is absolutely annihilated, its body convulsing in pure agony as the golden lightning rips through it, its eyes burning with purple despair. The sheer, unadulterated destructive force leaves no room for argument, this power is absolutely not weak. It's pure devastation. After unleashing those insane lightning skills, he's absolutely radiating with golden energy, a triumphant smile plastered across his face. Bong Joon-hyuk is absolutely dialed in, his staff practically humming with electric blue power, ready to unleash pure chaos. Then, out of nowhere, a hobgoblin bursts forth with a savage roar, its eyes burning like hellfire and an insane orange aura just exploding around it. But our hero is just too quick, launching himself skyward and slamming his staff down with a brutal hit, purple energy exploding on impact as the beast gets absolutely rocked. He sticks the landing like a boss, his staff now radiating a chill green glow, totally hyped for whatever comes next. He just glances down at the defeated enemy, casually dropping the line, it's easy. Still holding his staff like it's nothing, he doubles down, too easy. Then he just casually eyes another hobgoblin already down for the count, like, one more. Out of nowhere, a colossal green foot comes crashing down with insane force, targeting our hero who's totally caught off guard on the ground. But just before impact, John Cossack teleports in, instantly shielding Bong Joon-hyuk with a stone-cold gaze, bracing for the hobgoblin's attack that's still lurking in the shadows. Boom! The 21st floor is history. The system's going wild, showering him with a level up, a mana stone, and a healing potion. And get this, he snagged an S++ rank and a platinum reward for that floor. He's not slowing down, his glowing fist just absolutely demolishing a desert orc, sending it flying. The very next day, the 22nd floor gets absolutely crushed, another level up, mana stone, and healing potion in the bag. Another S++ rank, another platinum reward, even while he's busy wiping out a cave orc. But wait, this isn't just any hobgoblin. This one's radiating some serious, unfamiliar mana, but he still takes it down like it's nothing. And just like that, the 23rd floor is history, bringing in another level up, mana stone, and healing potion. Fast forward to the next day, he's up and ready for the epic 24th floor, a whole new level of grind awaits. But as he stretches, he can't help but feel like clearing just one floor a day is getting seriously boring. Still, he knew he had to power up, but it had been ages since he'd even seen John Cossack. After a moment of thought, he decided it was time to hook up his summon buddy with something special. Elsewhere, a powerful loyalty rune pulsed above John Cossack, showing his absolute dedication. Then, out of nowhere, Bong Joon-hyuk dropped a glowing item on him, casually mentioning he just picked it up. John Cossack's jaw dropped, totally bewildered by the mysterious gift. Then, the system dropped a bombshell. It was a summon grade up rune that would boost his summon grade. His mind blown, John Cossack screamed, a G-grade increase, in utter disbelief. With a smirk, Bong Joon-hyuk coolly asked, like it? Absolutely floored, John Cossack could barely get out the words, are you really giving this to me, sir? John Cossack absolutely loses it, screaming in pure ecstasy as he grasps the rune's power, knowing it'll skyrocket his grade to S. He's practically glowing with happiness, pumped to finally unleash his full potential and shield his barbarian meat shield with unstoppable force. Bong Joon-hyuk can't help but ask if he's really that hyped, and John Cossack's yes practically shakes the room. Any shred of doubt vanishes as John Cossack realizes this is nothing but pure win. But then, Bong Joon-hyuk's already heading out, promising to power up later, leaving John Cossack wondering why he's bailing before even tea time. John Cossack catches him in the act, asking if he's still doing that, but Bong Joon-hyuk just tells him to forget the expensive stuff and just watch the show. Suddenly, John Cossack shouts, W8. He stares at Bong Joon-hyuk, who coolly tells him to switch the channel back, and John Cossack, still reeling, can only manage if yes. The TV screen lights up with a news report, and Bong Joon-hyuk lets out a shocked stop as he sees what's happening. His jaw drops, utterly stunned, demanding to know why his mom is suddenly a news headline. Pure shock washes over him. The screen flashes with a "Conquer the Tower" graphic, a brief interlude before the real drama continues. Now the TV shows a full-blown protest, with a massive sign screaming unfair contract termination. He's glued to the screen, trying to piece together what this unfair contract termination even means. Suddenly, his mom is right there, on screen, passionately declaring, how can someone who installs water filters be forced to collect trash alone? He looks down, totally lost in thought, wondering what on earth his mom is even doing caught up in all this. His eyes fall on a document in his hands, a will he signed, and suddenly, everything clicks into a much bigger, more mysterious picture. The crushing reality hit, an unfair contract termination notice, and his mother's hour-long protest yielded only a pathetic fraction of the company's massive surplus. It felt utterly pointless. But a defiant spark ignited within him, screaming, just try me. I'll ram right into you. His face contorted with raw fury. When a stranger approached, confirming his identity as Bong Joon-hyuk, only to dismiss him with a patronizing "thank you for your hard work." The man then coolly introduced himself as Kim, from a law firm. A bewildered expression crossed Bong Joon-hyuk's face, a law firm. His eyes widened in utter shock and outrage. He gripped a document, his mother's desperate threat emblazoned on it, if they don't pay my severance, I'll ram myself into their building. Bong Joon-hyuk pores over the legal document, a formal petition to sue the corporation, while the lawyer reveals he's been anticipating this exact move. The document screams unfair contract, and the lawyer's quiet affirmation only amplifies the tension, signaling the monumental challenge they face. His eyes fixated on the colossal corporate skyscraper, Bong Joon-hyuk feels the weight of the battle ahead, knowing this won't be a walk in the park. Face to face, team leader Kim cuts straight to the chase, confirming he's fully briefed on the petition and the whole story with Bong Joon-hyuk's mother. Kim lays out the brutal legal truth, highlighting every single disadvantage of the contract and the massive struggle they're about to undertake. Processing the grim reality, Bong Joon-hyuk can't shake the feeling that something's off, but it's not entirely shocking considering the company's track record. Then, with a piercing gaze, team leader Kim directly challenges him, are you ready to sign up for this fight? Kim recognizes the sheer desperation driving Bong Joon-hyuk's mother, knowing full well that for her, it's all or nothing. A fierce determination ignites within him, as Bong Joon-hyuk boldly declares his trust in the defense, feeling an invigorating surge of resolve. Against the backdrop of towering city giants, Bong Joon-hyuk takes a stand with his protest sign, as team leader Kim steps up to confront the chaos. Kim's hand shoots up in a defiant gesture, a clear message of, take that, to their enemies. In an instant, they're mobbed. A whirlwind of reporters and flashing cameras descends. Team leader Kim, a legal titan, effortlessly parries every question, dissecting the case's legal labyrinth, while Joon-hyuk stands firm, a silent force behind him. One reporter, Mike thrust forward, cut straight to the chase, screaming, contract violation. The heart of the battle. Suddenly, a haunting vision of his mother, engulfed in a ghostly purple glow, sears itself into Joon-hyuk's thoughts. He remembers her lonely fight, a one-woman army against an impossible foe. But then, a burning resolve ignites within him, the same purple power now surging from his very being, as he makes a silent, terrifying vow, they will pay. After dropping that bombshell announcement, Bong Joon-hyuk is on the phone, but his associate sounds defeated, admitting they're stumped on how to help him now. Then the associate suggests confronting the company's legal team head-on, but Joon-hyuk's reaction is pure frustration. He's like, seriously? You think I'm in a good spot right now? His face says it all, this situation is impossible. Suddenly, a message from his mom pops up, telling him to chill out, because she's already got a top-tier lawyer on her side. Taking his mom's words to heart, he decides to front her the lawyer fees, feeling guilty about not helping sooner and planning to drop a massive 50 million won. He's even thinking of sending more if it's not enough, fully committed to backing her legal fight all the way. Just then, his phone blows up again, and it's his dad calling. He picks up, and his dad immediately hits him with, "Did you see the news?" You can practically hear the urgency. His dad drops the bomb, his mom is free. Joo-hyuk is totally blindsided, especially after just planning to send her a fortune for lawyers. Bong Joo-hyuk is on the phone, and the news just keeps coming. He's just been told the hospital called him too, and he's demanding to know what went down. The news drops, his father's operation was a total success, metal plate in place, and he's been selected for something big, heading to the hospital in just a few days. And get this, the entire cost for his hospital stay and rehab? Absolutely free. He's stunned by the good news about his dad and the free treatment, and the voice on the other end tells him to chill out about his parents. But just as he's taking it all in, a message pops up from his mom, saying she's worried and heading to the hospital for a checkup. He quickly confirms, yeah, he saw it. Then, his brother Minhyuk chimes in, asking if he caught their mom's interview, leaving him to wonder if the entire family is just having an epic day. Minhyuk's voice rings out in an empty room, still asking about their mom's interview. Back in an office, Bong Joo-hyuk confirms he saw it, casually mentioning he's knee-deep in sales right now. He's already planning to send his allowance to his mom, because this lawsuit is going to drain them dry. While he's busy writing, someone asks if he doesn't already have a laptop, but he just laughs it off, saying he's got enough cash for a new one. Right by the scholarship application desk, he drops the bomb, he got a scholarship. Papers in hand, he thinks maybe being honest actually pays off sometimes. He's on the phone, totally relieved, saying getting out of that mess feels like a reward for all his grinding. Back at his desk, staring at his laptop, he just nods when someone tells him to hit the books. His phone lights up with a barrage of texts from his mom and Minhyuk, spilling all the family drama, the lawsuit, dad's hospital, Minhyuk's school, his mom even calls it, the work of the devil. Suddenly, we're outside the massive Awakening management department. Then, a new message pops up on his phone, it's team leader Kim, asking Bong Joo-hyuk for a discreet meeting. Sliding into the passenger seat, he hears team leader Kim's decisive voice, a clear invitation, yes, I will. Come pick you up. Let's have a meal together. Later, the two are seated in a traditional restaurant, a feast laid out before them. Team leader Kim cuts to the chase, so, what do you want to do? But his mind is elsewhere, consumed by family, a silent plea echoing, I don't know. I can't abandon my brother, Minhyuk. Over the sizzling grill, the discussion heats up, team leader Kim's words cutting through, because it was absolutely necessary. He presses on, you don't even hire it. A worried expression crosses his face as he considers, if there are troubles at home, I won't be able to focus. Even if I'm doing well at it. Team leader Kim's voice snaps him back, demanding, and why that kind of case only goes to the elite teams. His eyes widen in sudden realization, a thought piercing his mind, isn't it on a personal contract? A faint blue aura shimmers around him, reflecting his inner turmoil as he sits, lost in thought. Suddenly, a document slides across the table, its title boldly proclaiming an ultra-elite contract for a special management subject. As team leader Kim's voice cuts through the air, declaring that they can sign him right now. Into an elite team contract. Bong Joo-hyuk can only stare back, a single word escaping his lips in disbelief. Team leader Kim lays it all out, a golden ticket for Bong Joo-hyuk, an elite team contract, right here, right now. Bong Joo-hyuk's jaw practically hits the floor. This guy really came prepared, ready to seal the deal. He's not exactly brimming with confidence, but he knows he's not a slouch either. The gears are turning in his head. Making his move, team leader Kim starts to stride away from the desk. But not before turning back, a final, piercing question hanging in the air, demanding Bong Joo-hyuk's full comprehension. He knew what he had to do, no matter how much he dreaded it. Being indebted was his absolute least favorite thing, but this time, there was no other way out. He took a deep breath, bowing low, ready to make the most earnest plea of his life. His mom, ever the worrier, immediately questioned why he was doing this, reminding him of his brother's recent struggles. He laid out his plan, pushing her to join the player support program, insisting she was totally qualified for it. The air crackled with anticipation, as he waited for her decision. She mulled it over, realizing his elite contract could bring them comfort, and he quickly added that it would finally free her from worrying about him. But her real fear surfaced, she didn't want him blamed for anything, and that's when he dropped the bombshell, the elite contract demanded he couldn't sign it solo. With a hobgoblin silently observing in the background, he looked at her, and admitted he just didn't want anyone else dragged into his crazy world because of him. He lays it all out, the player support program is for everyone, so how could she possibly say no? He promises she'll live her normal life in total security, with full protection and backup for anything she does outside. But his mom, her face etched with worry, can only think one thing: if he's in, she's in. No way around it. Bong Joon-hyuk pushes on, revealing the association is bankrolling the whole thing, dropping 2 million won, and for their family's sake, she become a player. His words hit her hard, and in that moment, she knows there's no way she can say no. Despite the clear danger, she agrees, declaring it her absolute duty to protect her family. Cut to an office, team leader Kim shoves a document at Bong Joon-hyuk, demanding his signature. Kim, clearly annoyed, snaps that he's a busy man, implying Bong Joon-hyuk better hurry up. His face hardens as he demands to know the reason for the holdup, his patience officially gone. Bong Joon-hyuk, deep in thought, knows he needs to get some advice before making his big move. Then, with a confident grin, he declares, he's ready to wait it out. Fast forward to the next day, and suddenly, a massive surge of purple energy erupts, signaling something epic is about to happen. Then, with an explosive ching, the spirit super rare assassin bursts forth, fully awakened and radiating raw power. Bong Joon-hyuk and the new spirit are both blasted back by the sheer intensity, as a system notification flashes, confirming that sick grade upgrade is officially done. And there she is. The spirit assassin, fully materialized and absolutely glowing with purple power, strikes a pose that screams pure confidence. Her eyes might still be burning from the upgrade, but she's already declaring she's back to 100%. Back in the office, Bong Joon-hyuk tries to drop some big news, but the spirit is already over it, telling him to hurry up and spill the beans. She lets out an exasperated sigh, clearly finding his human drama totally predictable, and then wonders if it's even worth her time to talk to such a minor human. Bong Joon-hyuk drops a bombshell, revealing he just met the team leader from the Awakening Management Department yesterday. But John Cossack just casually drops that he rejected the offer, leaving Bong Joon-hyuk stunned and asking if he even thought about it. After a brief pause, John Cossack is all in, declaring his full support. He's convinced that summoner Bong Joon-hyuk, a national power-ranking legend, deserves nothing less than top-tier treatment. Bong Joon-hyuk then ponders the insane climb to the 60th floor or beyond if he joins the elite team, but he knows it's totally within reach. John Cossack, ever the loyal one, swears he'll train even harder to be the ultimate backup. Bong Joon-hyuk gets real, admitting he's doing all this for someone who saved his life, and his summoner's honor is on the line too, even if he's still got a tiny bit of hesitation. John Cossack, flashing back to his pre-summoning days, remembers a ton of L.Legend and SSR grade summon groups out there. He's got this fierce hope that Bong Joon-hyuk will summon every single one of them someday, and there's no way he's taking no for an answer. A brand new spirit assassin, radiating raw power, bows before Bong Joon-hyuk, swearing absolute loyalty. He instantly recognizes her as an L.Legend grade summon, a level so insane he thinks he'll never pull it off again. But hold up, even with this insane power now at his command. He's already thinking bigger, wondering, is this really it? He knows there are even crazier, higher grade summons out there, beyond L.Legend. Demon-level summons. That's next-level stuff, almost impossible to even imagine, and he's totally blown away just thinking about it. The spirit assassin confirms he can't summon another like her right now, but a sneaky narration box drops a hint, he totally will later. So he's left there, plotting his next move. He's all in. He's gonna live forever and just spam those random summons. Calling it his ultimate, lethal move. With a monthly cooldown, that's 12 summons a year, or even more if he gets lucky with drops. Fueled by this new plan, he's hyped for what's next, his eyes burning with ambition to summon even more ridiculously powerful creatures. He knew his skills were useless if he couldn't deploy them, and with just 10 days left until his next random summon, the clock was still ticking down, 19 days, 11 hours, 15 minutes, and 45 seconds. Until that next random summon hit, he had to make one rock-solid demand. His eyes were glued to the system interface, the woman in glasses a blur in the background. Summoning meant no interference, and he alone called the shots for clearing it. This was critical, because otherwise, chaos would ensue, throwing him off his game unless he pushed through to higher floors. A grim, armored warrior, a summoned being, seemed to reflect his internal struggle, silently asking what he must do. He absolutely couldn't get sidetracked, and if his state was locked in, getting a state report was a huge plus. He took in the system's advice, a simple, thanks for the opinion, escaping him. Then, a new system message flashed, a dull barbarian meat shield of the Great Plains tribe had been designated summoned. Suddenly, a massive, tattooed warrior materializes, pledging total loyalty to his summoner and dropping a respectful, welcome. But then, this absolute unit, who he mentally nicknames Meatball, throws out a cheeky challenge, yo, Meatball, no greeting for me. His yellow eyes narrow, and he presses on, a warrior doesn't just greet anyone, right? Just anyone. Then, a system alert blazes across his vision, confirming the summon's insane rarity, special, super, rare. SSR. Bong Joon-hyuk's jaw practically hits the floor, a giant exclamation mark popping up as he tries to compute this insane reveal. He starts deep diving into summon lore, realizing there are basic summons and then there are summoner summons, and this meatball definitely falls into the second, elite category. The massive summon's face twists in annoyance, admitting a huge power gap. With a 2-grade difference. I'm kinda stuck. A narrator box pops up, spilling the tea. Even this dull meatball is totally on edge. Even the dull meatball is walking on eggshells. Bong Joon-hyuk's face softens with pity, already plotting his next move to power up his new buddy. He's like, dude, that's rough. Next time I snag a summon grade up rune, meatball's getting it, no question. He wonders if they'll eventually get a platinum grade summon too. His summon being, however, is already frustrated, questioning why he's being treated this way when he's an SSR grade, as the internal system confirms their location on the 25th floor of the Black Tower in Korea, detailing the mission to defeat 100 Type A monsters and 1 Great Ogre boss. The completion condition reiterates the need to kill 100 Type A monsters and a Great Ogre, promising greatly increased rewards. A horde of formidable, green-skinned ogres, armed with various weapons, fills the cavern. Making Bong Joon-hyuk exclaim at their sheer numbers, though he confidently muses that he could probably handle a few more. Then, striking a pose, he asks if they should proceed to clear the 25th floor. With a relaxed smile, he instructs Meatball to go first and pull some aggro. A powerful impact echoes through the dungeon. As Meatball, with a determined roar, declares his readiness to take on all the aggro. A colossal, brutish hand clenches a weapon, knuckles screaming with raw power. Ready for war, a towering great ogre flexes, a monstrous wall of muscle and fury. But then, a flicker of confusion crosses its face, a guttural "cruck" rumbling from its throat. Too late. A blur of red energy, a lightning-fast descent, slams down with incredible force. The ground explodes, a blinding yellow burst ripping through the air. From the sidelines, Bong Joon-hyuk sees his opening, his voice a thunderclap, John Cossack, launch. No hesitation. John Cossack's body flares with electric blue energy, his eyes burning with battle lust. He's a blur, a blue streak of pure speed, leaving a swirling vortex of power behind him. Boom. John Cossack detonates into the ogre horde, a blue shockwave ripping through them like a tidal wave. With the blue energy exploding from him, John Cossack shouts in pure shock, feeling an incredible weight just vanish. His power just kept growing, swallowing the ogre's whole in a dazzling, destructive blue. Energy shards rained down like missiles, gouging massive craters into the earth with every hit. He was a blur of motion, unleashing blade explosion, shredding through ogres like they were nothing. He looked down at the chaos he'd wrought, blue energy still crackling as the last ogre hit the dirt. Bong Joon-hyuk just grinned, thinking, no wonder they call him the barbarian meat shield. Then, a terrifying crack ripped through the air, as the ground itself started to shatter. A hand, still humming with power, reached out to touch the strange, new cracks. He's a total blur, pink and purple energy exploding as he unleashes a lightning-fast, brutal attack. The hobgoblin, totally blindsided, stumbles back, its red eyes popping out in pure shock. Its face twists into a silent, horrified scream as the hit connects. Then, out of nowhere, blue energy explodes around Bong Joon-hyuk, and his face just screams, what the heck? The blue power surges, swallowing him whole. Then, John Cossack steps out of the darkness with a wicked grin, dropping the ultimate bombshell, surprise. Pink and purple energy explodes around him, and the system confirms it, skill, despicable ambush is active. The skill hits, and Bong Joon-hyuk is violently launched, flying through the air in a chaotic mix of blue and purple power. Betrayal done, John Cossack bolts through the forest, a blazing purple aura his only companion as he vanishes into the woods. Chaos explodes. A summoned entity, clad in white and blue, absolutely tears into the hobgoblin horde, his weapon a lightning-fast blur, obliterating enemies. A massive hobgoblin lets out a primal, earth-shattering roar, its smaller comrades trembling in its shadow. Then, BAM. A spirit assassin, radiating pure purple energy, phases into existence, her eyes burning as she mocks the monsters, why the sour faces already. A dark energy surge erupts, as she unleashes her poison dagger, skill. Her aura absolutely exploding, she screams, just getting started. Back on the sidelines, Bong Joon-hyuk is not about to miss out. He's gotta get that loot before it's all gone, so he pops his Shadow Step skill. The first summoned entity is still going off, a whirlwind of destruction against the hobgoblins. Every single hit is a crushing blow, sending those monsters flying. A confident smirk spreads across the summoned entity's face as he drops a bombshell, revealing his entire existence is enough for someone like Bong to live a good life, thanks to the summoner's safety power threshold. He remembers Cossack's words, a harsh reality igniting a fierce determination deep inside him. Yellow energy explodes around him, a clear sign that he has to power up, and fast. The power surges, engulfing him completely in a blinding yellow aura, as he makes a silent promise, he'll get strong enough so no one has to worry about him ever again. His eyes blaze with raw power, the yellow energy practically screaming from his very being, a pure declaration of his unbreakable will. Bong Joon-hyuk dodges a monstrous swing from the hobgoblin, narrowly escaping its devastating attack. His eyes burning with resolve, he realizes this fight is endless unless he breaks through his own boundaries. With the hobgoblin charging once more, he steels himself, declaring he'll get stronger, no matter what. Suddenly, a flash of purple energy erupts, as he slams his staff into the hobgoblin, moving with incredible speed. A thunderous impact rocks the area, as his attack smashes directly into the monster's skull. The hobgoblin crashes down, utterly defeated by the sheer force. Its eyes glaze over, the beast now completely motionless. Bong Joon-hyuk stands triumphant, having unleashed the primordial thunder staff, first form, for the win. Dropping the soul-chasing thunderbolt, he just goes off, a purple lightning storm exploding on impact. The hobgoblin just lets out this insane growl, getting absolutely rocked by that hit. No time to breathe, Bong Joon-hyuk is already airborne, going in for round 2. Using Shadow Step to teleport right up close, he smashes the hobgoblin's head with an explosive purple energy punch. He's just a blur of motion, setting up the ultimate finisher. One last, epic thrust, and he drops the hammer, a blinding energy flash sealing the deal. He stands tall, victorious, his eyes practically burning with raw power. He registers the system message, a notification confirming the unlocking of the primordial thunder staff's second form, soul-chasing thunderbolt. A wide grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with fierce blue energy as he exclaims his triumph. The surrounding hobgoblins, recognizing Bong Joon-hyuk as the one who decimated their ranks, recoil in terror, their voices filled with disbelief and fear. A surge of blue energy erupts from him, crackling with raw power. As he lunges forward, his body a blur of motion, the primordial thunder staff's second form manifesting as a brilliant yellow glow around his legs. He closes the distance in an instant, striking the nearest hobgoblin with a devastating blow. The staff extending with a blinding flash of golden lightning. Its crackling energy reaching out to encompass more foes. Tearing through the horde with explosive force, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. With the lightning energy splitting into 5 deadly branches, the scattered falling thunder skill unleashes its raw power. A massive grin splits his face as he shouts, "It's an AoE attack." But his ally, John Cossack, is caught off guard, muttering, "Huh? Was there an AoE lightning?" His eyes go wide in pure terror as he lets out a desperate gasp before the full force hits. Engulfed in the electric storm, he screams, "Summoner Bong." The entire area detonates in a blinding explosion of lightning and smoke, leaving nothing but chaos in its wake. As the smoke clears, Bong Joon-hyuk stands triumphant over his utterly flattened ally, who's now just a crumpled heap. From the crater he now occupies, John Cossack grumbles, lecturing, "You shouldn't be so happy just because a new skill unlocked, and didn't we agree that you'd only catch one per floor?" With a comically embarrassed look, Bong Joon-hyuk quickly mumbles, "OOPs. I sorry." Hold up, a sudden thought just hit him like a truck. He's seriously asking himself, why is he apologizing to a summoned creature? Like, what even is that? Then, pure annoyance hits him, he's totally fed up with the idea of being stuck with that guy forever. Sure, he might be chill outside, but inside this tower. He's a total alpha, no doubt. New plan, new summon. He's going for another summon, but this time, it's all about safety and distance. He's already picturing it, charging in, ready to absolutely smash some heads. His eyes narrow, pure fire and focus burning within them. Purple energy explodes around his arm, and he's like, "Huh. The summon is here." He's already on the hobgoblin, strategizing to wear it down before going in for the epic finish. A surge of raw power explodes, purple energy crackling as an armored fist slams forward with incredible velocity. As a voice screams, recognizing the summoned warrior's insane power, shouting John Cossack's name as he absolutely obliterates the distance, his sword a purple streak against a massive enemy. He dashes forward with insane speed, leaving a blazing trail of purple energy in his wake as he closes in. Meanwhile, Bong Joon-hyuk is freaking out, a cold sweat running down his face as he realizes his massive screw-up, thinking, "I totally should have used a safe distance summon." His voice booms with pure panic, screaming for that orc chieftain to be taken out right now. Dropping to a knee, Bong Joon-hyuk starts pouring out his power, and a massive, muscular form begins to materialize from pure energy right in front of him. The hobgoblin lets out a furious growl, but the new summon just confidently declares, "Leave it to us." With a final burst of energy, the summon is complete, standing huge and ready for action next to Bong Joon-hyuk. Bong Joon-hyuk stares down his new powerhouse, a fierce glint in his eyes, and shouts, "Let's go, meatball." The hobgoblin, not backing down, fires off a rapid blue energy blast. But that's not all. A colossal purple energy wave explodes from his palm, threatening to overwhelm everything. With a fierce snarl, he pours every ounce of his strength into the attack. But the newly summoned meatball isn't fazed. His fist ignites with a blinding golden glow, ready to strike. Closing the distance in an instant, he unleashes a bone-shattering golden punch, tearing through the very earth. The sheer power of the blow sends the hobgoblin flying back with incredible speed. He crashes down with a deafening thud, his landing leaving a deep crater in the ground. Amidst the chaos, the summoned entity stands tall, radiating an intense golden aura, his eyes blazing with pure determination. And as his power skyrockets, golden gauntlets erupt onto his arms, crackling with raw, purple lightning. Unleashing a devastating surge of power, the summoned entity activates Desperate Ambush, a blinding torrent of blue energy exploding around it. The attack, a blur of speed and precision, propels it forward with unstoppable force. Before the hobgoblin can even blink, the impact hits, leaving it utterly stunned. A blinding, explosive flash of blue energy engulfs the monster, sealing its fate. As the light dissipates, the summoned entity stands triumphant, mission accomplished. A system message flashes, confirming the victory, the 25th floor mission is cleared, and a level up is secured. More notifications flood in, detailing the sweet rewards, including mana stones and an S+ clear bonus, netting a platinum chest. With the current challenge crushed, the path to the 26th floor is unlocked, and the system initiates the exit from the Black Tower. After absolutely crushing the 25th floor, a wild system notification pops up, dropping an encore perk right into his lap. Juhyuk stares at the holographic screen, the words, perk, you may select an encore perk, practically screaming at him. His jaw practically drops as he tries to wrap his head around this insane bonus, exclaiming, what? An encore perk? The system lays out the ultimate buffet of power-ups, exit enhancement, skill copy, random item, or summon upgrade enhancement. He's practically drooling at the crazy windfall, making his choice with a decisive, then of course. A surge of electric blue energy explodes from his hand, and the system roars, awakening trait is enhanced. A fierce grin spreads across his face, pumped about that S+ clear on the 25th floor, it paid off way more than he ever dreamed. He pulls up his stats, checking out his name, his epic, Black Tower owner, class, and his new level 26 status, plus a killer lineup of skills like Summon LVL20, Desperate Ambush, and Spirit Assassin. He grins, declaring, nice. My luck is changing. He stands next to his radiating summoned entity, hyping up their next adventure, knowing that hunting and battling together is going to be an absolute, win-win party. As they get ready to roll out, a system alert flashes, random summon cooldown has about 12 days left, leaving him buzzing with anticipation, who will the next team member be? John Cossack, ever the loyal summon, turns to his master, a subtle question in his eyes, what's the game plan now? But before they can strategize, a colossal hobgoblin chef appears, his booming voice cutting through the air, his only concern for his master's well-being. John Cossack, clearly annoyed, just tells the new summon to repeat spicy food, internally questioning how such a useless creature could be his new companion, even with its concern. But then, a glorious spread of tteokbokki appears, a well-deserved reward for conquering the 25th floor, and the command is clear, feast until you burst. The hobgoblin chef takes a bite, his massive eyes popping wide as he exclaims it's not spicy in the slightest, but incredibly sweet. John Cossack stares, a flicker of pure disbelief crossing his face, utterly baffled by the hobgoblin's reaction. But all skepticism vanishes as John Cossack dives in, slurping down the food with an almost primal hunger, a vibrant, satisfied aura radiating from him. Bong Juhyuk, eyeing his summoned entity holding a golden gift, dramatically announces he's ready to ditch this guy and summon someone new. His summoned entity, totally shocked, asks if he's already got a new summon lined up, but Bong Juhyuk just groans, claiming he'll have to sell his family at this rate. With Bong Juhyuk now holding the fancy red box, his summoned entity points out that his mom is definitely gonna be mad. John Cossack, joining the group, demands to know where Bong Juhyuk got the cash, but he just brushes him off, saying he'll spill the details later. The receipt flashes into view, showing a mind-blowing price tag, and the summoned entity freaks out, yelling about the cost and asking if Juhyuk saved the receipt, as John Cossack quickly tries to shut them up. Trying to calm the storm, the summoned entity looks at Bong Juhyuk, suggesting they just enjoy the gift from their son, which earns a weary sigh from him. The summoned entity, still admiring Bong Juhyuk, raves about how amazing expensive food is, while Bong Juhyuk, lost in thought, wonders why all new summons suddenly want fruit, but a wave of relief washes over him. A document reveals the good news, his mom's lawsuit and his dad's treatment both went perfectly. He clears his throat, ready to drop a bombshell on his family, demanding their full attention. Before dropping the ultimate truth bomb, I have awakened. He doubles down, dropping another truth bomb, actually, I'm not just a player. His family is absolutely speechless. One family member asks if he's talking about his awakening, while another playfully jabs at his sudden ego, bro, why are you acting so high and mighty? Later, Bong Juhyuk chills alone, soaking in his new reality and probably checking his notifications. As a formal announcement drops, confirming his identity, yes, team leader John. This is Bong Juhyuk. The next day hits, fresh and clear, revealing a massive skyscraper, a true symbol of power. Bong Joon-hyuk strides away from a slick limo, while two figures hype up his recent awakening, confirming, that's correct. He's a pride of the nation. After his awakening, the world quickly adjusts to Bong Joon-hyuk's new status, with an escort confirming his elite player ranking. And a prestigious black card from Garnier being presented, as the escort announces that player Nim is waiting upstairs, ready for whatever comes next. Later, standing in a spacious, modern home, Bong Joon-hyuk addresses his family, dropping the bombshell that this luxurious pad is their new home. In the heart of the city, the Awakened Management Department loomed large, a true powerhouse of control and authority. And inside, a hand was making history, signing the name Bong Joon-hyuk onto a critical document, confirming his commitment to what he now understood was an elite contract. He was absolutely stunned by the reality of it all. Only moments before, the idea of inking such a high-stakes elite player contract felt like a distant dream, but now, he was officially a special management subject. He let out a heavy sigh, pondering the wild unpredictability of life, and just how fast everything had flipped. His original goal was just a standard contract, aiming for a decent paycheck and some stability, but destiny had definitely thrown him a curveball. He's locked in. Bong Joon-hyuk signs the contract, the man in the suit practically gloating that he had no other option. But hold up, it wasn't about being cornered for Bong Joon-hyuk, it was a calculated move to dodge the fame game. He's already stressing about his face blowing up on TV and social media, making it impossible to even step outside. No way does he want other agencies sniffing around for him, he's trying to ghost all that extra drama. Then, a random thought pops into his head, did his family even like the new crib? But he shuts that down fast, it's not about the house or the cash, it's just not worth the fame. Suddenly, his phone blows up with texts from his brother, Bong Min-hyuk, who's absolutely losing it over seeing him on TV and is ready to shout it from the rooftops. Bong Joon-hyuk just groans, could I possibly get any more attention? But wait, the man in the suit drops a bombshell, sliding over blueprints, a penthouse apartment with insane city views, right in Seoul's hottest district, a gift from the company. Bong Joon-hyuk's jaw drops, totally blindsided by the lavish pad, it's so clean and massive. We're talking the largest penthouse in Korea, right there in Seoul. The city lights blaze, and the night is alive with a low, powerful hum, setting the stage for something big. Inside, the floor practically vibrates with the pulsing rhythm of the music, a subtle tremor that hints at the energy within. Suddenly, Bong Joon-hyuk is swarmed by a crowd of excited fans, their ecstatic cries echoing as they practically mob him. A woman practically melts into him, her voice a seductive whisper, but he's clearly not feeling it, pulling back from the overwhelming attention. He's totally baffled, thinking, why is everyone suddenly so obsessed with me? He's never even been a club person before. But wait, a new player enters the game. It's Yoo Kyo-min, none other than South Korea's undisputed rank 1 player, and he's definitely making an entrance. These aren't just any drinks, we're talking $1 million each. The luxury here is absolutely insane. Now at a table, Bong Joon-hyuk can't help but wonder if this club is way too over the top, and why the guy across from him is staring so intently. The ultimate question looms, just who is this mysterious record holder who's been crushing consecutive S++ rank clears on the 25th floor? He finds it wild how people always complain about him, always the same old stuff. So curious. Suddenly, a woman sneers, empty. What's so great about the 29th floor, and another just writes him off, thinking, I have zero interest in some dumbass like that. Then the first one pushes, aren't you worried about our country, and the other just shrugs, I don't care about that. Bong Joon-hyuk, bottle in hand, just cuts them off, nah. Keep blabbering. One of the women's eyes go wide in shock as he snarls, listen up, you stupid B***tch. Cowering over her, he demands, if I bail on the 62nd floor right now, who's gonna stop the hellhopper? His hand flares with power as he stresses, the Black Tower's literally at Bangwon-do's entrance right now. What if that's not even the biggest problem? Liquid splatters on the ground as he shouts, South Korea will just be utterly annihilated. His eye burns with intense power as he dares them, so, wanna test if I'm bluffing or not? A soft, I'm sorry, barely escapes him, but a furious purple aura erupts, because the entire tower is collapsing, and they're blaming him, the absolute madman. He's just standing there, looking out at the city, and he can't help but laugh at how these player bitches are always whining about their own petty problems. And don't even get him started on the humble civilians, they're just as bad, only caring about their own stuff while he's out here saving the world. He spits, a look of pure contempt on his face. He just can't take it anymore, burying his face in his hand with a frustrated groan. He's so over it, absolutely burnt out after grinding for a whole month since the last disaster, pulling in $500 million, but it's still not enough. He remembers all the sweet talk, the promises of a $10 billion annual salary, a mansion fit for a king, and 10 maids ready to cater to his every whim. All that promised wealth and pleasure, he can almost see the maids lining up to serve him. But he's still starving, still tired, still absolutely exhausted to the core. So he's quitting, and without him, everyone is going to die, over and over and over again. Feeling totally unappreciated, he's seriously thinking about just naturalizing, especially when he finds out the main floor elder of the 66th floor is some kind of undead monster, a specter so terrifying it makes you shake just by seeing it. These aren't your typical fictional undead, they shrug off physical attacks, only elemental damage works, and only tower veterans truly get the terrifying energy brewing down there, so don't even think about underestimating them. One try means 3 days of mental recovery, and even with all the gear, weapons are useless, so you're basically signing up to die every single time, making him yell, "Damn undead brothers." Clearing the 66th floor is gonna be a nightmare for a long time, he realizes, sitting next to another guy, both of them totally zoned out. He lets out a quiet mumble, his mind racing with the radical idea of naturalization, a path he knows he shouldn't even consider, but one that keeps pulling him in. But the world keeps spinning, with headlines screaming about the 66th floor's brutal challenges, the chaos in Korean society, and the power plays of the Black Lion and Hotel Tower guilds, all pointing to a massive shakeup in the tower. The so-called Golden Age of the tower is officially dead, and a terrifying new era has begun. A chilling smirk spreads across Yukielman's face as he declares, only a genius like him, Yukielman, could even dream up this level of chaos. He cackles with pure, unadulterated evil, reveling in the fact that for everyone else, it's already game over. He stares down at the city, a cruel smile on his face, and sneers, he'll be long gone from Korea by then, leaving those fools to their fate. The city itself seems to scream in agony, a terrifying vision of the regret and despair that's about to hit, as buildings collapse and shadows swallow everything. His last thought on the matter explodes with pure, unadulterated rage, a furious curse hurled at the ungrateful bastards. But back in his own world, a totally normal notification pops up on Bong Joon-hyuk's screen, telling him his delivery food is here, 10 fried chickens, right? He's back, accepting a delivery with a little one in tow, joking about overordering. This player residence. It's pure comfort, a place where everyone lives together, making life easy. And he's got that satisfied grin to prove it. The staff here handles everything, from office work to tiny errands, keeping things running smoothly. And what's on the menu for Cossack today? Epic fried chicken, a well-deserved treat after that 26th floor mission to wipe out 20 swamp trolls. That 26th floor was a brutal swamp environment, a real test. But his shadow step skill made it a breeze, even letting him snag a troll himself. Now, with 2 chickens in hand, he shouts, "No healing, Mr. Cossack. Let's get some chicken." He's totally zoned out, eyes glued to something else, while Cossack is just staring at him with hearts in his eyes, wondering what's up. But then, he's back in the game, ordering up some fried chicken, and instantly kicking himself for getting so distracted. And what was the distraction? A stunning woman with long dark hair, striking a super alluring pose, making a little sound that just grabs attention. He's still totally mesmerized, mentally rating her 200-inch legs, and seriously, he thinks this is a super important observation. But then, it's back to business as a hand snags a perfectly crispy piece of fried chicken, time to feast. Chowing down together, Cossack drops a line about his boss on the 26th floor always telling him to eat up, and Bong Joon-hyuk just tells him to keep on munching. Someone nearby, totally eavesdropping, wonders if he can also just eat well, since that's all he was told to do. Bong Joon-hyuk, looking super serious, lays down the real rule, you gotta say eat well 10 times, and then you can head to the 26th floor. He really drives the point home, like it's the most basic rule for anyone out there. John Cossack is absolutely hyped, practically shouting about the possibility of a new member joining their crew, totally pumped for what's next. He's still going, absolutely buzzing, shouting about fresh blood and epic battles. Meanwhile, some massive dude just laughs it off, saying he's not even the strongest, and Bong Joon-hyuk just looks totally over it, letting out a tired, ugh. But hold up, thinking about Bong Joon-hyuk's safety, Yukielman is looking rough, doubled over and groaning, while Bong Joon-hyuk is right there, kneeling in front of him. Then, Yukielman hands him this sick, glowing red item, spilling the details that this volcano orc leather armor came straight from the 27th floor and it's got this insane power to block all cold with its fiery aura. Bong Joon-hyuk thanks him for always having his back, but Yukielman just brushes it off, saying it's literally their job to support a top-tier player like him. Bong Joon-hyuk, with a fierce look, promises to rock that armor and bring it back, while Yukielman just gives him a quick good luck for the 27th floor. He then steps right into a shimmering portal, teleporting straight into the Black Tower Dungeon's 27th floor. And just like that, the 27th floor hits him with a cold that's beyond anything he's ever felt, it's absolutely brutal. Bong Joon-hyuk just stepped onto the 27th floor, and despite the insane cold, his new armor is holding up. He's like, seriously, this isn't cold at all. He's probably thinking of John Cossack, who'd just shrug and say, a warrior feels no cold. And then there's Yukielman, always the worried one, asking if Cossack was actually okay, even with his no cold act. This cold isn't just cold, it's like a magical freeze ray, but he's got a cheat code, he can just blast it away with his own power. He can't help but think, if only everyone else had my brain, this would be so much easier. The deeper he goes, the colder it gets, like the dungeon is actively trying to freeze him solid. But he's got a plan, a clear strategy already locked and loaded. No time to waste, he's ready to go, it's time to start hunting right now. Then, bam. A massive blue energy wave explodes from him, blasting the ice apart, carving a clear path through the frozen hellscape. Even with his specialized gear, the 27th floor's brutal cold is too much, sending John Cossack into an uncontrollable shiver, his body fighting against the freezing onslaught. Bong Joon-hyuk, however, is just plain annoyed by the persistent cold, even while appreciating the cozy warmth of his blanket, wishing he could just stay put. But duty calls. He's gotta push through, absolutely determined to bag at least one monster before this day is over. John Cossack barrels ahead, Yu Kielman hot on his heels, and Bong Joon-hyuk watches them go, thinking it's good they're splitting up. Then, out of nowhere, a system notification blindsides him, making him shout in pure shock, a stunned, "Huh," ripping from his throat. The system blares, quest complete. Level up. He's just earned 7,000 mana stones, the Black Tower Captain's Holy Sword, and Black Tower Badge 3. He can't believe it, stammering, "H already?" He hasn't even touched the 50 orcs yet. He just stares at the Black Tower badge, utterly flabbergasted, muttering, "No way. I haven't even warmed up yet." But hey, a win's a win. A triumphant grin spreads across his face as he clutches the glowing holy sword, finally holding his very own exclusive item. What a rush. He checks out the sword, a massive two-hander, but then he just stops, something's off. Wait, what? Is this thing seriously this beat up? Gripping the massive sword, he's totally conflicted, wondering if it's even an upgrade from his old mace. He'll figure out its worth later, pulling up a system screen to check its disposal price. Then, a low hum vibrates from the sword, and it starts to glow with an otherworldly light. The system drops the bomb, it's the tower-exclusive Roland Kingdom Paladin Captain's Holy Sword. This thing boosts holy power, sacred fire, spirit, and critical hits against undead, but only against them. But there's a catch: super low durability, needs repairs after every use, and it constantly glows, imbuing both the sword and the wielder with a faint radiance. Get ready for the ultimate power-up. A bald, scarred behemoth with a monstrous chainsaw declares his name, Mr. Meatball. Forget swords, forget fancy weapons. This absolute unit of a warrior, all muscle and beard, knows the real power comes from his own two fists. But not everyone's about brute force. A cunning fighter with glasses shows off their secret weapon, the Obscura leather dagger, proving precision beats power. Back in the game, Bong Joon-hyuk, chilling in front of his screen, is keeping tabs on the action, casually remarking on his top-tier inventory and how well the other guy is handling things. But then, the grind hits him. He's debating whether to even bother with the player's shop, complaining about the hassle and how his ancient gear probably won't even fetch a decent price. Bong Joon-hyuk winds up, ready to unleash a devastating sword swing. Then, with explosive force, he launches into an aerial overhead strike. His body a blur, he finishes the swing with incredible speed. A sharp cry of effort, as the new skill pushes his limits, draining his stamina. He quickly realizes the power of 2 swings, gained after only 2 tries, and it's completely unrestricted, pure freedom in combat. But a crucial question remains: is he locked out of other skills because of his class, or is it his summoner status holding him back? His gaze sharpens, the sheer potential of this skill igniting a spark of ambition. The catch? This skill vanishes outside the boundary between worlds, only reappearing when a gate opens. Talk about situational power. And the terrifying implication hits him: any players foolish enough to enter a gate will be absolutely deluged by this skill. A chill runs down his spine, a premonition of something massive, something dark, about to unfold. Because this isn't just a bad feeling, it's the absolute harbinger of impending doom. But far from his thoughts, the stage is being set at the Japanese embassy in Seoul, a hub of international intrigue. Inside, a shadowy figure in shades sneers, calling someone a rabbit brain for daring to ditch their old master for a new gig. He makes it clear: bring them back alive, but warns that any injuries will definitely cut into their payout. A phone screen flashes with a brutal command: kill him, but make it look good. Counselor Tomo, a high-ranking official at the Japanese embassy, looks intense, his face a mask of serious contemplation as events escalate. With a chilling declaration, he warns everyone: a typhoon is about to hit. And just then, a system alert confirms the Black Tower has been located, pinpointing Korea's rank 1 player on floor 60 with just over 32 days left on the clock. With no other option but to conquer the higher floors, Bong Joon-hyuk had to concede the top spots to players like Yu Kielman. But worrying was useless, he just had to keep his head down and grind at his own speed. The system flashed: 28th floor cleared. Now, the 29th floor was starting. He remembered the 28th floor's Yeti, and the 29th was a nightmare of goblins and trolls swarming from everywhere. An S+ clear would have been a breeze, if it was just him and Cossack. A massive monster let out a guttural roar. But they had Meatball, and that changed everything. He thought back to how Meatball just tore through so many enemies, a true force of nature. Looking at the tiny purple form, he thought if it were any bigger, it'd be hideous, but enemies were still dropping like flies. He had to stay alert. He's still going, a total blur of glowing energy, absolutely tearing through the 28th floor. Even Cossack's zombie form was surprisingly clean, but this 28th floor. It's a whole new level of nasty. He just knows this isn't gonna end well. With a name that's already pure filth, he's about to throw down with the black troll. These things are literally dripping yellow pus and discharge, and apparently, other players were already trying to clear them out. After absolutely crushing the floor, Bong Juhyuk gives a shout out to his summoned entity, now officially Meatball, who just casually replies, "We don't need to fight." They're heading to the 29th floor, with stone lions, witches, and goblins on the menu, and he's already wondering if these new foes are gonna try some magic tricks. The hulking summoned entity boldly proclaims his invincibility to sickness, a declaration Bong Juhyuk can only grudgingly accept as they stand on the 29th floor. With a quick okay, he pushes them onward, the duo blurring through the ancient streets. Unburdened by mortal ailments, these two powerhouses tear through the dungeon. Their pace is absolutely insane, even faster than their lightning-fast clear of the 28th floor. Boom! The system confirms it, 100 stone lions down on the 29th floor, and a massive level up to level 10. And just like that, he snags the Stone Lion Hunter title, clearing the entire 29th floor of the Black Tower and raking in a ton of sweet rewards. The summoned entity, practically radiating with pride, pumps his fist and asks if they're the absolute best team out there. But elsewhere, a tied-up Counselor Tomo is in full panic mode, begging for forgiveness and demanding to know why he's being left behind. Just as suddenly, a system message flashes, "Unsummon," and the summoned entity vanishes into glittering particles, leaving Bong Juhyuk utterly shocked and stammering about the summon. The very next day, we're at the Awakening Management Department's gym, and it's looking totally empty. Until a determined young woman starts her intense workout, the heavy weights slamming with every rep. The heavy thud of the weights just pounds through the whole place. As Nam Gun, the absolute beast of a rank 2 player, absolutely crushes her limits. Her mission today? Clear the 30th floor, and she's tackling it with pure, unadulterated resolve. But even while she's grinding, her mind's already on the next level, the real nightmare, the dark zombie lurking on the 62nd floor. A shadowy, monstrous figure with glowing eyes fills her thoughts, and a chilling question echoes, is she really the only one who can take down that floor? Staring blankly at the wall, the sheer pressure of the 62nd floor hits her hard, and she can't help but wonder if this insane challenge is finally her breaking point. Even if the odds were stacked against her. She was determined to keep pushing, to grind until her body literally broke. Chugging down that power-up supplement, Gun felt the energy coursing through her veins. Flexing like a boss, she hyped herself up, "Let's go, Gun." Mid-training, a sudden noise made her snap her head up, a quick "huh" escaping her. Suddenly, Victoria, a sharp-eyed woman with short black hair, appeared, looking totally shocked, a wish of air marking her arrival. Up on the rooftop, Victoria greeted her, "Yo, Gun. It's Victoria. I'm heading to the 30th floor right now." But Gun was already fuming, "Seriously, where is this dude? He totally bailed. I thought he was supposed to be on this mission." Victoria's eye twitched, a furious glare forming as she growled, "Ha! You Keelman, that absolute jerk." Two figures on a stoop are already fuming, one of them spitting in pure disgust, as a lone figure just walks away, oblivious to the brewing storm. Meanwhile, the news is hyping up the bright future of Korea, completely missing the real drama unfolding behind the scenes. But the real bombshell drops, Yu Keelman, Korea's only top player, is heading to Japan. And Bong Juhyuk's reaction? Pure, unadulterated rage. A dark, furious energy practically explodes from him as he glares, unable to believe what he's hearing, spitting out a single, venomous word, "disgusting." Over at the Awakening Management Department, Counselor Tomo is cool as a cucumber, confirming the shocking news, and hinting that there's a huge strategic reason behind letting player Bong do what he wants. He then drops a bombshell about the 60th floor, a brutal challenge he tackles every single day, making it clear just how insane it is to even think about clearing it solo. Tomo, still locked onto his screen, keeps going, admitting that while the 60th floor looks doable, the truth is way more complicated than it seems. Bong Juhyuk processes the impossible timeline, realizing 90 days just isn't enough. Counselor Tomo coolly reveals his own rigorous 90-day prep for tough climbs, emphasizing that scaling the upper floors is his call. Then apologizes, admitting the contract's fresh ink means he can't even ask for this kind of favor. But Bong Joon-hyuk fires back, reminding him they're so desperate they're grasping at anything, telling Tomo to ditch the sad face before it breaks his resolve. Yet, a grim acceptance washes over him as he thinks, what's impossible, is impossible. Counselor Tomo firmly states he won't make a promise he can't keep. Meanwhile, Nam-gun bursts with excitement, shouting, "Team leader! My player rank just skyrocketed." She keeps going, dropping a name, "Mina Uni told me, wait, Lee Mina." "Yeah, Lee Mina." Suddenly, her eyes widen as she asks, "Wait, did he say they found us light attribute items?" Counselor Tomo, practically sweating with regret, can only sigh in anxious apology. Unable to grant Bong Joon-hyuk's request, admitting, this is, well. Bong Joon-hyuk just lets out a knowing, as the tense discussion finally wraps up. But then, the scene explodes with new energy as Nam-gun pops up, beaming. She's got a slick blue interface glowing before her, announcing she hit up the item store. And get this, she's got something huge, pointing out that Bong Joon-hyuk's probably missing out on some sweet light attribute gear. Bong Joon-hyuk, now geared up with his blade, is ready to grab it. As Nam-gun confirms she's got plenty to go around. He reaches out, hyped to see what this new power feels like. The system window pops up, revealing the insane stats of the Roland Holy Kingdom Paladin Captain's holy sword, and Nam-gun's jaw drops, the word impossible. Practically screaming from the glowing blue screen she's holding. This sword's effects, boosted attack, insane critical hit rate, and bonus damage against the undead, are so broken that she literally shouts, "I've never even heard of such effects. This thing is next level." Bong Joon-hyuk, standing right there, is absolutely floored, barely able to get out, P-player Nam Gaun. He's completely shocked. Her face instantly turns bright red, as she gets super flustered by his reaction. A soft, rhythmic sound echoes as a dream unfolds, painting a picture of a grand wedding, with a man and woman standing at the altar. Their faces beaming with joy as they exchange vows. Then walking hand in hand along a sun-drenched beach, the waves gently lapping at their feet. Later, in a tender embrace, Bong Joon-hyuk holds his partner close, a soft glow surrounding them as they contemplate the future. "What should we name the child?" he asks, his voice filled with hopeful anticipation. His partner, her cheeks flushed, whispers a name, "Bong. Holy Sword." Joon-hyuk's eyes snap open, his expression shifting from tender to bewildered. What do you mean?" "Our growing child," he trails off, the words "Holy Sword" echoing in his mind. A hand reaches out, glowing with an ethereal light, as a voice cuts through the dream. "Stop joking and come here. I'm going to feed you, player Bong." The words jolt him, his eyes widening in shock as the reality of his identity crashes down. Player Bong. A sudden, visceral shock hits him hard, his eyes snapping open with a jolt of pure disbelief. Bowing low before a confident woman, he hears her enthusiastic agreement, the details of their deal hanging in the air. The man in the suit watches on, as she lays down her one rule, the price has to be right, no funny business. He walks away, overflowing with thanks, and she throws out a final offer, "Player Bong, hit me up anytime you need backup." His own desperate words flash back, a hand outstretched, screaming, "I'll do anything." Back in the apartment, the woman stands tall, a satisfied smirk on her face, her blade ready for anything. Later, locked onto a glowing screen, Bong Joon-hyuk announces his next move, "I'm clearing the Black Tower's 62nd floor, right now." A quiet, "come back safely," echoing in his mind. His eyes burn with fierce determination, wondering just how much power he'll need to shield them, knowing he has to keep grinding, as he dives into the Black Tower's 62nd floor, his stats already boosted and ready for action. The mission parameters for the 62nd floor flash into existence. 10 hours to take down the boss, or it's game over, literally. He steps into the glowing abyss, ready to face whatever horrors the 62nd floor throws at him. But before he can even take a breath, a terrifying growl rips through the silence, and a glowing purple skull beast materializes, ready to strike. It's a full-blown skeletal undead, pulsating with dark, malevolent energy. A choked sound escapes him, his face contorting in pure disbelief and dread. He grips his glowing artifact, a wave of self-doubt washing over him. How can I protect anyone if I can't even protect myself? But then, with a surge of will, he activates his player traits. His sword ignites, blazing with pure, blinding energy, now a legendary, white radiance. But even with this epic weapon, he can't help but notice the glow is off. It should be brighter, he thinks, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. Gripping the now glowing blade, a chilling thought creeps in, will this even be enough? He's locked in, a primal fury igniting his gaze as a blinding purple aura explodes around him, surging with untamed power. Elsewhere, a determined player, her eyes burning with resolve, steels herself for the ultimate test, knowing there's no turning back. To confront the fight head-on, to never falter, that's the ironclad destiny of every true player. Back in the thick of it, Bong Joon-hyuk unleashes a devastating lunge, his radiant blade tearing into the colossal plaque troll, erupting in a shower of rock and dark energy. The beast lets out a guttural roar, its very presence radiating a suffocating wave of dark aura that threatens to engulf everything. But he's not backing down. He's cranking up the power, his entire being a conduit for the surging, explosive purple energy. Then, a focused, concussive blast of pure energy detonates from him, slamming into the plaque troll with bone-shattering impact, sending the massive creature stumbling. Even as his body screams in protest, a fierce glint in his eyes declares he's not stopping, not now, not ever. The plaque troll is getting absolutely pummeled, its monstrous form visibly crumbling under the relentless, purple-hued onslaught. Suddenly, a massive surge of purple energy explodes around him, kicking off a brand new power-up. He lets out a frustrated, "Damn it," as the system blazes, holy sword effect, strength and mind activates. But there's no time to think. A terrifying "grrr" rips through the air, as a monstrous arm bursts from the darkness. Joo-hyuk's eyes widen in shock as the holy sword effect kicks in, blasting him with a blinding golden aura. The power surges, and he's off, a golden blur closing the distance. He smashes into the dark zombie, and the system screams, "Critical damage." He checks the damage, thinking, did I just nullify its dark aura? No time to waste, he keeps the pressure on, golden aura burning bright. Another crushing hit connects, and the system confirms, critical damage occurred, again. A system message explodes onto the screen, confirming the absolute annihilation of a dark zombie. The stats don't lie, one of 201 dark zombies is down for the count. Joo-hyuk can't believe it, was that really all it took? A quick flick of the wrist. And 2 hours have already flown by, he's kicking himself for not bailing earlier. Taking a moment to himself, he's seriously questioning if he's even on the right track. Then, out of nowhere, a jolt of blue energy rips through the space. And he instantly knows someone's here, a small child appearing right in front of him. He's walking away, but his mind is racing. He's just a summoner, right? Just a guy who calls monsters and does nothing else. But wait, his mind is already jumping to conclusions. Have the shadows learned to use human weapons? Is this some new, superpowered dark zombie with a holy sword? Then, out of nowhere, Nam-gun pops into his head, so relieved to see him, telling him she's glad he's back safe. And he's already asking her, like, whoa, how did my sword get so crazy powerful? She pulls him into a tight hug, and his imagination is just going wild. He's totally confused, and her face is right there, looking super intense. Her chest is right there, and he's just like, eek. He's trying to get away from this imagined hug, because, yeah, it's delusion mode on, a total elementary school fantasy. And get this, even Counselor Tomo shows up in his delusion, saying he would have failed if it wasn't for the holy sword Bong Joon-hyuk lent him. Still trapped in his epic fantasy, Bong Joon-hyuk's eyes widen at a screen, a system message flashing, 62nd floor cleared. Success. In his mind, Nam-gun is absolutely beaming, shouting his name and hyping him up as the legend who just crushed the 62nd floor. Even Counselor Tomo, in this fantasy, is looking up with pure awe, thinking his holy sword could even conquer the 65th floor. A massive wave of relief crashes over him in this dream, but he still can't help but wonder if his holy sword could have made it even faster. But then his mind takes a dark turn, conjuring the black-hearted rival, Yu Kielman, who would totally snatch all the glory and loot for himself. He pictures Kielman devouring every single support item from management, then jetting off to Japan, a nightmare scenario. Snapping back to his ego-boosting fantasy, he sees Nam-gun's eyes still sparkling with admiration, her mind blown by his insane record-breaking skills. Both Nam-gun and Counselor Tomo are nodding in total agreement, wondering if anyone else could pull off such a solo-leveling miracle. He stares at his legendary holy sword, knowing it performed flawlessly, but spots the battle scars, the blade's taken some serious hits. Days are flying by, but he's not sweating it. After all, tons of players can conquer the 62nd floor. But then, the bill for repairs flashes in his mind. Would the interest rates be insane? The management department always has the final say on loans. Is he the only one feeling this? He can't even lie to himself, clearing the 62nd floor feels impossible. Then, a game-changing idea hits him, forget clearing it, they'll just rent it out. Suddenly, Counselor Tomo's voice echoes in his head, laying out the cold, hard facts. Owning the dungeon and renting it is a financial goldmine. He emphasizes that only a tiny fraction of players globally have even touched these high floors. Most countries haven't even breached the 60th floor yet, but they're coming, and they'll be lining up to rent from him. The price tag? A mind-blowing 10 billion won per use. Bong Joon-hyuk's jaw drops. Counselor Tomo just smirks, confirming the insane value with the management department stats, leaving Bong Joon-hyuk utterly speechless. Bong Joon-hyuk is still deep in his fantasy, and now he's got a helpful voice in his head, practically begging him to rent out parts of his dungeon. Just tell me what you need, anytime. His mind is blown by the sheer potential. This idea is just too good to be true. A rental business, he thinks, that's just pure, unadulterated profit. He's practically begging for it to happen, just do it already. He boldly tells his imaginary counselor Tomo he's renting out the 62nd floor for a cool 1 billion, but Tomo's like, whoa, hold up, you don't have to do that. Tomo drops the bombshell, it's not just countries, it's the whole world that wants a piece of this dungeon. Bong Joon-hyuk is practically bowing in thanks for this mind-blowing info. 10 billion for 1 month. He can barely wrap his head around it, this can't be real. He's now picturing himself as a sword-wielding landlord, totally blown away that something he was about to trash is now worth a literal fortune. He's absolutely hyped for payday, picturing a mountain of delicious food just for him. A tiny, excited chef serves up a dish, claiming Summoner Bong himself cooked it, making this meal extra legendary. With a huge grin, the little guy digs in, eating like there's no tomorrow, totally soaking in the good vibes. Bong Joon-hyuk's face splits into a massive, almost villainous grin, dreaming of endless feasts now that he's rich, the ultimate capitalist flex. All this cash, he realizes, is totally thanks to everyone else. That night, the news absolutely blew up across Korea, screaming about the 62nd floor clear, even dropping bodycam footage. Player Nam Gun was suddenly a superstar, crushing the 60th floor with insane confidence, even if Bong Joon-hyuk had no clue who she was. And just like that, his brother's trashed reputation got a massive glow-up, turning into a golden opportunity. Fast forward 10 days. He'd been grinding hard, clearing the 60th floor for 10 straight days, and now he's already deep into the 70th floor, battling those nasty plague trolls. After a period of intense focus and anticipation, the system finally announces the return of his random summon cooldown. He begins his ritualistic preparation, scrubbing his body clean at the bathhouse, ensuring even his hands and fingernails are thoroughly purified for the big moment. Next, he changes into fresh clothes, and empties his stomach completely, having fasted since the previous day for peak performance. Feeling as fresh as a daisy, he quickly prepares and eats a meal, fueling up for the high-stakes dungeon dive. As he sets out the prepared dishes, his focus remains razor-sharp. He knows that once he finishes eating, they'll be heading straight to a high-ranked dungeon, no time to waste. With the random summon cooldown now at 0, a glowing orb appears in his hand, signifying the moment has arrived. He kneels, praying fervently, begging for a legendary, super-rare summon, his hopes soaring. His prayers are answered as a massive, horned figure appears before him, undoubtedly a legendary, super-rare entity, ready to unleash chaos. The moment of truth was approaching, and a voice tried to calm his nerves, promising a good outcome. But a chilling thought crept into his mind, begging the universe not to unleash another meatball upon him. A wave of panic washed over him as he pictured the nightmare scenario, dreading the chaos Mr. Meatball could unleash. The pressure was mounting, as he was slated for a summon to the 70th floor any moment now. A terrifying vision of a muscular, tattooed brute with a sinister smile burned into his thoughts, the absolute last thing he wanted to pull. He banished the dark thoughts, slamming his eyes shut and channeling all his energy, a powerful purple aura flaring around him as he locked in. His eyes blazed open with fierce resolve, the time was now, with only 3 seconds left on the clock. The tension mounted as the numbers flashed, 2 seconds, then 1. In a desperate plea, Bong Joon-hyuk clasped his hands, shouting, summon, with all his might, begging for a good guy to appear. He's engulfed in a swirling vortex of purple energy, the air absolutely crackling with power. The energy just keeps intensifying, forming intricate patterns as it coalesces around him. Until a hand bursts forth from the shimmering purple, absolutely glowing with ethereal light. His lips part, a soft glow emanating from within as the summoning hits its absolute peak. Then, from the blinding light, a figure materializes, a maiden in traditional attire, kneeling gracefully. And she humbly offers her greetings to him, revealing herself as Giant Dalray, a summoned entity of unknown grade and type. Summoner Bong, level 20, is about to drop the hammer. Bong Joon-hyuk unleashes a torrent of purple energy, kicking off an epic summoning ritual. The energy goes wild, and a human shape starts to form right in front of him. And just like that, it's getting real. A glowing leg and the lower body start to pop into existence. Then, a voice cuts through the air, dropping a "thank you" for the summon. We get a close-up on the new arrival's face, and those calm, dark eyes are just radiating serenity. She's here. The maiden Giant Dalray makes her grand entrance, looking absolutely stunning in her traditional gear. And she's not just any summon, she's a special super rare shaman/human type, humbly greeting her young master. Giant Dalray just appeared, and the energy radiating from her was absolutely insane, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. The guy with the reddish-brown hair was totally flustered, barely managing to blurt out, "Whoa, it's a woman." Completely bewildered, he then panicked, "Seriously, what are we even supposed to do now?" But before anyone could even think, a blinding, electric blue light exploded, forming a sick, glowing sword, pulsating with insane power. Jian Daorei snatched the blade, her gaze absolutely blazing with resolve, ready to go all out. She was locked in, focused on one thing only, protecting young Master Bong. Bong Juhyuk was completely floored, shouting, "Wait, a shaman, then, huh?" Screaming, "You cur." Jian Daorei launched herself into action, her glowing sword tearing through the space, leaving her target stunned. What is? She struck with lightning speed, absolutely convinced that anyone who disrespected young Master Bong deserved to be crushed, calling their words total garbage. A chilling warning drops, declaring that anyone with dark intentions seeing this divine beauty would face instant, brutal punishment. Caught completely off guard by the sheer power radiating from her, Bong Juhyuk stammers out a quick, "Excuse me," to himself, utterly stunned. His jaw practically on the floor, he can only stare as Jian Daorei stands there, radiating pure, unshakable calm. Then, with a graceful movement, she extends a cloth, telling him to sit comfortably and enjoy. What even is she talking about? But even with all the weirdness, the system doesn't lie, she's an SSR-grade powerhouse. Bong Juhyuk stares at his screen, and the system confirms it, she's on the same level as a freaking upgraded goddess. He can't help but wonder, is there a power hierarchy even among these god-tier beings, and where does her insane charisma even come from? While he's still reeling, the system drops more intel, revealing Jian Daorei as the strict shaman and sacred shaman of the Cheon Empire Imperial Shrine. Her complete stats pop up, SSR grade, shaman type, 5-hour manifestation, 3-hour resummon cooldown, and she's still rocking that super solemn, serious, and totally uptight vibe. The summoned shaman's ethereal form was still coming together, and a crucial question hung in the air, did skipping the divine warning mess with her summon? Then, with a low hum, she announced, "I'm going into the world with my new summon, Bong Juhyuk." Her form locked into place, a swift whoosh marking her complete arrival. A deep, booming sound hit as a stunning, ancient temple, straight out of Korean history, appeared under an epic sky. Jian Daorei stared at it, totally lost, asking herself, where is this? Next, we saw glowing shamanic bells, softly jingling. Then, a stone tablet screamed her name, Jian Daorei, the shaman of the Imperial Shrine of the Cheon Empire. Her backstory dropped, this princess, obsessed with ancient religion and shamanism since she was a kid, became a shaman of the Imperial Shrine. But then, a massive betrayal hit, their uncle stabbed them in the back and vanished, leaving a red glowing figure in traditional gear behind. The thirst for vengeance was real, demanding a life for a life. Absolutely enraged by betrayal, Jian Daorei swore blood revenge, unleashing a forbidden death curse ritual. But the usurper, her uncle, had already taken over the palace, installing his minions and preparing his own ceremony to seal his power. For her ultimate revenge, she poured everything, her power, her very immortality, into that curse. The ritual reached its peak, unleashing Jian Daorei's death curse in a terrifying torrent of dark energy. Her face contorted in a primal scream of raw power. And her power became absolutely unstoppable, engulfing her in a terrifying maelstrom of dark, crackling energy. But here's the kicker, seeking revenge for a personal grudge, even with all that power, was a direct violation of heavenly law. Her revenge succeeded, but at what cost? The death curse consumed her too, bringing her short, tragic life to an end. The shocking truth about her charm, her elegance, her sheer power is revealed, she's an ancestor of the Cheon Empire, and he needs to watch her every move. His left eye blazing with sudden insight, he finally gets it. She's not just strong, she's absolutely overpowered. He's got to get answers, so he's about to grill the counselor, who instantly promises to keep everything under wraps. The name that pops into his head? None other than the legendary Great Emperor Jian I. His eye still burning with power, he finds out the counselor is just a summoner, all business, and the witch he brought forth. Yep, it's Jian Daorei. But wait, a massive question hits him, the same Jian Daorei. How is that even possible? She lived way later, right? His eyes fixated on swirling galaxies, the only answer that makes sense is a parallel universe. He discovers that in Jian I's era, she was a Goryeo dynasty who unified the three kingdoms, and Cossack even ran a portal to modern Earth with his last summoner. He hangs on every word, confirming that history before the Cheon Empire was exactly the same, but then bam. It all split during the Three Kingdoms period. Jian Daorei is absolutely captivated by everything around her, her mind racing with new observations. But then she drops a bombshell, she's been fasting since her summoning. Bong Juhyuk can't believe it, shouting, "Seriously? You've been fasting since the summon? You look perfectly fine." Daorei dreams of delicious human food, and Juhyuk's right there with her, but then Counselor Tomo cuts in, totally judging her, "What's with your picky eating? You have zero etiquette." Meanwhile, Juhyuk's in the kitchen, totally baffled. Where has she been living if she's never even tried human food? But back in the living room, Daorei has had enough. Her face turns crimson as she unleashes a furious curse at Tomo, "Even here, you're still so arrogant, you human." Tomo, completely unbothered, just orders Daorei to get up and make her own food. Juhyuk, now sprawled on the floor, can only grumble about the stupid old man. Tomo just keeps poking the bear, even suggesting she's too ancient to learn casual talk. Before flat out calling her a child who has no idea where she stands. He came to persuade, but since that's a bust, he's going to hit her with a Yambe spell. His eyes ignite with a sinister purple glow, and a powerful aura erupts around him. Tomo is about to force her to see things his way. Bong Juhyuk is absolutely reeling, the mere mention of a curse hitting him like a truck. He's got the summoned spirit locked down, shouting out that he's not letting anyone lay a hand on her. But Tomo's just chilling, dropping a choice on them, hit the tower with the maiden, who then drops a loyalty bomb, pledging everything to his command, and the counselor just eats it up. Decision made, a wild blue energy just swallows them whole, teleporting the squad straight to the 30th floor of the brutal Korean Black Tower. Boom. They pop into existence in a super dense, ancient forest, with massive trees making a crazy green ceiling above them. While they're trekking through this new zone, Juhyuk's like, dude, why are we even talking about the 30th floor already? And Tomo just drops the bomb. His apprentice, Kunga, is totally unreliable. A quick flashback of him shielding his summoned spirit hits him, even as Tomo's still giving him grief about his manners, then just casually orders him to hunt down 10 monsters. A sly grin creeps onto his face as he sizes up the mission, thinking, 10? Is that even a warm-up? Tomo drops the final "Are we ready?" and Juhyuk's internal monologue kicks in, doubling down on his vow, loyalty and safety are the absolute priority, keeping everyone alive through this new gauntlet. He's there, right next to Daorei, as she drops a bombshell, pledging absolute loyalty, ready to die for the cause. Tomo, watching her, can't help but comment on her sudden manners, implying she's finally found a real boss, and Daorei, with a defiant humph, totally owns it. Alright, 30th floor, mission briefing, 80 trolls, 1 twin head, 13 hours, go. And just like that, Juhyuk is staring down 2 massive, green trolls, weapons drawn. He shoots a quick look back at Daorei, a thought sparking as he checks her out, deciding she's definitely a good type. Out of nowhere, a small, glowing blue cube just pops into his hand, leaving him totally stunned. Daorei, seeing the weird glowing thing, can't help but ask, is that a portable speaker? But as she says it, a massive, vibrant blue aura explodes from the cube, totally engulfing her, its raw energy swirling around her body. Giant Daorei, despite her doubts, steals her resolve. She's ready to give it her all, even if she feels out of her depth. But just as she commits, the blue cube in his hand goes wild, letting out a massive roar of pure power, shaking the very air. This insane blue energy just explodes upwards, tearing through the trees. Swirling and twisting with shimmering green particles all around her. Her eyes go wide, reflecting the insane blue glow as the power just swallows her whole. And then, a fierce, burning red light ignites deep within her gaze. She's lifted right off the ground, floating in a storm of blue and green energy, her voice booming with insane power, proclaiming herself the summoner's protector, ready to become the ultimate evil. Then, with a massive kwang, her transformation is complete. She stands, radiant in a glowing blue and gold outfit, staff in hand, her eyes blazing with brilliant blue power. This insane power-up leaves someone utterly shocked, asking, a shamanic ritual, inside the Black Tower? Suddenly, a brilliant blue energy sphere ignites in a hand, blasting out pure light. Then, with an explosive surge, that energy detonates, unleashing a blinding wave of power. Blasted by the raw power, Bong Juhyuk reels, a blue aura exploding around him as he shouts, what is this? But the energy isn't just affecting him, he watches in disbelief as a monster bulks up, yelling, Meatball's body is growing bigger. And there it is, a hulking, gray-skinned beast with blazing red eyes, now fully manifested and absolutely radiating menace. But it's not just one. More of these terrifying warriors burst forth, their battle cries shaking the very ground. These aren't just big, they're tough, their skin now as hard as solid metal. No time to waste. Bong Juhyuk and his crew dive straight into the fray, clashing with the monstrous horde in an explosive showdown. But even as the battle rages, something incredible happens to him, a raw, surging power ignites in his hand, hinting at an insane new level of strength. He unleashes an insane torrent of blue energy, absolutely shattering the metal-skinned monsters around him. An incredible, awesome surge of power washes over him, an exhilarating sensation as the blue energy swirls around his face. His senses sharpen to an extreme degree, his eyes glowing with the raw power coursing through him. And then it hits him, this new ability lets him apply both buffs and debuffs simultaneously. He stares at his hand, now blazing with vibrant red energy, as the unique properties of his power manifest. But even with this insane strength, the monster's resilience is baffling, he's never seen anything like it. His fighting style, usually precise, is now completely wild and unrestrained, but he's all in, ready to unleash everything. With a primal roar, he charges forward, a brave man ready to absolutely decimate the overwhelming odds. Meanwhile, Giant Dalray and Counselor Tomo watch the chaos unfold, with Tomo coolly stating that Bong Joon-hyuk is best left to his own devices. A bad feeling washes over him, a premonition of something seriously off. He's locked in an internal battle, absolutely refusing to strip down for some ridiculous command, but he's no coward either. The order screams in his head, demanding he strip now, but seriously, how's he supposed to catch fish like this? He just can't do it. And seriously, finding clothes that actually fit is a nightmare. But wait, the system just confirmed it. Mission accomplished on the 30th floor, all trolls wiped out, and he's leveled up. Yet, he's still fuming, complaining he couldn't even summon this time and that she's totally useless like this. His expression twists into a pained grimace, the sheer frustration etched across his features. Then, out of nowhere, Giant Dalray lets out a choked sob, her face drenched in tears, making him wonder, wait, is she actually crying? Even the usually strong Giant Dalray was breaking down, admitting she felt completely useless. It was shocking to see someone of her SSR grade crying like this, and she meekly apologized for her emotional outburst. But Bong Joon-hyuk was caught in his own spiral of guilt, questioning why he constantly messed things up for everyone. Then, her voice cut through his thoughts, a desperate question, asking what would happen if he, her young master, just vanished. In that raw moment, she questioned her own judgment, asking if she was completely wrong about everything. Her past was a tragic saga, losing her father young, then getting betrayed by her own uncle, forcing her to raise her little brother alone. She can't escape the memory of that death, and the profound sorrow of how she must have felt. Her past is a desolate landscape of isolation, fear, and despair. Once a girl precious to her father, she became a summoned entity, abandoned and deserted by everyone. Their grudge, the resentment they hold, perhaps it's because her demeanor is too cold. She has grown strong to hide her weakness, offering a quiet, don't worry. Bong Joon-hyuk, however, feels only selfishness, believing he doesn't deserve such dangerous things. He remembers Bong Soo-hyung and the orc, and questions why he didn't participate in the fight. He wonders why he always thinks about himself, concluding he's no different from Bong Soo-hyung, hurt because he can't do anything. The memory of Counselor Tomo's harsh words echoes, you knave. How dare you approach the young lady with a body stained by monster blood? A jarring flashback hits, revealing a young Bong Joon-hyuk on some steps with a friend, watching his white-haired brother casually stroll away through a grimy alley. The friend is totally grossed out, yelling, dude, what the heck? You got it on my. Suddenly, we're back in the present, deep in a forest outside a massive tower, and a system alert pops up, confirming he's officially exited the Black Tower in Korea. A soft, ethereal blue glow emanates. And Bong Joon-hyuk is chilling in a chamber, surrounded by shimmering blue particles, telling his crew, good job. Everyone, get some rest. He's eyeing a massive, fancy chest. Then, a system message flashes, dropping the bomb that perks are awarded for hitting 30 platinum badges, and he's totally hyped, wondering what awesome reward he's getting now. His eyes go wide as the next notification pops up, revealing the perk, an item skill. The system keeps going, dropping the news that a cooldown reset ticket is heading straight for his exclusive inventory. Making him gasp in shock as the full description pops up, a perk that lets him reset the cooldown of one random summon, once a day. A huge, excited grin breaks out on his face, as he debates whether to unleash this game-changing ability right now. He's got the cooldown reset ticket, but he's not about to blow it on some weakling monster, not with the insane firepower he's already packing. He's holding on to it, waiting for that one, game-changing moment. A smirk crosses his face as he thinks, will he even need to unleash this beast? But the world keeps spinning, and the city awakens under a new dawn. Breaking news from the system, player Nam Son just dominated the second floor of the Black Tower. The clear footage is in, and it's epic. The secret weapon. The holy sword with its holy attribute absolutely shredded the undead. The takeaway. Neutralize their poison aura, and these undead are basically just regular monsters. Meanwhile, Counselor Tomo is on the case, reporting that with the second floor down, everyone's hyped for the next challenge, but also super anxious about the third floor opening. Counselor Tomo drops a bombshell, announcing his guild is gonna clear the 66th floor in just 1 week. His eyes practically burning, he's dead set on keeping player Yu Kielman in his guild, no matter what, even with all the rumors flying around. But elsewhere, a livid Yu Kielman is absolutely seething, purple energy sparking from his clenched fist, utterly enraged at the lack of support. He's standing over some crazy glowing item, wondering if he actually just found it right there. His eyes are blazing red with pure rage, screaming that they should have backed him up from day one. Meanwhile, a call comes in, someone urgently asking for Yu Sam. Bong Joon-hyuk's face tightens, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple, clearly on edge. Yu Kielman brushes off the item like it's nothing, boasting he would have cleared it all solo, as a stunned Bong Joon-hyuk demands to know why he's suddenly here. How could I not, the suited man declares, discussing the 66th floor with his associate. So, what about clearing it, his companion presses. It's not like I'm doing it alone, but, he hedges. Elsewhere, a seething rage building, Yu Kielman is engulfed in a crimson aura, a system message about the holy sword flashing before his eyes. He rages, questioning if he's to blame for clearing the floor with such speed. Back at the office, the suited man confidently asserts that you will surely comprehend, declaring his intent to conquer the 67th floor by tomorrow. Counselor Tomo's eyes widen in shock, letting out a surprised "oh." He then considers how incredibly pleased Prime Minister Kangwook will be. Meanwhile, Kielman strides forward, a system window displaying his furious resolve. He's done relying on a guild that abandoned him, vowing to immediately leave and publicly announce his exit. Back in the office, the suited man readily agrees, let's do that, then casually adds, we'll just break up with a new one. He dismisses his associate to rest, while in a distant corridor, Yu Kielman blazes forward, a potent blue-purple aura surging in his wake. Kielman's eyes blaze crimson, his fury boiling over as he ponders if his guild's cowardice or the holy sword itself is to blame, cursing the day he ever found it. His final, chilling thought reverberates, if I catch them. He's glued to his phone, scrolling through the absolute chaos. Every headline is screaming about player Nam Gaiden and the legendary Holy Sword. The articles are blowing up, hyping up this mysterious player and the first holy attribute item that's got everyone losing their minds. Then another headline drops, who really owns the Holy Sword? The mystery around this player is just getting crazier. Suddenly, an NTS 2000 alert pops up, screaming time for a clear decision because the Holy Sword and a guild master gone rogue are now a full-blown legal issue. The sheer amount of chatter, with everyone buzzing a lot about it, is totally overwhelming him, his face going from curious to seriously worried. He just mumbles, oh, it's here, like he knew this explosion of news was coming. Feeling the crushing weight of all this news, he thinks about just turning off his phone, but then he's like, nope, I can't just ignore this. A glorious spread of ice cream tubs appears, promising a sweet, temporary escape from all this madness. Needing to clear his head ASAP, he decides to hit up the convenience store, hoping a quick trip will help him sort through this whole mess. Bong Juhyuk, the legendary Big Bro archive, casually dismisses a 1 billion deposit as chump change, trying to enjoy his ramen. But even his own system can't help but comment on how much he's leveled up. As he just wants to eat in peace, telling the nagging voice to back off. Elsewhere, Jian Daorei is absolutely blown away by the taste of her food, calling it pure psychosis. She's totally mesmerized by the sheer, unbelievable buying power of ordinary people in this world. A serious thought crosses her mind, she's gotta pay them back for this incredible experience. Her hand instinctively reaches out, drawn by an irresistible scent. And then bam! A burst of pure, unadulterated joy explodes within her. She's left utterly bewildered by her own extreme reaction, wondering what just happened to her face. Still buzzing from the ice cream high, Jian Daorei's mind is blown. She's never tasted anything so epic, not even in the royal palace. This is next level stuff. Her internal monologue just keeps going, as she ponders how her taste buds have never been this spoiled, literally searching for the words to capture the sheer deliciousness. Totally moved by the gesture, she promises to pay Bong Juhyuk back for the ice cream, and he just coolly says he'll get her more. Watching her go wild, Bong Juhyuk just thinks, yep, even princesses can't resist ice cream. But as he asks if something's up, her face totally changes. She's thinking about something serious, declaring that some unforgivable act needs to be avenged. Her gaze sharpens on one guy, a total scoundrel named Yu Kielman, whose face flashes in her thoughts. Her eyes practically burn with fury, as she explodes, what? This guy is a total scumbag? Her inner thoughts go into overdrive, ranting that powerful people should give their all for their nation, and even that's not enough. How could Yu Kielman betray his own brother and country to the Japanese? With absolute determination, she vows she won't let this go and will make him pay. Talk about a true patriot. The tension is palpable as Jian Daorei processes the news, and Bong Juhyuk lays into a young master for cheating, branding him a Japanese monster and telling everyone to back off, which makes her gasp, what? He doubles down, revealing that this guy totally abandoned his own country, leaving him a lone wolf, a loose cannon, and while he gets her anger, there's a but coming. Then, Bong Juhyuk drops a bombshell, cautioning that making this person a princess is a recipe for disaster. He's totally against it, but they can't just ditch the problem, they have to face it head-on. Jian Daorei's mind lights up with total agreement, thinking Summoner Bong is absolutely on point, super compassionate, incredibly wise, and just the best, echoing her own fiery convictions. Out of nowhere, a blazing red-haired warrior with glowing eyes and a fierce orange aura bursts onto the scene, demanding, "Are you a bat?" Bong Juhyuk is totally blindsided, confessing he has no clue what kind of monster just showed up, wondering if they're a fairy, thinking they could be pretty good, but if not a fairy, then what the heck are they? Her eyes burning with resolve, Jian Daorei states, "I will send karma." Bong Juhyuk's face twists in confusion, asking, "Karma? Her resolve hardens, knowing that sending karma means she'll face the repercussions sooner, but protecting his brother and his wicked actions guarantees the ultimate price of blood and betrayal will fall squarely on him. Retribution. The stage is set, and the scales of justice are about to tip. He lets out a heavy, Bong Joon-hyuk is deep in thought, grappling with the sheer complexity of the situation. This isn't just about justice, it's about the ripple effects of every single action. But then, a realization hits him, there's no turning back now. Some things just have to be done. Jian Daorei stands tall, a silent force of nature, as Bong Joon-hyuk watches her, knowing exactly what she's about to unleash. Then, with a grin, he announces, loyalty. I'm back. He's all in. Suddenly, a soft blue energy flares around her, and Jian Daorei, with an intense gaze, demands to know where he's been. Elsewhere, a mysterious red-haired figure smirks, holding up a sleek device, casually dropping the bombshell that it's the very tracker that Punk used. A nervous Bong Joon-hyuk quickly checks, you won't get caught, right? The response is pure swagger, I'm SSR grade, SSR. Bong Joon-hyuk can only manage, okay, good job. Turns out, tracking down something Yu Kielman used was ridiculously easy. With the tracker online, the hunt was on. Yu Kielman's address was a cinch to find thanks to team leader John, the guy literally ditched everything in his rush to escape. Then, a voice cuts through the air, alright, time to kick off the karma ritual. And just like that, Jian Daorei, glowing with a fierce blue aura, gets ready to unleash her power. Her finger practically hums with raw power, and she utters, carry your finger. Clutching a wicked-looking red box, she pronounces, what goes around, comes around. Her voice booms with absolute authority, if this guy's karma is a mountain, I'm leveling it today. She adds, and if it's a river, let it flood. The box flares with an ominous red glow, as the ritual calls upon the very balance of the cosmos. The red energy explodes, locking in the command, weigh his burden. The karma ritual's insane red energy just keeps on surging, its geometric patterns absolutely pulsing with raw, untamed force. Before it all coalesces into a swirling green orb, totally marked with crimson lines, a visible manifestation of the ritual's insane impact. As the magic lingers, Bong Joon-hyuk stares up, his face a total mix of awe and concern. Right next to him, Jian Daorei drops the bomb with quiet finality, it's all done. The ritual's outcome is totally up to fate now, because if his sins are light, it'll just be minor misfortune, but seriously, everyone's been waiting for this. Meanwhile, under the blinding lights of a grand stage, Yu Kielman is making his epic entrance, announced as today's special guest. But if his sins are heavy, a massive misfortune is about to crash down on him, even as the crowd goes wild, welcoming Yu Kielman. The crowd roars as the announcer hypes up the moment, building anticipation for the main event. It's time to meet Japan's undisputed champion, Yu Kielman, making his grand entrance. With a powerful purple glow, he strides onto the stage, soaking in the electric energy from his adoring fans. And to make sure no one misses a single word, Nadio steps up, ready to interpret every epic declaration. The spotlight shifts to a one-on-one, as Counselor Tomo kicks off the interview, but Kielman's already in chill mode, brushing off the pleasantries. Tomo gets straight to the point, asking about the buzz, the legendary 22nd floor, and the millions waiting for Kielman to conquer it. He stands before the masses, declaring his unwavering commitment to his people, even after all the disheartening chaos. With a confident smirk, he notes how thoughtful it is that they're all feeling so much better now that he's here. He then drops a bombshell, reminding everyone that Japan literally suffered when he was gone, making it clear his presence changes everything. But don't even sweat it, he reassures them, because he just hit level 60 in a mind-blowing 8 hours. Suddenly, a blinding light explodes from his hand, confirming the insane power surge, he's officially level 60. His armored leg pulses with raw, golden energy, the sheer power practically radiating off him. Enveloped in a blazing, purple aura, he boldly states he's going to smash the record even harder, aiming for a ridiculous 5 hours. A look of pure, unadulterated confidence, bordering on arrogance, spreads across his face, his eyes burning with absolute determination. With an epic symbol blazing behind him, he makes the ultimate declaration, as long as he's around, Japan is untouchable. Fresh off a massive power-up, Bong Joon-hyuk is now rocking sleek, dark armor, a sick purple glow radiating off him as he hypes himself up, ready to prove everything right here, right now. Locked and loaded, he's out. The system flashes, confirming his epic dive into the 57th floor of the Black Tower campaign, all his stats and abilities refreshed. With his traits and abilities now fully loaded, he's instantly warped to a wild, floating island realm, a place he hasn't set foot in for ages. He starts trekking through the bizarre new world, the system giving a shout-out to his comeback in this hardcore zone. Then, a.m. A new mission pops up, take down 15 fire wyverns on this 57th floor, and he's got only 14 hours to get it done. A monstrous fire wyvern, all scales and fiery rage, lets out a blood-curdling shriek, showing off the insane beasts he's got to take down. The system drops some serious intel on these bad boys, spilling the beans that wyverns are mana-hungry, magic-slinging sky beasts, totally different from your average dragon. Taking it all in, Bong Joon-hyuk realizes his reset abilities mean he's gotta remaster his moves, knowing a screw-up would be epic failure, so he decides to ease into it. A jolt of surprise hits him. As an unexpected chill races through his body, making him question if he's truly ready for this solo grind. Is he even in top form today? Suddenly, a powerful blue energy barrier explodes into existence. And he's already strategizing, deciding to power up his abilities for intense one-on-one showdowns. Then, a second, even more massive purple barrier erupts, forming a colossal pillar of pure, unadulterated magic right before his eyes. His plan solidifies, summon his own creatures and take down the threats one by one, just as a terrifying fire wyvern bursts forth, radiating an infernal red aura. The monstrous beast unleashes a primal, earth-shattering roar. The fire wyvern dives, claws out, purple energy surging, and Bong Joon-hyuk locks down his glowing blue shield, thinking how a regular archer would be scrambling for distance right now. But he's no one-trick pony, he's an all-rounder. If it gets too close, he'll just switch to melee, even as a red arrow bounces right off the wyvern's tough hide. The wyvern's massive, purple-charged claw keeps coming down, and he's determined to push his defense to the absolute max. The beast unleashes a furious, ear-splitting roar. As the wyvern retreats, he's left wondering, why did that arrow just bounce off like it was nothing? He thought his attack was perfectly calculated, but something was off. Then the wyvern screams, a red arrow now clearly lodged in its wing, confirming his shot actually landed. He swaps to a sword, gazing skyward, ready for a brawl, knowing it's gonna be a tough fight against multiple foes. Blue energy pulses around him, a clear sign he's ready for anything. Bong Joon-hyuk takes the hit, his blue energy shield exploding with force as debris flies everywhere. The wyvern's attack just keeps pushing, its massive jaws closing in. But he's not giving an inch, staying sharp, because one mistake could be the end. Then, with a burst of purple power, Bong Joon-hyuk summons a glowing staff, his eyes burning with determination. He grips it tight, ready to take matters into his own hands. He takes a deep breath, channeling all his power. And then, out of nowhere, an explosive sneeze. A blinding flash of light. That sneeze energy morphs into a devastating purple projectile, blasting off the staff. It rockets straight for the fire wyvern, slamming into it with a massive, purple explosion. The fire wyvern is not holding back, unleashing a furious, scorching torrent of flames. Its fiery breath engulfs everything, and Bong Joon-hyuk is barely dodging the inferno. He's thinking, this is insane. It's way too much. But even with the heat bearing down, he's standing strong, his purple staff blazing with an ominous light, ready to unleash his next attack. The wyvern's attack just keeps getting stronger, its mouth spewing an even bigger wave of fire. But before those flames can even land, his insane projectile smashes into the beast's face in a violent explosion. He's watching the impact, a sweat drop forming as he thinks, whoa, that was way stronger than I expected. Should he have pulled his punch? A golden aura explodes around him, his eyes burning with raw power as he declares, this is my ultimate battle mode. The wyvern, absolutely rocked by the blast, is completely engulfed in swirling purple energy, its form twisting from the sheer power. The massive impact just keeps echoing, leaving a lingering, mind-blowing shockwave. The colossal fire wyvern gets absolutely rocked, its massive frame recoiling from the sheer power of the hit. But the fight's far from over. Bong Joon-hyuk is now completely swarmed by a horde of smaller wyverns, their screeches filling the air. He's running low on mana, and he's not even sure how this new power he just unleashed actually works. But the wyverns aren't backing down. One of them snarls, thinking he's an easy kill and deciding to take him out first. But Bong Joon-hyuk just smirks, totally unfazed and ready to throw down. Before it can even finish its trash talk, bam. Another wyvern explodes in a fiery blast, its arrogance instantly incinerated. This is a classic setup, a situation where one wrong move means game over, so he decides to pull back and rethink his strategy. But then, with a lightning-fast move, he unleashes a brutal mid-air counter-kick, sending another wyvern flying. The impact is bone-shattering, and he's left utterly bewildered by the sheer force he just unleashed. Bong Joon-hyuk was still going, slamming his weapon down with a fierce, undeniable strike. But then, a surge of pure exhaustion hit him, and he couldn't help but curse, realizing just how insane this fight was getting. Suddenly, the wyvern's eyes flared with an eerie purple glow, a terrifying signal that they were about to drop some serious magic. And more of them joined in, their eyes blazing, ready to unleash a coordinated magical onslaught. He knew what that meant, those glowing purple eyes were a dead giveaway for a massive magical attack. The sheer magical power, pumped into those wyverns, exploded outwards, engulfing him in a chaotic, volatile aura. He let out a desperate shout, realizing this wyvern magic was next level, and his body was screaming at its breaking point. The magical blast slammed into him, sending him flying backward, a chaotic vortex of purple energy tearing through the air. But then, a shocking realization hit him, leaving him totally stunned. This whole thing actually turned out way better than he ever thought it would. After the dust settles from the last epic showdown, a triumphant system alert pops up, screaming that the mission is absolutely, positively, cleared. But hold up. A follow-up alert drops a bombshell: the Japanese Black Tower mission. Total bust. Initiating emergency exit, pronto. Yet, even with that epic fail, a wave of fans screams out for Ryu, begging him to stay strong. A whole squad of superfans, decked out in ribbons and glowing gear, are going absolutely wild, their screams of "Gambaire, Mr. Ryu. Don't fall," shaking the very foundations. But wait, what's Ryu doing? He's just chilling in front of a massive screen, totally poker-faced, while the cheers blast around him, and some voice from the screen just cuts out, "Please fall do dash." His eyes go wide, a total "wait, what?" moment hitting him as that weird phrase hangs in the air, and he just lets out a tiny, confused "eh." Then, a super enthusiastic announcer, practically glowing with excitement, hypes up the crowd, shouting about Ryu's return and demanding a thunderous round of applause. His hands smash together in a powerful, rhythmic clap, kicking off the epic ovation. Ryu, now on his feet, stares at the announcer with a totally baffled look, muttering a confused "ah." Then demanding, "Excuse me, what in the world is going on here?" Kim Min-soo absolutely rages, slamming his fist down and screaming at the system after a devastating message confirms his death during a second solo raid. His face contorts into a furious snarl, the heavy thud of his footsteps practically shaking the room. But the world keeps spinning, as breaking news reports flash across screens, detailing the tragic death of player Kim Min-soo and the recovery of his body. He slumps forward, utterly defeated, the grim news confirming his crushing failure. And the internet explodes. Online comments pour in, a torrent of expletives and frustration mirroring his own despair. But it's not all doom and gloom. Other headlines boast of incredible feats, like an S++ rank player absolutely dominating the Japanese Black Tower, clearing it 31 times in a row. And get this. Another report highlights player Nam Saban's blazing fast clearance of the 4th floor of the Park District in just 8 hours. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, in a quiet office, a man sips his coffee as a woman reviews a tablet. And outside the imposing USA Department of Homeland Security headquarters, a mysterious voice confirms that they want a meeting, and they want it soon. Player Gerald Kimmel is here, and he's demanding to use it ASAP. After catching wind of the incident, he stormed into the office, demanding to be part of the action and wanting to talk to the big shots. The official at the window just sighs, realizing they've unleashed it, and now it's all about the diplomatic red tape. Meet Macmillan, the big boss, Secretary of Homeland Security. Antonio, the tower raid director, cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know, what kind of incident are we even talking about? He clarifies that even though it's off the books, Kimmel is their only player connected to Homeland Security. Looks like player Gerald Kimmel totally flopped, and even if the damage isn't catastrophic, the whole situation is a huge deal. Macmillan makes a decisive gesture, declaring that a temporary naturalization is totally on the table. Antonio, ever the pragmatist, immediately fires back, under what conditions? Secretary Macmillan is playing chess, not checkers, calculating every angle to squeeze maximum advantage from the global power shift. With a cunning smile, he reveals his master plan: drag out negotiations until Japan hits rock bottom, then swoop in and take everything when they're desperate. Breaking news from abroad is blowing up, and even Counselor Tomo and the top experts are totally stumped by what's happening. The reports are wild, showing Yu Kielman can't even leave his house, with Japan in a total uproar. It's like karma just hit him with a truck, and everyone's asking if he's stuck like this forever. Back in the office, Mr. Ryu is like, yeah, it sucks, but it's not permanent. He's telling his buddy that once karma's debt is settled, everything's going back to normal. Then he drops the bomb: honestly, it's all his own fault for getting into this mess. But even saying it makes him feel a little queasy. Shaking it off, Ryu pivots: alright, so it's our turn to clear the tower now, right? He's still feeling a little grossed out by the whole loyalty thing. Kim Min-soo shows up, and Ryu's all like, before we go in, just know I'm always ready. He's hyped to jump into the next challenge. Then, with a grin, Ryu welcomes Min-soo back, and suggests they snap a quick pic before diving in. A tiny, traditional figure locks onto a sweet crowned box, eyes popping, utterly stunned by what she's seeing. But Bong Joon-hyuk, clutching his own box, is all about that old flavor of the North, hyping it up as the absolute GOAT. Jian Daorei, totally baffled, demands to know how he'd even know that, but he just brushes her off, telling her to ditch the box and hit her room. She then timidly wonders if he's planning a shared feast, but he just laughs it off, promising to hook her up with something way better later. He doubles down on his promise, guaranteeing her some prime beef. This conjured lady, under the young master's protection, is literally programmed to do his bidding, even if it means global annihilation. Jian Daorei just watches him, a subtle look playing on her features. He then challenges her, asking if she seriously thinks he'd let her eat something so cheap, then playfully warns he'll catch her later for her penny. Jian Daorei, with a hopeful glint in her eye, finally gives in, begging for just one of whatever he's got. With a decisive nod, Bong Joon-hyuk lays down the law, sealing the deal with a confident declaration. The AI instantly processes his command, confirming the deal with lightning speed. Instantly, he's warped to the 22nd floor of the Black Tower, a new challenge awaiting: take down 7 brutal minotaurs. From the 31st to the 35th floor, the monster types and environment are locked in, a brutal gauntlet of consistency. These minotaurs are absolute units, and the Minotaur King? A level 100 behemoth, growing bigger with every floor. Forget the small fry, even the regular minotaurs here are massive, but the Minotaur King? You can't even picture how huge that monster is. Facing the glowing portal, he knows the grind was real to get here, and there's no turning back now. His eyes burning with resolve, Bong Joon-hyuk doubles down, going back now would be pure madness. Out of nowhere, a hideous green monster bursts forth, claws and fangs flashing, ready to tear into anything in its path. But then, he's facing insane odds. Then, out of nowhere, he goes all out, screaming Principal Thunder Staff, Thunder Fork, as a massive burst of yellow lightning erupts. The weapon slams home, exploding in a blinding flash of blue and yellow electrical sparks. This isn't just fast, it's an instantaneous move, leaving no chance to react. The thunder flash leaves an electrifying aftermath, the sheer power still buzzing in the air. Even with a moment of fear, he pushes through, clearing the dungeon and quickly finishing off that buffed Minotaur King. And just like that, he snags an S+ clear rank for the 22nd floor of the Black Tower dungeon, scoring 10,000 gold and a platinum rune. Fast forward to the next day. And he's already back at it, honing his skills with blue energy swirling around him. Gun gives him props for the hard work, even though he confesses that floor was a real grind. He's just crushed it, but Gun's already telling him to chill, reminding him there's always a next time, no need to go all out. But even with her warning, she can't deny it, he absolutely crushed it, a lightning-fast victory. Side by side, Gun confirms the mission, 22nd floor, cleared, right on time, exactly as promised. But while he's clearing floors, the government's still reeling from Yu Kielman's treason, public panic's still high. After a massive debate, the National Assembly finally greenlights opening the dungeon floors early, desperate to buy 6 more months. In a lavish hall, Yu Kielman, the traitor himself, muses on the future, realizing that in just 6 months, player Bong would already be tearing through the 60s, maybe even the 64th floor. He pulls away from the view, his mind already shifting to the idea of a team. Meanwhile, a furious official rages. Counselor Tomo, ever the observer, leans in, asking if player Bong's talent is some kind of freak anomaly. And then, with absolute conviction, he declares it, that person is an anomaly. He was absolutely crushing the Black Tower, setting records so insane that nobody even dared to question him. But Counselor Tomo, with a knowing smirk, just dropped this bomb. You're wrong about that. Right on cue, a system notification blazed across the screen, confirming the update and screaming, "Notice, you have achieved clear rank S++ on the 33rd floor of the Black Tower." A sharp-eyed woman with dark hair was glued to the data. Her eyes widening as she gasped at the new intel, now it's a record of 33 consecutive S+ clears. Tomo, still locked onto the screen, couldn't help but acknowledge the undeniable truth, the emergence of such an anomaly was now absolutely certain. Then, his eyes snagged on a crucial detail, and he muttered, intrigued, "Oh-ho, a perception-blocking talisman." He then produced a glowing, intricate talisman, confirming with a knowing smirk, indeed it is. To them, Bong Joon-hyuk was just a player, a mere blip compared to the legendary SSS Emperor of old. But now, that anomaly had finally arrived. Bong Joon-hyuk, the anomaly, just chilling by the window, casually wondering about his insane freedom to conquer the tower and still roam the world like it's nothing. Meanwhile, some official is freaking out over a system notification, a mind-blowing 1 billion KRW just hit Bong Joon-hyuk's account for a holy sword rental. She's totally stunned by the player who just crushed the 33rd floor, renting that legendary blade for free and making it look easy. Totally oblivious to the chaos he's stirring, Bong Joon-hyuk just shrugs off his insane cash flow, already sitting on a cool 3 billion. Chilling in a pool, he's literally wondering if there's a cap to how much he can show off his insane power and wealth, like, can he just flex whenever he wants? But for now, forget the deep thoughts, it's time to grab some grub with his summons. The city's just vibing under a killer sky, a whole urban playground waiting for him. And just like that, Bong Joon-hyuk's cruising through the city streets, flanked by the stunning Jian Daorei and his absolute unit of a Minotaur, his summoned crew rolling deep with him. Spotting a massive stadium, he just casually looks over, a quick, baseball, thought flashing through his head. The colossal minotaur, a walking mountain of muscle and fur, ponders the mysteries of human cuisine, specifically an empty-headed meatball, wondering what culinary delights await. A light-hearted ha-ha-ha escapes giant Dalray as she strolls casually next to the colossal minotaur, a truly bizarre yet captivating sight in the city. Bong Joon-hyuk surveys their surroundings, remarking on how the world is surprisingly chill about a 7-meter giant just casually strolling through the streets. It's like everyone's getting used to the extraordinary. Then, turning to his crew, he gives a shout-out to their insane grind on the 32nd and 33rd floors. Flashing a triumphant grin, Bong Joon-hyuk announces it's beef-destroying time. And it's all on him, bags of goodies in hand. Giant Dalray playfully pushes back, telling him not to hog all the credit, while her mind is already racing, dreaming of a brand new summoning stone. Elsewhere, the Minotaur's internal monologue kicks in, questioning if its master's spending spree is overspending, but immediately pledging absolute loyalty in return. The Minotaur's inner voice booms, proclaiming that every single one of its riches belongs entirely to its master. Talk about ultimate devotion. Bong Joon-hyuk, picking up on the vibe, mentally shrugs off any overspending concerns, thinking, what's the point of hoarding cash if you can't use it, and then, with a sly grin, reminds himself that if his summons want that sweet beef, they've gotta earn it. Loyalty, baby. Dropping into the 34th floor's lower area, the mission is clear: take down 20 Minotaurs. Scanning the new zone, Bong Joon-hyuk is in a massive cavern, staring up at some colossal, twisted tree thing. But then, the real threat appears, a Minotaur of insane proportions, almost 6 meters tall, absolutely dwarfing him. Even with that monster in front of him, he just stares it down, a look of pure resolve on his face. He dives, glowing orb in hand, already planning his move, debating upper or lower body, ready to take it down before it even hits the ground. The Minotaur King is totally blindsided, bellowing in shock, "Is that all you got, Summoner Bong?" He thought he'd been hit. Staring down the giant, Bong Joon-hyuk coolly tells everyone he's got this. Then, in a shocking, brilliant move, he just snags the now tiny Minotaur King, holding its shrunken form in his arms, leaving his loyal Minotaur absolutely stunned. The loyal Minotaur, now on the ground, lays into the captured beast, telling Meatball to earn its own food, not just mooch off the master, then pledges its undying loyalty once more. The loyal Minotaur lays down the law to the shrunken Minotaur King, making it clear that this massive beast is now his junior, and it better earn its keep or get stepped on. Then, with a cheeky grin, he dubs the Minotaur King Meatball and orders it to fall in line. With a surge of raw power, the loyal Minotaur then supercharges his own summoner, Bong Joon-hyuk. But as that energy courses through him, an unseen, brutal force suddenly latches onto Bong Joon-hyuk, yanking him with terrifying speed. He lets out a shocked gasp. Fighting desperately against the invisible grip, screaming internally, "Why am I not stopping?" A raw, desperate scream rips from his lungs as the relentless force drags him further into the unknown. Plummeting through the dark abyss, Bong Joon-hyuk's mind raced, trying to grasp the sheer distance he had fallen. Disoriented and helpless, he could only register the blur of his surroundings as he continued his uncontrolled descent. The impact lines around him suggested a violent journey, but he forced himself to calm down, to think. He reassured himself that his levels were high enough, that even a fall from this height wouldn't be fatal. Still, the panic threatened to overwhelm him, until a thought sparked in his mind, a memory of a skill. He focused on shadow step, recalling the sensation of walking on air, a trance-like state where his feet felt anchored despite the void beneath. As if mining, his feet began to glow with a faint purple-blue energy, a desperate attempt to anchor himself to the intangible. The energy intensified around his foot, a brilliant blue light emanating from his soul. With a surge of power, he finally arrested his fall, standing firm on a platform of pure mana. The skill, Shadow Step, ignites with a blinding flash of electric blue energy. The raw power surges, crackling with lightning as it solidifies into a stable platform, defying gravity itself. Bong Joon-hyuk plants his feet, a vibrant blue aura engulfing him as his terrifying plummet is abruptly halted. A triumphant grin spreads across his face as the impossible truth dawns on him. Suddenly, a faint blue energy ripples through the air, growing more intense as it crackles with unseen power, a clear sign of something extraordinary. Below, a hulking minotaur and a massive grey armored monster stand guard. Their attention drawn by the subtle sound of movement as one of them mutters, "Someone whispers in my ear." The other confirms, "Oh, yeah. I hear it too," sensing an intruder. Above them, Cossack looks on with a shocked expression, witnessing the impossible feat of Shadow Step in mid-air unfold before his very eyes. Turning to the armored figure below him, he asks, "Captain, did you know? They say with Shadow Step, you can walk on the sky," clearly blown away by the display. The captain, looking up, dismisses the notion, retorting, "Stop trying to fool me, Captain. How was that actually possible?" clearly struggling to comprehend the impossible. Bong Joon-hyuk flashes a confident smirk, fully aware of the insane power he's about to unleash. He's moving so fast, a total blur, he's actually wondering if he can even land a hit at this speed. Blue lightning crackles around him as he closes the distance, slamming into the Minotaur and making it reel back. Only one way to find out, he thinks, as a surge of yellow energy now engulfs him. Unleashing the Primal Lightning Staff, third form. The Minotaur tries to hit back, its hand glowing with a sinister red. But Bong Joon-hyuk is just too quick, unleashing a Falling Thunder Flash. The attack connects with an explosive, earth-shattering force. He lands perfectly, using the impact's recoil to stick the landing, leaving the Minotaur absolutely wrecked from that devastating blow. After that insane battle, the adrenaline dump hits hard, and Bong Joon-hyuk's first thought is a hilarious, "Did I just pee myself?" But elsewhere, the legendary Yu Kielman is absolutely blown away, shouting, "Wow! Such dazzling talent. Even I can't do that," as a new Summoner-Designated Warrior title pops up. Counselor Tomo, ever the cautious one, just sighs, begging, "Ah, I am simply in awe of your talent, young master. I beg you to please be careful." Back to our hero, he's thinking about someone's earlier advice, realizing, she's right, my hair stood on end from worry. He even lets out a little ha 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 of relief. Yu Kielman, still watching, can't help but admit, honestly, I was so flustered too, but somehow pulled it off. What a legend. Then, a quick recap of the dungeon cleanup flashes across the screen, showing Bong Joon-hyuk absolutely dominating the Minotaur. Mission accomplished. The system confirms the F-rank mission is cleared, and BAM. A level up, plus a sweet 3.6 kilograms of mana stones. But wait, there's more. A summon grade up rune pops up, making him gasp in pure shock. Bong Joon-hyuk can't believe his luck, shouting, "I totally hit the jackpot," as he sees even more rewards like Summoner's Blessing and Tower Clearest Proof. Mission accomplished. The system immediately updates, granting access to the South Korean Black Tower. Tower unlocked. Bong Joon-hyuk turns to his powerful summons, praising their incredible work as the massive Cossack gives a grunt of acknowledgement. Back at base, Bong Joon-hyuk clutches a summon grade up rune, his mind racing, asking if it could push an SSS rank to SSSS, but Cossack, chilling in his human form, quickly shuts that down. SSS is the absolute limit for runes. He processes the info, a thoughtful escaping him, then, completely changing gears, asks if they're hitting up a restaurant tonight. Cossack's face practically glows at the thought of food, exclaiming his absolute craving for warrior-like Korean beef, it's just too delicious. But Bong Joon-hyuk gives him a look, clearly remembering Cossack's last food frenzy, and the big guy quickly promises to hold back next time. But the mood shifts as Giant Dalray spots Cossack's body, covered in gnarly wounds, and asks Bong Joon-hyuk if he can patch him up. She hands Cossack something, probably a healing potion, and then, almost as an afterthought, complains about their room being a total mess. Cossack, probably still reeling from the wounds or the sudden offering, just blinks and lets out a bewildered, Bong Joon-hyuk drops a bombshell, handing John Cossack a grade-up rune and telling him to power up. With the glowing blue artifact in hand, the power-up is about to begin. Then, a subtle sound as something tiny hits the ground. Totally overwhelmed, Cossack is openly weeping with thanks. But hold up. As the rune kicks in, a bizarre transformation starts, fur exploding across his body, leaving Bong Joon-hyuk utterly confused by the sudden shift. He tries to calm his summon, telling him not to cry, but the transformation is just getting wilder. Cossack lets out a horrified scream, choking on the insane amount of hair suddenly growing everywhere. Meanwhile, across the globe, deep inside the Chinese Special Information Department, something big is brewing. Someone asks a question, wondering if the deputy director called for them. An officer in a military-style uniform stares at a monitor, wondering why no one is cleaning the 9th floor. He realizes over half the staff has been sent to the tower, creating a massive shortage. He then muses on the situation, realizing none of them are taking their own lives for power, a common practice in this world. A scowl crosses his face as he mutters, "You useless bastards." The scene shifts to a document being presented, prompting a curious inquiry. This is Xiao Jun, the deputy director of the Chinese Special Information Department, holds up the document, revealing it to be a list of South Korea's elite players. The other officer, surprised, demands to know how he got this sensitive info and what he plans to do with it. Xiao Jun responds with a simple, "It's obviously." He elaborates, stating that those without power have no reason to be heroes, and an alarming number of them fit that description. His finger descends, pressing a button on a device, initiating an unknown action. Across the globe, a soldier stands ready, fueled by an intense national pride. A woman nearby echoes this fierce belief, convinced their nation won't fall into the same traps as others, and they'll never face the public humiliation that crippled their rivals. Meanwhile, with a sinister grin, Xiao Jun casually contemplates just taking any player they need, his gaze burning with pure, ruthless ambition. A deep, unsettling chuckle fills the room, a chilling prelude to his next move. Just 3 days later, the action jumps to a vibrant city, where everyday life hums along, oblivious to the brewing storm. A hand stirs ramen, as a voice grumbles about the brutal diet restrictions, revealing they're stuck without food for at least 3 days. Bong Joon-hyuk is glued to a glowing holographic screen, as John Cossack stands by, asking if his partner is really okay with no other connections, and pointing out that 3 days of ramen is getting seriously old. Joo-hyuk's eyes are locked on the screen, revealing details about a dull barbarian meat shield summoned for battle, solidifying the identity of his trusty, if slightly bored, sidekick. He just couldn't believe it. After all this grinding, the summoning was still a bust. His system chimed in, like, "Yo, is Meatball still bugged?" Then a chilling message flashed, "Upgrade fail. Permanent deletion." A chill voice from the system was like, "Chill, don't sweat it." But then, BAM. "Dude, what the heck? You can't just delete my young master like that." Bong Joon-hyuk was quick to correct, like, "Whoa, hold up. Deletion? That's not what I was getting at." The system then dropped another bombshell, "Another reason? Low chance, but your summoned entity could totally go rogue and become a harassing." Then, flashing John Cossack's profile, it declared, "Check out these carefully chosen bonds for the young master. A summoned entity? That's a bond. And you can't break a bond." Bong Joon-hyuk totally dissed John Cossack's stats, like, "Seriously? This guy's skill is worse than a field mouse." But the system clapped back, "You have no idea about the secret power of the dull barbarian meat shield." Then, a thought hit him, "Wait, if he power levels 2 ranks, he'd be SSR grade, just like you, right?" And just like that, John Cossack flashed a confident grin, a clear sign of the insane power lurking within the dull barbarian meat shield. Still reeling from the system's cryptic warnings, Bong Joon-hyuk is deep in thought at his table, a heavy frown etched on his face, as giant Dalray bustles around in the background. He can't help but wonder, what if Marshal Cossack comes back an absolute powerhouse, stronger than ever? With Giant Dalray now part of the crew, the pressure is on, they need serious cash, and fast. A dry, almost nervous laugh escapes him, the weight of his new responsibilities settling in. Later, the scene shifts to a lively cafe where Bong Joon-hyuk is chilling with Yoo Kielman, who suddenly looks up from his phone, asking if he's caught the latest headlines. Bong Joon-hyuk, with a swagger, declares he'll absolutely crush it again, because, let's be real, he's the sword master. Then, with a dramatic sigh, he wishes he could be a super hot and adorable summon like Giant Dalray, who can't help but blush, even as he jokingly calls her a disappointing summon. Suddenly, a server arrives at their table, announcing the long-awaited drinks and cakes. A cute, chibi-style server delivers a tray piled high with delicious treats, and Bong Joon-hyuk, eyes wide, thanks them, clearly stoked about all the cakes. He picks up the phone, a casual hello, turning into a surprised Tae-jin Hyung, as he recognizes the voice. Team leader Tae-jin's voice booms through the phone, a bit late, but still congratulating him on that insane S-rank dungeon clear, and Bong Joon-hyuk, ever humble, gives all the credit back to Tae-jin's support. But then Tae-jin gets serious, dropping a bombshell. He wants to talk about something big, the penthouse that Yoo Kielman used to live in. A penthouse escapes Bong Joon-hyuk's lips, clearly stunned, while Tae-jin drives home the point that it's one of the most valuable assets a player can own. Then comes the shocker. Tae-jin, after a slight ahem, offers him the entire house, telling him not to feel pressured, but if he wants it, it's his. And it's not just talk. Tae-jin says they can transfer the title immediately, leaving Bong Joon-hyuk utterly dumbfounded. It's all because he cleared the Holy Swords dungeon all by himself, a massive thank you from the player management department. Bong Joon-hyuk manages to thank the team leader for the insane offer, but asks for some time to think it over before giving his answer. Meanwhile, the captain, ever watchful, stares at a phone, a silent question hanging in the air, who was that, and the mention of that house clearly has his full attention. Chowing down, Cossack hits him with the big question, did he know about the penthouse? Bong Joon-hyuk's jaw drops, no clue. Across town, Deputy Director Xiao Jun is practically glowing, hyping up the player management department's penthouse offer as a massive reward for Bong Joon-hyuk's S-rank clear. Counselor Tomo chimes in, confirming it's the legendary Yoo Kielman's old pad, while the captain just watches, ever the silent observer. Xiao Jun then casually drops the bomb, this generous reward is actually trivial compared to their true power. Bong Joon-hyuk is absolutely conflicted, his mind racing with the weight of the offer. He knows his own nature, saying no to this kind of power play. Impossible. And if he takes even a little, he's trapped, refusal becomes an uphill battle. A tense dang hangs in the air as the pressure mounts. His decision hangs in the balance, a single word escaping him, I've. After intense deliberation, Bong Joon-hyuk makes a power move, declaring he'll just buy the penthouse. He figures it's better to pay than to feel weird about getting it for free. He lets out a booming laugh, sealing the deal on his wise decision that's about to cost him a mind-blowing fortune, a number so huge it practically breaks the bank. Then, the shocking truth hits him. The ultra-luxury penthouse, formerly Yu Kielman's, is a whopping 20 billion won. Bong Joon-hyuk's face totally melts in pure shock. John Cossack just grunts off a question, and Giant Dowry's ready to call it a day and head out. Staring up at the colossal building, Bong Joon-hyuk wonders if they even need such a huge place, but Giant Dowry quickly melts his worries, saying she's happy anywhere, as long as she's by his side. Bong Joon-hyuk is just trying to walk away, but then he hears it, a gross spitting sound from behind him, and some dude is already complaining about getting hit. He spins around, a sly grin on his face, and throws some serious shade at John Cossack, totally calling out his genius with a sarcastic jab. But that smirk vanishes as his eyes ignite with a chilling purple glow, locking onto the two figures with an intense, calculating stare, instantly sensing something is off. His hand starts to pulse with that same eerie energy, confirming the move was legit and the mana signature was off the charts. Then, a faint whiff of gunpowder hits him, a tiny detail his super senses instantly catch. He instantly knows they're packing heat, and a cold realization hits him, these guys are just like him, the kind who take lives for a living. His glowing purple eyes sharpen, his face setting into a stone-cold, deadly resolve. These guys have dozens of kills under their belt, he instantly knows, as his mark of tracking skill kicks in, and he can't shake the feeling that it's no accident these killers are hanging out right by his studio apartment. Suddenly, the heavens tear open as two blinding blue energy spikes rip through the atmosphere, screaming downwards. Down in a grimy alley, two figures stare up, their expressions frozen in awe and apprehension as the raw power crackles above them. But high above the streets, Bong Joon-hyuk is already a blur, leaping across rooftops. He shouts for Cossack, who demands to know what he's doing, only for Bong Joon-hyuk to laugh and confirm he's coming. But a crucial secret, for now, must remain hidden from Summoner Bong. Towering over the metropolis, the Awakening Management Department looms, a beacon of power against the rising sun. Deep within, a formidable female warrior meditates, her battle-ready armor a stark contrast to the serene atmosphere. She ponders her destiny, knowing the Holy Knight class is absolutely crucial for any team, a bulwark of defense and healing. But a gnawing feeling warns her that relying solely on it just won't cut it. Her eyes rise, a steely determination forging her gaze. Suddenly, she explodes into action, a golden aura erupting around her as she unleashes a devastating torrent of purple energy at a grotesque mummy. The purple energy absolutely devours the creature, ripping through its ancient form with a furious, crackling roar. The attack climaxes in a cataclysmic explosion, utterly annihilating the dark mummy. Unleashing a devastating torrent of purple energy, the female warrior absolutely demolishes a dark zombie and a skeletal foe in a high-stakes simulation. Not even the formidable dark ghoul stands a chance, as she absolutely shreds through the entire undead legion. With her golden aura blazing with every single strike, she coolly notes the hundreds of foes she's absolutely crushed to get here. Her eyes burning with an intense red glow, the image training is officially complete, proving her skills are absolutely next level. Switching gears, in a super sleek hallway, Yu Kielman and another agent are totally geared up for a major send-off. Back in reality, the female warrior is already prepping for her next epic challenge, promising to be right back as she exits the gym. At the epic entrance to the Black Tower, Yu Kielman and his crew are giving a final send-off, shouting, "Good luck, Bong Joon-hyuk," as he dives into the glowing blue portal. The system flashes a confirmation, blasting the news that they're officially entering the insane 66th floor of the Black Tower in Korea. Inside, a blazing purple sword slices through the gloom, as the female warrior instantly jumps into action against shadowy foes. Suddenly, a terrifying, shadowy monster materializes, its form crackling with sinister purple energy. But before it can even react, Gun, blazing with a golden aura, charges in, her weapon already glowing for the kill. With a fierce battle cry, she unleashes a devastating blow, a blinding flash of light consuming the monster. Fast forward 10 hours. A brilliant light column streaks down, and Gun is riding it, soaring through a dazzling, otherworldly realm. She touches down flawlessly in a high-tech training chamber, just as a voice booms, "Gun." A quick "ho," and she flashes a confident thumbs up, totally ready for more. Elsewhere, Bong Joon-hyuk is glued to a holographic screen, checking the Black Tower's 66th floor status. He sees Gun's name, her 71-day time limit, and the overall 180-day challenge. In the control room, the man with dark hair can't help but grin, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips as his colleague shouts. "It's a success." "That's right." "Yes." But elsewhere, in a grimy alley, a white-haired figure strides away, a nearby screen flashing a desperate plea, "What are you doing? Send out the reinforcements right away." The internet explodes with comments on a special broadcast, everyone hyped about Nam Gun's insane achievement, screaming, "We did it again in a time of crisis," and crowning her Korea's rank 1 from now on. The hype train keeps rolling, with citizens showering her with loyalty and pure admiration, one fan gushing, "I watched Gun's raid video this time and literally cried watching her hold out alone. She surpassed human limits." A massive surge of energy explodes, blasting forth in a vibrant, colorful explosion. Out on the bustling city streets, a colossal public screen blazes with Nam Gun's image, her name shining bright next to the intense time limits of 180 and 71 days. A woman with short, wavy brown hair, tablet in hand, steps up to the mic and tells the crowd, "I didn't do it alone. It's all thanks to the citizen support." As the broadcast rolls on, a man's hand casually rests on a tablet, his inner monologue a confident declaration, "I knew she would do it." Bong Joon-hyuk is watching Gun's epic clear, calculating that her 6-month timer means he's got plenty of time to hit the 60th floor himself. But all that screen time is making him hungry, so he grabs a snack. Eyes glowing with power, he pulls up his system, ready to push for the 39th floor, but his dull barbarian meat shield is still giving him trouble. Then, a shocker. His summoned entity just vanished from the system. His eyes blaze with resolve, ready for anything. A blinding blue light erupts around him, and he shouts, realizing his dull barbarian meat shield is finally making its grand entrance. Suddenly, a colossal, glowing purple entity with a single, intense eye bursts forth, its form unstable as it tries to speak, but Bong Joon-hyuk is absolutely stunned, barely able to utter a sound. The entity rapidly solidifies into a human form, looking utterly bewildered, and shouts out, demanding to know who dared summon him. It's John Cossack, the barbarian meat shield, fully manifested in his epic tribal warrior gear, his ripped physique covered in awesome tattoos. A confident, almost cocky grin spreads across his face as he remembers his vow, thanking his summoner with a powerful declaration. A dazzling system window pops up right in front of Bong Joon-hyuk, revealing the insane new skill, the barbarian meat shield of the Great Plains tribe, a super rare summoned entity that lasts for 7 whole hours. Brilliant blue particles shimmer and vanish, confirming the summoning is complete. Meanwhile, Jian Daorei is also staring at her own system window, which screams, "System call successful." She thanks her caller, but then a puzzled HME escapes her lips. She's locked onto the system message, eyes wide as "Loyalty is the key for reporting to me." Flashes, and she lets out a shocked "EEK." Elsewhere, she's dropping some serious philosophy, "Summoned being, have you considered your existence to be," while Cossack, still processing, just blurts out, "No." She's still digging, "Is that many?" and Cossack, ever the straight shooter, points to himself and says, "That's Meatball." She's genuinely surprised, "I don't think I've ever seen a summoned being that has a name." But Cossack, looking straight at Bong Joon-hyuk, confidently declares, "He totally got it on my name." She tries to get his attention, "Mr. Meatball," as a system message pops up, confirming, "This warrior always trusts and is obedient to the summoner's words." Cossack's face gets serious as she challenges him, "By any chance, can you recite the 3 principles of the summoned?" And he doesn't even flinch, "I can." He holds up a finger, starting the recitation, Principle 1. The summoned must protect the summoner's life. Then comes the second point, Principle 2, the summoned must, always obey the summoners, the summoners. She can't help but chuckle, "Yeah, that's right. Our Meatball. Ha. Now. Master is back, and he's not holding back. He's taking the lead, powering up at lightning speed, already crushing the 24th floor. A powerful hum echoes as the system confirms their entry, blasting them into the 24th floor of the Tower of Dreams. Inside the new zone, a squad of absolute powerhouses stands ready. And it's clear this warrior is stepping up to take the lead. While the rest are ordered to stick with Summoner Bong. Bong Joon-hyuk's face twists with doubt, can this guy really tank for them with that body? He's seriously worried. John Cossack, catching himself from calling himself Mr. Meatball, quickly suggests he should go, since Princess Jian Daorei has already bolted ahead. Clutching a glowing orb, she makes her move, announcing she's going in, right now. This warrior is ready to unleash her upgraded body, charging in solo, with no backup needed. As Jian Daorei goes solo, the focus snaps to Bong Joon-hyuk and John Cossack, and right away, John Cossack, eyes locked on him, declares his absolute trust. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as Bong Joon-hyuk starts dropping the game plan. He's making it crystal clear, if anything goes down, they need to call him, pronto. John Cossack just gives a crisp, "Sir." Diving headfirst into the dungeon's depths, a deep, unsettling rumble shakes the very foundations of the ancient ruins. Then, out of nowhere, hulking monsters with blazing red eyes burst from the gloom, unleashing a terrifying, primal roar. No hesitation, no fear. John Cossack explodes forward, a blinding yellow aura engulfing him as he charges straight into the fray. The very ground shakes with the force of his unstoppable momentum. The monsters, caught completely off guard, actually recoil, their glowing red eyes wide with pure terror and shock at his sheer power. He stares, a dark energy crackling around him in utter disbelief, as the summoned beast charges. What is he doing? Why go for the aggro when he's supposed to be hunting them down? But before the thought can even finish, a colossal, glowing fist explodes into the monsters. The impact sending one flying as the summoned entity's form absolutely dwarfs everything around him. John Cossack has transformed, now a monstrous titan radiating raw, untamed power. Bong Joon-hyuk can only gape, realizing that the meatball isn't just back. He's a minotaur-sized behemoth. Another earth-shattering blow connects. And the red-hot fury of the transformed entity absolutely shreds a dark mummy, leaving it no chance. Still in his monstrous minotaur form, he unleashes a furious assault, his glowing fist connecting with a dark mummy. The impact sends the creature reeling, as he follows up with a sweeping, glowing strike, absolutely dominating. A guttural roar escapes him, his eyes burning with an intense red light, pure power radiating. Another devastating blow shatters a mummy, its form disintegrating under the sheer, raw force. He continues his relentless attack, pulverizing the remaining enemies with overwhelming, unstoppable power. Later, back in his human form, John Cossack stands beside Bong Joon-hyuk, who exclaims, "That's what I'm saying." John Cossack responds, "Anyway, it seems like the guy who was killing people here was a good guy, right?" Bong Joon-hyuk looks thoughtful, then begins, then. John Cossack clarifies, "I used a rune stone. But that guy was so strong. I didn't think I'd even have to cancel." Just as things seemed to calm down, a jarring system alert slammed into Bong Joon-hyuk's vision, screaming that he'd been hit, a total catastrophe where the foe had already made their move before he could even blink. He then pivoted, a slight exasperation in his voice, to address his companion, "Whoa, Princess Jian Dalray, hold up. Mr. Cossack actually uses honorifics for you, so maybe dial back the harsh talk a bit, yeah?" Still a little miffed, he pressed on, pointing out that constantly calling him, "this guy," and "that guy," was seriously starting to cause issues. A visibly embarrassed Jian Dalray shot back, begging him to cut it out, claiming she was literally going to die of shame. Bong Joon-hyuk fired back, telling her to just use honorifics with Mr. Cossack already, which earned him a stunned "pardon" from her, while Cossack, cool as ever, just told them to hurry up. Hanging her head in shame, Jian Dalray finally apologized to Cossack, confessing she'd been way too harsh and vowing to be super careful from now on. Cossack, ever the chill one, waved off her apology with a cool, "It's fine." Then, with a sigh, he announced it was getting late, they shouldn't be squabbling, and since their arguing was seriously annoying him, he was going to split them up. Then, in a blinding flash of raw power, his body exploded with energy, morphing into a hulking, reddish-brown beast as a furious red aura erupted around him. Fully unleashed in his monstrous minotaur form, he roared, "Just me, meatball," leaving no doubt that he was about to physically intervene and split them apart. A primal, earth-shattering roar explodes into existence. As John Cossack, fully transformed into his monstrous minotaur form, unleashes a deafening bellow, radiating raw, untamed power. But even as a minotaur, he's met with a devastating, glowing punch straight to the face, the force of it shaking his entire colossal body. Another blinding strike connects, sending shockwaves of energy across his tough hide. Then, a final, explosive impact engulfs him in a blinding burst of light, but he just won't go down. His insane durability and resistance are off the charts, this guy's got true boss monster quality. Even after all that, the minotaur just glares back with fierce determination, his eyes burning red. Then, a system notification flashes, announcing the epic completion of the 100th floor of the Black Tower in Korea. After the intense trial, John Cossack, still a minotaur, stands right next to Bong Joon-hyuk, now in some wild, new cavernous zone, buzzing with mysterious energy. A formidable warrior, dark-skinned and braided, surveys the scene with a smirk, boldly proclaiming the 34th floor is a cakewalk, even for the legendary SSR Meatball. He doubles down, asserting that this warrior craves a real challenge, ready to throw down as much as it takes. Elsewhere, a confident grin spreads across Bong Joon-hyuk's face, a silent acknowledgement that even the S++ clears are about to get seriously intense. After a grueling day, John Cossack and Bong Joon-hyuk are finally chilling out, absolutely devouring a mountain of colorful macarons. Every single sweet bite is pure heaven, and Cossack is literally forgetting all his troubles, finding absolute bliss in these tiny treats. He's absolutely lost in the flavor, licking his lips clean with total, unadulterated joy. Crumbs are flying everywhere, and he's literally screaming his happiness, feeling like he could just die from this pure, sugary bliss. Watching his buddy go absolutely wild, Bong Joon-hyuk can only let out an annoyed groan, telling him to cut it out with the mess. But somewhere else, a super serious guy is just standing there, lost in thought, with a gaze that could cut glass. Bong Joon-hyuk can't help but stare as Cossack absolutely demolishes the macarons, thinking his subordinate is way over the top, even if the snacks are secretly fire. And Nam-gun, watching the whole thing go down, just has to call out Cossack's super obvious jealousy. Jian Dalray, totally fed up, wonders how he can be so utterly transparent right in front of their acting master. Bong Joon-hyuk quickly shuts down the accusations, but Cossack, completely zoned out from the drama, just keeps thanking his summoner, claiming the macaron tastes even better because of him. Even so, Bong Joon-hyuk tells him to chill with the obvious feelings, then, with a dramatic sigh, just hands him another one. Cossack is absolutely moved by the gesture, feeling all the feels for his summoner. Still happily chowing down, he asks if his summoner needs anything at all from him. Then, he suddenly remembers his manifestation time is almost up, asking if he should just get summoned again after midnight. The real reason for his concern quickly drops: there's a huge football game on all night. He lets out a frustrated sigh, annoyed by the sudden revelation, but Cossack fires back, making it clear he's just as much a victim of circumstance. With a nod, he agrees to resummon him after midnight, but the summoned entity has one non-negotiable demand: the football game better be finished. Doubling down on his game time demands, Cossack locks in his terms, and Gun, ever the cautious one, volunteers for backup. But the protagonist shuts that down instantly, pointing out the cold, hard truth: no player registration, no entry. Gun is not happy. Suddenly, we're at the Awakening Management Department, and this place means business. A sleek car zooms by the building, while someone else strides purposefully towards the entrance. And inside, it's serious business as Yoo Keelman and the captain stand tall, looking absolutely locked in and ready for anything. Elsewhere, Bong Joon-hyuk's chilling in his car, dropping a cryptic line about someone owning a car but still riding a bike, leaving us to wonder what deep thought he's actually having. He just walks away from the alley, leaving two dudes fuming on the steps, one of them spitting in pure frustration. The other guy, totally ticked off, shouts, "Bro, what the hell? You got it on my..." Meanwhile, in a super sleek office, Yoo Keelman is chilling while the captain drops some serious news. That 2.7 billion won you brought for player Bong. It just hit his account. Keelman just grins, totally unfazed by the massive transfer. Oh, awesome. And player Nam Gun is crushing it too, right? He keeps going, giving props for the holy sword. Seriously, all credit to player Bong for finding that holy sword. Oh, and you made sure to transfer its ownership, right? Then he gets a little philosophical about his own situation. Ugh, about that, getting it for free just feels like too much pressure. I'll just grind out enough cash myself and buy it later. The captain, always on top of things, confirms the transfer. Don't worry, we'll hold on to the documents for you. Oh, and... He then drops a bombshell, his voice turning serious. There's something super important we need to talk about. Keelman looks up, his expression instantly serious, and asks, what is it? The captain drops a bombshell on Yoo Keelman. None other than the legendary player Gerald Watson is coming to visit in just a few days. Keelman's jaw practically hits the floor. A name that sends shivers down the spine of every player. Gerald Watson is a force to be reckoned with. With magic as his signature, he's not just America's top player, he's the highest level player in the entire world, a true global titan. Still reeling from the shockwave of that name, Keelman demands to know the real reason for this sudden disclosure. The captain, unfazed, drops another bomb: Watson's coming to rent the holy sword. Keelman's mind races, realizing the terms must be insane, but the burning question remains: why the secrecy until now? Then comes the kicker, as the captain casually drops the price tag, a mind-blowing 13 billion won. The number hits Keelman like a truck, forcing a stunned gasp from him. 13 billion. Just as predicted, the captain watches Keelman's face contort, knowing that even buying the nation's economic backbone isn't enough to seal the deal for him. The captain laid out the grim reality: if the US talks tanked, they'd have to buy time, but he was dead set against blowing $10 million on it. Meanwhile, a chilling question hung in the air: what if another holy sword level artifact suddenly popped up? But the captain wasn't done, his voice cutting through the tension, revealing that 10 million was just the down payment. The real rental cost was going to be insane. His final word: they'd take that cash, and lend it out. The urban sprawl gleamed beneath the open heavens, with colossal structures catching every ray. Bong Joon-hyuk, a lone figure framed in a doorway, felt the full impact of the news crash down. His entire frame collapsing in pure, unadulterated shock as the final, mind-blowing number hit him: 13 billion won. After that mind-blowing price reveal, he's not thinking about money anymore, he's thinking about food. A primal hunger takes over, screaming for more of everything delicious. His brain is just a food-generating machine now, fantasizing about beef yukho and tuna sashimi. He's literally jumping out of a building, but his only real question is, should he just go all out and order the entire menu? But then, a moment of clarity, a resounding "no" to the chaos, because nothing beats the simple, perfect comfort of ramen. He digs in, and with every slurp, he knows, deep down, that ramen is the undisputed champion of comfort food. The clock ticks on, a relentless march of time, as the city lights begin to twinkle under the night sky. Then, a blinding flash of blue energy erupts, and just like that, John Cossack is back in action, successfully summoned. Cossack stands tall, his eyes burning with fierce devotion, shouting his loyalty and thanking his summoner for bringing him back. But his summoner, looking completely wiped out, just groans, complaining about all the calls and now having to deal with this whole summoning thing again. He casually dismisses his loyal subordinate, giving him the green light to binge-watch football, and the summoned entity snaps back with an enthusiastic, "Yes, sir." A subtle smirk plays on his face, as the summoned entity blips out of existence with a quick whoosh. Back in the solitude of his dimly lit apartment, he's glued to his screen, deep in contemplation. Then, out of nowhere, a soft blue glow erupts in the room, snagging his focus as a mysterious energy sphere pops into existence with a subtle whoosh. The energy pulses, warping the very air. Before a massive, identical phenomenon blazes high above the city skyline, bathing the urban landscape in an unsettling light. He wastes no time, heading straight to a rooftop, his eyes fixed on the glowing anomaly now dominating the night sky with a subtle whoosh. From his high perch, the mysterious energy keeps pulsing, its silent whoosh a strange echo of the unfolding events. This glowing phenomenon, he realizes, is a tracking mark, but it's completely intangible. Earth's population is totally clueless, oblivious to the bizarre, glowing magic shard that's just popped into existence. But even a player who's mastered all magic, like this guy, can't detect it. How can everyone be so blind to this massive magical threat? But get this, only the elite players and officials worldwide can even see this thing. And Bong Joon-hyuk is not happy, staring out at the sky from his high rise. A chilling rage washes over him, his mind burning with fury at whatever dared to invade the very place his brother lives. His power explodes, hair turning fiery red, eyes blazing with an electric blue glow, his face set in a mask of pure determination. The blue energy of the anomaly swirls around him as he's about to drop the bomb, the exact spot where those two punks are chilling. The scene cuts to a building with a neon sign, an Imperial Traditional Massage Parlor, open 24/7. And inside? A total mess of a room, a chaotic scene compared to the chill outside. Yeah, what's next? Bong Joon-hyuk strides away, leaving his brother fuming on the steps, spitting in pure disgust and demanding answers. But elsewhere, a critical dossier drops, revealing Kim Min-ho, age 32, a long-standing operative of the Imperial Guild. Who's next on the hit list? The system flashes, partially revealing the name Jang Dong-sug. And there he is. But wait, what's this? A dossier for Bong Joon-hyuk, age 25, pops up. He's been with the Imperial Guild for a month since clearing the Black Tower, and his rank is estimated to be a high B to low A. The verdict? Good, no problems there. A chilling confirmation. A new voice cuts in, stressing the absolute need for discretion on this mission, as the formidable Lee Dongxian, captain of the Imperial Guild and chief of the People's Liberation Army, is revealed. In a grim, stark room, a commanding figure looms over bound captives, delivering a chilling promise: "You'll pay dearly for this." Elsewhere, a bald man is glued to a screen, his gaze locked on the unfolding chaos, a shocking revelation hitting him hard. On the feed, Bong Joon-hyuk is a blur, tearing through a hallway packed with enemies, instantly becoming the focal point of the entire battle. He's a force of nature, cutting down enemies with savage precision. Jang Dong-sug, captivated by the live feed, can't help but exclaim, "How incredible Summoner Bong looks, even mid-fight." Next to him, Kim Min-ho, clutching a pile of files, starts with a smirk, but his face instantly contorts in shock. His jaw drops, eyes bugging out, as he demands to know when this insane turn of events even started. Back in the thick of it, Bong Joon-hyuk rockets skyward, a human missile of pure devastation. He slams down with a thunderous, blue-charged attack, delivering a knockout punch that sends his foe flying. He plunges a glowing, ice-like blade into a metallic surface. The impact sending a bald man reeling back from a blue energy strike to his chest, who cries out in disbelief, realizing the futility of his position. From the alleyway, a chorus of shouts erupts, as a group of armed figures realizes their target is within reach. One of them, his face contorted in shock, demands to know the identity of their unexpected assailant. The bald man, now screaming in agony with blood splattered across his face, frantically orders his subordinates to open fire. Two of the armed figures immediately comply, unleashing a volley of bullets. But Bong Joon-hyuk, moving with impossible speed, effortlessly dodges the incoming fire, his form a blur of blue energy as he dismisses their efforts. He unleashes a blinding burst of blue-white energy. His expression resolute as he declares they have provoked the wrong person. Kwang. A devastating impact reverberates, and a confident smirk plays on his lips, the blue energy of his attack still swirling around him, a clear sign of his overwhelming power. Out of nowhere, a chilling command rips through the air: "Fire! Kill him!" Before he can even blink, a storm of glowing projectiles erupts from the darkness, absolutely shredding Bong Joon-hyuk with raw power. The sheer impact sends him flying, tumbling helplessly through the air. He hits the ground with a sickening thud, a guttural "gah" tearing from his throat, his entire body screaming in protest from the brutal ambush. But before he can even think, another attacker is on him, clamping down on his arms, trying to lock him in place. But a faint, furious blue energy is already sparking around him. But with a sudden, explosive surge of power, that blue energy absolutely detonates, ripping through the attacker's hand in a gruesome spray of blood and light. The attacker screams, clutching his mangled hand, as Bong Joon-hyuk, with a chilling calm, delivers the ultimate taunt, looks like you don't have hands to grab with. You crazy dash. He hits the ground with a sickening thud, a guttural groan escaping his lips as blood paints the concrete around him. But one of the armored goons can't believe his eyes, spitting out, he's still alive. I thought he was done for. The shock is real, making him question if this is even reality. But Bong Joon-hyuk, gritting his teeth, shuts down their assumptions. This isn't over, not by a long shot. The attacker's mind races, muttering about how this kind of power is only seen in legendary Black Tower clips. He can feel it, that raw, inhuman power radiating from his target. A fierce glint ignites in his eyes. Bong Joon-hyuk knows that even as a player, this fight is far from over. The attacker's face contorts in rage. How is this guy using his power out here, outside the tower? The remaining goons close in, one of them declaring, last guy left. He lets out a guttural cry, the pain of the ambush still searing through him. But a menacing figure, crackling with electric blue energy, stands over him, sword drawn, sneering, you think I'll let you live? Say you're sorry. Another bald assailant, sweat beading on his brow, mocks him with the same chilling words. His breath hitches, a cold drop of sweat rolling down his face. Then, a brutal, sickening impact. A sword slams into the earth, blood erupting as a desperate plea for mercy is violently cut short. And with a vicious pull, the blade is ripped from the earth, crackling with dark blue energy. Bong Joon-hyuk's eyes blaze with a terrifying, determined glow as he snarls, do you even know who you dared to mess with? Meanwhile, a creepy, doll-like figure trembles, its red ribbon twitching with an unseen terror. And in a shadowy room, strewn with weapons, a mysterious cloaked figure stands still, a haunting melody echoing around them. Deep within a shadowy, industrial chamber, a formidable armored figure stands, back turned, before a wall of massive, humming fans. With a swift, almost silent turn, the armored warrior faces forward, their dark, crimson-accented gear radiating an ominous presence. The imposing figure gazes down at a small, doll-like girl, who sits amidst a chilling arsenal of weapons, a low chuckle escaping them as they declare, if anyone saw you like this, they'd be absolutely stunned. The girl, her large eyes filled with resignation, replies, but I can't just throw away my whole life. A chilling laugh escapes the armored figure as they lay down the law, I don't need a reason to kill you. I don't need a reason to control you. The doll-like girl, utterly defeated, can only murmur, whatever you please. Unseen by them, Bong Joon-hyuk watches the entire exchange, his gaze locked on a monitor. Purple energy crackles around the armored figure's red sash, as the girl's desperate plea rings out, if I get caught this time, I might actually die, you know. And just like that, a new day begins. Amidst the urban sprawl, a voice cuts through the air, Cossack, did you have a good time yesterday? John Cossack, his eyes blazing with an intense blue glow, flashes a wide, enthusiastic grin, absolutely, sir. Thank you, I had an incredible time. A powerful blue aura pulses around his armored arm, a clear sign of his revitalized strength. Still reeling from the Black Tower's challenge, he spills his guts to Bong Joon-hyuk, who's all ears. The tension builds as John confesses his weakness, convinced he's not cut out for the tower, while Bong Joon-hyuk tries to pump him up. But elsewhere, the real action is heating up. Yoo Kyo-min is absolutely pumped, ready to annihilate everything in the tower, with Nam-gun watching his fiery resolve. It's go time. The hunt for the Cowhead King is officially on. The mission brief drops, 20th floor, Black Tower, Minotaurs and Goblins, and a 15-minute timer to take down the Monster King. No pressure. And there it is. The monstrous Minotaur King unleashes a deafening roar, shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. And it's not alone. A horde of grotesque goblins swarms around the towering beast, making it an absolute nightmare. But hold up. Yoo Kyo-min's hand flashes, his sword blazing with an electric blue aura. He's a blur. A flash of blue, and he's already tearing into the monster horde. John Cossack explodes into action, a golden inferno of raw power, roaring his challenge. He's a golden blur, a human missile tearing through the dungeon. Pure, unadulterated focus burning in his eyes. But wait. A blinding flash of blue energy, and Yoo Kyo-min cuts him off, declaring, I'm going first. He slams into a minotaur, a shockwave of azure power ripping through the colossal beast. Nam-gun can only watch, a flicker of irritation crossing her face, Meatball just stole the show. But Yoo Kyo-min isn't done, vowing to unleash the true might of an S++ rank. He's a lightning bolt, striking another minotaur, pushing himself, faster. The monster is absolutely pulverized, its massive form twisting under the sheer, overwhelming force. Cossack is absolutely tearing through the monster horde, a total beast on the battlefield. Bong Joon-hyuk can only watch, a look of pure shock on his face as the battle rages. He hears Cossack's frantic call, totally blown away by his speed, as Yoo Kil-min coolly tells him to just fight from the back. Suddenly, a monstrous minotaur roars, ready to smash everything in its path. But before it can even move, Yoo Kil-min, a blue lightning bolt, absolutely demolishes the monster with insane speed. Joo-hyuk, still on the ground, is just stunned by the sheer speed of the clear, realizing Cossack and Yoo Kil-min are going all out, and he knows he needs to step up and show what he can do too. With a sudden burst of resolve, Bong Joon-hyuk powers up, his entire body glowing with intense blue energy. He launches himself skyward, a glowing blue ring exploding beneath his feet as he rockets up. His eyes blaze with electric blue power as he unleashes a devastating attack, a burning question of, who am I, fueling his every move. A problem that would eventually loom over him, now manifested as a vibrant blue energy, swirling around Bong Joon-hyuk, ready to unleash pure power. With a sudden, explosive burst, he struck the towering Minotaur King, who roared in defiance, arrogantly believing the attack was only picking off the weakest enemies. Die! The beast's massive axe swung, but the sheer impact of Bong Joon-hyuk's power was already taking its toll, leaving the Minotaur King utterly stunned. But we just started. He could only stare in utter disbelief as his own defeat became shockingly clear. Minotaur King. Even Bong Joon-hyuk himself was utterly taken aback by the shocking swiftness of his victory. Already? The massive form of the Minotaur King began to violently topple, crashing heavily to the ground with a deafening thud. The Minotaur King unleashes a primal roar, its colossal fists blazing with untamed power. But before it can even move, a blinding, devastating surge of blue energy absolutely obliterates its head. The sheer power of the blow tears through the air, leaving nothing but a dazzling shower of starlight in its wake. And just like that, with a final, earth-shattering crash, the Minotaur King is down. Out. Defeated. Bong Joon-hyuk stares up at the sky, a look of pure shock on his face, muttering, huh. It's already over. He was just getting warmed up. A hint of disappointment flashes across his face, he wanted to push himself further, to truly prove his strength against a boss monster. Suddenly, a system notification explodes into view, confirming his rank up on the 35th floor of the Black Tower. And another message immediately follows, solidifying his new, elite platinum grade status. Meanwhile, back in the city, two stern-faced guards stand sentinel before a high-security building, a luxury car gleaming behind them. The high of victory quickly dissipates as the scene abruptly shifts to a chilling crime scene, a tiled floor splattered with blood, a knife, an axe, and a pistol marked as evidence. Up close, the blood-soaked knife and pistol scream of a brutal encounter. A sharp-suited investigator meticulously tapes off the area, his female partner watching as camera flashes illuminate the horrific tableau. Moments later, the investigator is on the phone, confirming his presence at a new location. There, a glasses-wearing expert reveals that only a full-body analysis and the recovery of a critical chip will unlock the full story. The stern investigator demands his colleague return to the scene, emphasizing the absolute necessity of finding that chip. Back at HQ, the first investigator pores over the crime scene photos, a chilling detail catching his eye, a missing fingernail from the victim. He returns to the scene, the grim reality of the missing fingernail hitting him hard. A sharp intake of breath escapes the stern investigator, the full, horrifying implications finally dawning on him. Massive security breach. Player Bong's intel just got blasted wide open. But hold up, an urgent message just dropped, Chief Lee is demanding an emergency assembly. The agent, surrounded by the aftermath, gets the red alert, all personnel, now, emergency assembly. No questions asked, he snaps to attention. A digital voice cuts in, cold and unyielding, sorry, can't help. I'm no dispenser. Elsewhere, Bong Joon-hyuk and his buddy are strategizing, debating a purified water run from the dispenser, maybe even a quick prayer for those sweet perks. After a beat, Bong Joon-hyuk gives the nod, yeah, that's the move. Back at the office, the agent doubles down on his refusal. Bong Joon-hyuk's face tightens, a grim realization dawning, as he thinks of the princess who's completely dependent on his dispenser water. Still reeling from the chaos, he can't help but wonder if his face is becoming a joke. Shaking it off, he dives into the system, hyped to snag those perks he earned with 35 platinum badges. Suddenly, 3 glowing, wing-like icons pop up, showing off the sweet rewards. But a quick thought flashes through his head, a hint of future trouble, about the random summon coming up fast. Snapping back to the screen, he silently begs for a trait boost. But plot twist. The system drops 2 insane items, the Golden Aegis of Akron and the Golden Mask of Cold Twilight, straight into his exclusive inventory. His blue eye flares with pure hype, he just scored 2 epic items. The system then breaks down the Golden Aegis of Akron, a mythic raid, tower-exclusive shield that supercharges concentration, wipes out human flaws, and gives a 100% chance to block, reflect, or dodge any attack, plus it keeps him chill and is totally indestructible. A system window explodes into view, showcasing the Golden Aegis of Acheron, a mythic-grade tower exclusive shield that's all about defense and damage reduction, and then, BAM. The Golden Mask of Cold Twilight, another mythic-grade tower exclusive, promising insane attack speed, movement, and fiery destruction. The sheer, unadulterated power of these artifacts makes him grin from ear to ear, absolutely hyped by the insane boost they're about to give him. He's absolutely blown away by their effects, knowing he's about to become an unstoppable force, and immediately starts planning his next epic move. Meanwhile, a creepy, doll-like figure is plotting her next move, convinced she needs to unlock her true power and snag a fresh new body. Back with Bong Joon-hyuk, he's checking out his two new, absolutely ripped summons, and he can't help but think, whoa, this summon feels different. One of the summons, John Cossack, is totally clued in on his own backstory, spilling the beans that when Summoner Bong dropped that prayer, a brand new body popped up, and boom, he was randomly summoned into existence. The distressed doll figure, watching everything unfold, is absolutely flabbergasted. Her grand scheme to get strong enough to hijack his body just got totally messed up by this wild, unexpected summon. Bong Joon-hyuk just nods along with Cossack's explanation, while the other beefy summon starts to chime in, but his dialogue gets cut off. The doll figure lets out an exasperated "ack," totally freaking out that the summon is just a water dispenser and whining that it could have been a summon from a purified zone. The doll-like figure is absolutely floored, muttering in disbelief. How could this even happen? She keeps ranting, realizing her whole trait enhancement system plan is now going to be maintained by this random new entity. This totally messes up her plans to take over Bong Joon-hyuk's body, because the three-person system she expected would be maintained by a dude. Meanwhile, Bong Joon-hyuk, staring at his two new summons, including John Cossack, is just as confused, wondering who among them will have to step down. His question just hangs there, highlighting the totally unexpected result of his random summon. The two summoned figures stand tall, side by side, one a hulking barbarian, the other a mysterious armored warrior. Their imposing presence just dominates the space, screaming raw power. The narration drops a bombshell: Jayun Daldae, the barbarian, has already overpowered the summoner's brother. Meanwhile, an assassin is chilling in a super advantageous spot. Now the big question is, can Bong Joon-hyuk even figure out a way to end this crazy, complicated mess he's in? In a grimy alley, a lone figure exits the scene, but the real drama unfolds on the steps. Bong Joon-hyuk is absolutely stunned as his brother, Bong Sucheol, lets out a furious "Ptui," and snaps, "Byaro, what the hell? You got it on my..."